So actually, let's go through 62 witnesses who identified Robert or Robert Perry as one of the attackers. Crystal Archuleta, she did see one person throw a pipe bomb. She told me at the time she thought it was Robert Perry. Seth Dubois told Catherine Carlston that Robert Perry was seen shooting a girl in the back while leaving the library. Wade Allen Frank, Mr. Frank, told me that he thought originally one of the individuals doing the shooting was someone by the name of Robert. He stated that the person was tall, approximately 6'3", and kind of awkward and gangly, although theoretically that could match Dylan Klebold as well. And again, he's saying that he thought, so this is not a positive ID. We have to clearly separate which accounts are positive IDs and which are not. Brian Fry stated the person he had previously believed the shooter was to be Robert Perry. In a previous interview after receiving his yearbook, he had told his father that he believed the shooter to be Robert Perry. He also stated that the gunman had bad acne. So let's look at Brian Fry, so pages 805 to 816. This interview, May 7th, 1999. It's also curious how many documents have still been sealed that might have more pertinent information, because a lot of these reports are from day of or day after. This is May 7th, 99. Brian Fry, Columbine High School student, was outside of cafeteria. So May 5th, this investigator met with Brian Fry at his residence. Brian advised on the day of this incident, he arrived in the cafeteria approximately 11:15 a.m., placed his backpack on a table. He was shown a sketch of the cafeteria, indicated that he had been either at the table marked H or the table marked I. His backpack was, in fact, found on table H. He stated that he initially met with his friend, Chris Therian, and a girl he knew only by the name of Jean Monte. He advised them that he went over to the Rebel Corner, stayed there for about 5 minutes, and then he and Chris went outside using the first door by the Rebel Corner. He said they walked through the courtyard area towards the steps which lead up to the entrance of the school. This is the entrance which takes one past the back side door to the library. He stated that he saw a person standing by the entrance wearing long black trench coat, black pants, black shirt, and black boots. He said this person was not wearing a hat or mask, and he was sure that this person was Eric Harris. He stated that this person was holding a weapon, which he later realized was the Tech-9, which he saw several days later in the newspapers and on television. He advised that he and his parents decided to call the tip line with this information on the day after the incident. Brian said he then heard what he thought were exploding firecrackers and saw students starting to run away from this area. He stated that he saw his friend Lance Kirkland run down the outside stairs and fall down as he had been shot in the ankle. He said he then saw a girl fall after being shot in the back. Brian stated that he yelled to his friend Chris, and then they ran back towards the cafeteria and entered it through the first door on the northwest side. On entering, Brian said he saw Mr. Sanders in the area of the kitchen counter, and he was yelling for the students to get down. He said that as he and Chris ran towards the stairs, he thought Eric Harris came into the cafeteria. He said he did not see him, but that Chris Therian told him he did. Brian said that he and Chris ran upstairs and down a hall which is between the math and social studies class. Brian was given a copy of the sketch of the upper-lower levels, and he traced the path using a pink pen. He said they ran towards the administrative offices and crawled on the floor past the principal's office, past the supervisor's office to a side door from which they exited the school. They then ran past the tennis court through the park to W. Bowles. So what's weird is this glosses over here who shot his friend, but okay, so he said they ran past toward the administrative offices, crawled on the floor, past the principal's office, past the supervisor's office, to a side door from which they exited the school. They ran past tennis court through the park to W. Bowles. Okay, Brian stated that while he and Chris were adjacent to the main hallway leading from the administrative offices, he heard gunshots and what sounded like bullets striking the lockers down at the end of that hallway. He said the area around the main entrance had no damage at this time. He advised that when he and Chris were crawling past the administrative offices, just past some file cabinets, he looked to his left and saw 5 or 6 persons dressed all in black. Let me say that again. 5 or 6 persons all dressed in black. So not 2 or 3, 5 or 6. He has indicated those with an X on the above-mentioned sketch. These persons could have been students from the gymnasium. But he's saying they were all dressed in black. Brian, and keep in mind, a lot of these trenchcoat mafia members didn't go to school that day. Brian stated that he does not know Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. He believes that Bajin Monte knows them as well as others who associated with them. Investigation continues. And it's also, we're going to examine here what he said his father versus what he said to investigators. So this is a supplemental report. May 12th, 99, regarding May 11th, 99, this investigator received a telephone call from Mr. William Fry, the father of student Brian Fry. Mr. Fry stated that Brian received his high school yearbook yesterday, and he spent a great deal of time studying the photos of various students. Mr. Fry advised that Brian told him that he was convinced that Redacted had been the person who shot Lance Kirkland. He had previously believed that the shooter was Eric Harris. So that's also curious, too, because he's stating that the shooter is Eric Harris, who's really short. But after looking through the yearbook and looking at faces, he's now convinced Robert Perry, who's 6'5", shot Lance Kirkland. So this is a curiosity where Robert Perry is not being confused with Dylan Klebold, but rather Eric Harris. On May 12th, 99, this investigator recontacted Brian Fry. He advised me that while at school he heard a rumor that Redacted had turned himself in as having been involved in the shootings at Columbine. He went on to say that he received his yearbook. He began looking at the pictures of both Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. He said he then looked at the picture of Redacted and became convinced in his mind that the person he saw outside the student's entrance holding and then shooting the Tech 9 was Redacted, not Eric Harris. He said that he assumed the shooter was Eric Harris because he did not recognize him as Dylan Klebold that day and knew that the media had announced the shooters as Eric and Dylan. That is curious because so the media announced Eric and Dylan, and so I'm assuming he knew Dylan, or at least kind of what Dylan looked like, or the photo of Dylan that they provided on the news, and he did not recognize him as Dylan, so he assumed it had to be the other guy, Eric Harris, who's quite shorter. He advised that the shooter took very long strides and was close enough to him. He estimates 15 feet, and he saw the acne on his face. Wow, is this one of the most mind-shocking testimonies? And he's so convinced his father calls in to state this. So he did not recognize, so he's confident he did not see Dylan Klebold. That's curious. That's curious. He looks at the yearbook. He sees Robert Perry, or who we're assuming is Robert Perry here, the acne on his face, and he thinks it's really Robert Perry. He previously stated it was Eric Harris because it didn't look like Dylan Klebold to him. 15 feet is not that far away. So here's so this is the ATF report here attached. Document 815, November 2nd, 1999. Traver contacted Brian Fry at his residence with his parents present. At this time, Fry stated that the picture he was shown of Dylan Klebold did look like the individual he saw with the firearm at Columbine High School. Isn't it curious how all these memories suddenly start functioning perfectly so many months later after the incident? And we'll be getting into Jennifer Schmoll's account as well about the intimidation to get her to change her story, which she would not. Very, very curious. Very, very curious indeed. Let's continue here. Courtney Hallman. There were 3 guys. The guy I remember most was the main guy. He was over 6 feet tall and has long, dark, curly colored hair. He was wearing a trench coat. His name is Robert Perry. So Dylan Klebold's hair is not that dark. I mean, it's brownish, sort of dark. Robert Perry's hair is very dark. We actually skipped over Seth Dubois. Let's go back to Dubois, 2907. And in his statement here, dated April 20th, 1999, 5:30 p.m., I was sitting eating lunch in the cafeteria, approximately 11:20 a.m., heard people screaming, gunshots, about 3 shots. Stood up, looked around, I saw a girl outside at the hill near the stairway. She was bleeding from her pant leg. A guy grabbed her and was trying to pull her away from the stairway. The gunman was at the top of the stairway. He had a black ball cap on, turned backwards, long brown straight hair down to his shoulders. So Dylan Klebold's hair is not straight. It's pretty curly and pretty crazy. Robert Perry's a lot more straighter and longer, supposedly, at that time. He was wearing a long black trench coat down to his mid-calf. He was holding a double-barrel shotgun with the shoulder butt sawed off, although that is consistent. Then I glanced to my left, saw another girl about 20 feet away from the stairs. She was bleeding from her shirt. Another guy was behind her trying to pull her away from the stairs. Then the gunman walked down the stairs and pointed the shotgun at a male. He, the gunman, then pulled the TR something and shot the guy as he laid on the ground. Then the gunman walked up the stairs area. I got ground floor next to the window so that I would not be seen. After a minute or so, everyone ran up the stairs from the cafeteria. I ran up. I heard more shots. They sounded different from the shots I heard outside. They were automatic fire coming from inside the building. And that's a curiosity. Again, they really should have played, I know it's traumatic, but they should have played the difference in different guns just to see what the witnesses would identify, just to give us a clearer picture. I ran into and hid in one of the main classes. A few minutes later, a teacher came in, told us to run outside. We ran to Lenwood Park, then I ran home from there. Question, do you know the guy you saw with the shotgun? Answer, no, but I've seen him around school. He is a student. Him and his trench coat friends always wear the long coat. Black in color. Did you see any other kids who were hurt or shot? No. Can you ID the shooter if you saw him? Answer, yes, I could. Okay, follow-up report here. May 6, 99. Seth Dubois was re-interviewed May 6, 99 as a result of information from an interview with Catherine Carlson was reported to investigator P.J. Doyle that Seth told Catherine that Redacted was seen shooting a girl in the back while leaving the library. Seth Dubois was re-interviewed on May 6th at 0800 by Detective Polak. His mother, Janet, was again present. Seth explained that his older sister had a bunch of friends over following the shooter. From conversation, the name of Redacted was brought up. Seth does not know Redacted. A photo of Redacted was viewed by Seth as well as an old photo of Dylan Klebold. At the time, he thought the person he saw with the gun outside the window might have been Redacted. Then, when the senior class photo appeared in the newspaper, he recognized Dylan Klebold seated at the top left of the student body as the individual he saw outside the cafeteria. That photo was a more present photo of Klebold. Seth stated, I may have told people that I saw two girls shot outside the library, but he did not see them actually get shot. One girl was shot in the leg, one was shot in the stomach. Each had another student trying to help them. The suspect was a white male, tall, about 6 feet, with light brown hair down to the top of his shoulder. Look how this story changed. Whoa. He had a black hat on backwards with the bill down the back and the plastic clasp high on the forehead. He was wearing a dark trench coat with no markings, letters, or patches. It is believed that he was in a white t-shirt. He had a double-barrel shotgun. So that's curious how the story changed. And we also don't know what these officers told any of these kids before all these follow-up interviews. It's so weird. At the time, everybody thought it was Robert Perry. Now, again, to the people that don't know these individuals well, who knows? But the people that were close enough to see bad acne, again, Robert Perry has bad acne. And the hair descriptions, even though not hugely different, it's just curious. It's curious. Very, very curious. So let's go to Courtney Hallman now. Page 839 and onward. Okay, so this is the initial report. Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, document 840. Heard 3 gunshots. I went to see what it was. I was outside. I saw 2 people on the ground. Anne-Marie was bleeding, and another girl was trying to help her up. There were 3 guys Again, another individual citing 3 individuals. The guy I remember most was the main guy. He's over 6 feet tall and has long, curly, dark-colored hair. He was wearing a black trench coat. His name is redacted. Supposedly Robert Perry here. After I saw that, I ran inside shouting someone has been shot. Then more shots were fired and we all ducked under the tables. Then after 3 minutes, my friend Heather and I ran down the foreign language hall, down to the last room and went in. We all ducked down and started praying. Then we heard more gunshots and some people started saying that that gunmen were in the school. Then we were all told to run across the parking lot as fast as we could. We ran across the parking lot and jumped down the wall that is brick. I fell down and got back up. So, follow-up report here. April 30th, date of the report. April 29th, this interview occurred. Courtney Hallman, also known as Misty. Okay, she witnessed what she described as a lunch. So she had a lunch, starts at approximately 11:13. Okay. Hallman stated she exited the cafeteria, went outside the far southeast door, then on a concrete area just outside the door. Hallman stated moments after exiting the cafeteria, she heard 3 gunshots, to which she stated, "I know gunshots." Hallman stated she went with Avery to check out the gunshots, walking to the southwest corner of the cafeteria and peeked around the corner for approximately 25 seconds. Hallman stated she first noticed a guy helping Anne-Marie Hochschilder. Hallman stated that she observed 3 males in black trench coats standing next to the stairs, which led to the west entrance of the school. Hallman described gunman number 1, white male, approximately 17 years old, 6'3", medium build, long curly dark hair, wearing a black trench coat, dark colored pants, carrying a long gun, color unknown. Hallman described gun member number 2 as a white male, 16 or 17, shorter than gunman number 1, medium build, no hat, no mask, dark clothing to include black trench coat, with grenade-type things hanging on his shirt, dark in color. Hallman described gunman number 3 as a white male with a black trench, white shirt, carrying something odd in shape, unable to describe. Hallman stated that she recognized gunman number 1 and 2 as individuals she had seen in the school before. Hallman stated that she peeked around the corner for approximately 25 seconds, only getting a side view of the gunman. Hallman stated after approximately 25 seconds peeking around the corner, she and Avery ran back to the cafeteria, at which time she yelled to students in the cafeteria that someone was shooting. Okay, she also talks about explosions and all these other things. So that is curious. So, okay. As the interview concluded, I showed Hallman 3 photo lineups. The first lineup I showed Hallman was marked 1 on the back of the lineup. Hallman picked photograph number 6 and told me he was gunman number 1. I then showed Hallman photo lineup number 2, which I marked number 2 on the back of the photo lineup. Hallman picked number 5 as gunman number 2. Hallman stated that photo number 5 was a 50% chance of being gunman number 2. I showed Hallman photo lineup number 3, which I had marked on the back as number 3. Hallman was unable to identify anybody out of the 6 photos. So, if nothing else, what we can glean is that Hallman witnessed a third individual. Even if you want to say she was unsure about Robert Perry, there's a third individual who she does not recognize as belonging to the school. Does that mean someone who formerly went to the school or someone not associated with the school at any time? I don't know. Very, very curious. Let's move on to Lacey Hahn, 3341. It's also curious, so many of these students, did all these students make reports day of? Because if they didn't, that's fine, but if they did, a lot of them are missing and they only show these follow-up interviews. The follow-up interview here stated that she observed Dylan Klebold. And again, the original report is not here. Lacey looked through a series of photographic lineups and identified photo number 3 in the display as marked number 1 by this detective. She identified this person as Dylan. Lacey continued to look through the rest of the photographic displays, but was not able to identify any of the other people displayed as the second person who had fired on her. Now, what does that mean? Because if they're showing her pictures of Eric Harris, and she does not identify any of them, she did say that the person depicted in photo number 3 was the same person who had shot the victim outside of the cafeteria. So she's stating it was Dylan. She said she did not get that clear of a look at the second shooter. She also said that the pictures in the displays were very old. I don't know what to make of that. supposedly there's other interviews here, and apparently in other documents, Miss Hahn said that she does not believe it was Harris or Klebold. Miss Hahn believes it was an individual named Robert. Bijan Monty, I asked her if she saw the source of the shooting. She told me who she thought at the time was Robert Perry with a gun hanging around his neck. She said she never actually saw him shoot the weapon. She asked me if I had any information in regards to Robert Perry. I informed her I did not. So Monte's paperwork, 1015. This is Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. April 30th was the date of this interview. So again, who knows what was stated day of. But, okay. An interview was conducted with Jennifer Rose Falbo. During the interview, Falbo stated that she had contacted her friend Bijan Monten after the incident to see if Monte was okay. Falbo stated Monte was near the cafeteria when the shooting began, and she saw redacted with a gun. I'm assuming this is Robert Perry. Bijan Monten was contacted by phone April 30th by the reporting agent. Monte was asked if she attends Columbine. She said she does, and she was present. She stated she was near the cafeteria when the shooting started and saw one of the gunmen. She stated the gunman she saw was not one of the guys identified on television. Let me read that again. She stated the gunman she saw was not one of the guys identified on television. This interview, April 30th, 4 p.m. She is a junior at Columbine High School. Met the following Trenchcoat Mafia members in 97. Corey Friesen, Charles Phillips, Eric Dutrow, Brian Sargent, Chris Morris, Pat McDuffie, and Joe Stair. She stated she had never met Dylan Klebold or Eric Harris. She knows Robin Anderson because she dated Pat McDuffie. Her best friend, Jen Falbo, used to date Friesen and then Dutrow. Monte does not consider herself a Trenchcoat Mafia member. She was just friends with some of the members. She stated most of the members she knew have graduated. She stated that Trenchcoat Mafia members talked about paintball a lot, played Magic, drank alcohol, and usually hung out at Corey Friesen's house. She stated she did not hang out with them after school hours. She never saw any drug activity with the group, and only weapons she ever saw them with were knives. She has not heard any of the members talk guns. The only explosives she ever heard about were when Phillips, Stair, Dutrow, Friesen, and Morris traveled to Wyoming and bought a bunch of fireworks. She stated she never saw them use the fireworks. She stated she had never met Klebold or Harris. Monte's boyfriend is Luke Clowen, who has already graduated. She went through her schedule. Okay. She was met by Chris Furion and Brian Fry, who wanted her to go outside and play soccer. She stated she did not want to play, but went outside through the South Commons to the door. She sat down, and Fry and Furion kept trying to pull her to go play. She thought she saw fireworks sparkling on the sidewalk, and then saw a guy in a trench coat coming down the hill. 3 kids went down on the ground, and the guy in the trench coat was standing over 2 of the downed kids. She stated she knew it was redacted in the trench coat standing over the 2 kids because she recognized him. Okay, so she doesn't know who Dylan Klebold is. She knows who Robert Perry is. She said she recognized him. She said it was him. Monte stated she hangs out on Polk and Pierce with some kids who smoke cigarettes, and redacted are there almost every day. She stated she has met Redacted and heard him talk about his mom tries to control him and how the school does not check the ID of smokers. She stated she has seen Redacted almost every day since January of 1999. Is she talking about Robert Perry here, or is she talking about somebody else? I mean, how many Redacteds are there? We obviously have no way of knowing which Redacted is which, but I'm assuming she's talking about the same Redacted. She stated the first time she met Redacted was when one of her friends, Brandon, called Redacted a freak. I mean, is this closer to the Eric Alt story as well? Monte stated she was certain it was Redacted standing over the 2 kids. She stated on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being uncertain and 10 being positive, she was between an 8.5 and 9 that it was him. So she didn't say 10. Okay. That's curious. Although, is she the type of person who would never say 10? I mean, we have to establish benchmarks here. Like, because some people will never say 100% because that's just not the way they talk, but who knows. She stated Redacted had a gun hanging from his neck on some type of strap. The gun was all black, approximately 15 to 18 inches long. She stated it looked like a machine gun. There was no duct tape on it. She stated that was the only gun she saw him with, and it was in his right hand. The following is a physical description she saw of the man with the gun. He had on a black trench coat that extended between his knees and his ankles. He had on a black baseball hat in the backward position. His face was long and his neck was long. He had a narrow chin. His teeth were crooked. He had an obvious overbite. He had no glasses or facial hair. Huh. So this would not be Joe Stair or Dykeman. His complexion had lots of acne. There were indentations like pieces were cut out, and his face was white in color with some redness. Does this seem more like Robert Perry versus Dylan Klebold? His coat was hanging open. He had a black t-shirt with a white colored print on it. She stated the shirt was not tie-dyed. The print on the shirt appeared to be peeling and looked older. So again, let's look at these images of Dylan Klebold's face. So this is from the prom. And so this is just mere days before, 2-3 days before. His face is pretty smooth. Now, let's look at Robert Perry's face. And so it's hard to tell in his yearbook photo, obviously. It's black and white. Here's another picture of Robert Perry, a color picture with him with a different haircut. I haven't really seen any definitive information regarding when he got his haircut, how long his hair was, but you can clearly see the acne in his face. Would someone say it's like with pieces cut out? I don't know, but look at Dylan Klebold's face. I don't think anyone can hallucinate that Dylan Klebold would say that he has really bad acne, like pieces cut out of his face. It's just, I don't think you can make that claim. He seems to have, even if he might have had some minor acne like most teenagers do, it doesn't look to be substantial by any stretch of the imagination. Also, we can compare to Corey Frizen's face, no acne. Even Chris Morris does not appear to have bad acne. Joe Stair, same thing, does not appear to have really bad acne of any kind. Zach Heckler also does not appear to have bad acne. It seems like, even Brooks Brown, he looks like he might have some, but nothing substantial. It seems like Robert Perry is the only individual that has very pronounced facial acne. And that's curious when examining these eyewitness statements. But let's continue here. The print on the shirt seemed to be peeling and older. He had a red colored cloth type item to the left side of his waist. He had black, tighter fitting jeans, not baggy. She stated they were regular black jeans. There were no straps or pockets extending down the legs. Now, Klebold's pants clearly look pretty baggy with a lot of pockets. I don't know. Would you say they're skinny, tight jeans? I would not call Dylan Klebold's pants like that. But again, who knows? He had black high-top tennis shoes with no colored markings. She stated they were not boots because the toes and overall shape were a tennis shoe. So, not boots. So, Eric supposedly wore these Magnum boots, and he had possibly a Soviet sticker on them. And Dylan also had combat boots that he wore during the shooting, so he did not wear just regular tennis shoes. So it's very, very curious how she seems to have recounted very specific details. Tight jeans, not baggy, with straps or pockets. And the acne so bad that it looks like pieces of his face were cut out. Okay, Monte stated she watched Redacted for approximately 30 seconds. So this is not a quick glimpse of just someone running by. Like the coincidence theorists maintain that there was so much panic and confusion, it's easy to confuse people if you only saw them for half a second in the mayhem. This was before the mayhem. Or at least there was she saw him with kids on the ground, but she watched him for 30 seconds here. Approximately 30 seconds. So it's not a half a second glimpse of somebody running. Agent Ricky S. Mundine read the admonition from a photo line to Monte and her mother. Monte and her mother left the room, and 3 separate sheets of photos were laid out on the dining room table. The sheets were marked A, B, and C. Monte returned to the room, and after approximately 15 seconds, she pointed to number 6 on sheet B and stated, "That's him. That's the man with the gun. That's him." Monte signed the photo she identified as the gunman, and then she signed the admonition form. The admonition form and the entire lineup were collected by the reporting agent as evidence. Monte provided a written statement of what she saw when the shooting started. Monte stated she thought Brenton Hooker also saw Redacted with a gun. She stated she has not spoken to Hooker since the incident. Monte's mother, Linda Monte, stated she and her daughter attempted to contact law enforcement officials on the night of the shooting because they felt the information was important. Monte stated they were told someone would be out to speak to her daughter. She stated the New York Times contacted them on Saturday and Sunday, so they called law enforcement again, and she told them someone would get back to them. Monte stated the information they provided about Redacted to the New York Times, and the newspaper agreed not to disclose any information about their daughter. Monte stated she wanted the agents present at the interview to know she had assumed the gunmen got their weapons from Redacted's house because she knew, so this is not Dylan or Eric, because she knew through her friends they had a lot of guns. She stated she had been to the Redacted house one time and she did see weapons mounted on the wall as a display. Okay, regarding, so apparently, wow, okay, so they did some work here. The reporting agent, Agent Mundine, Agent in Charge Wilson, Bijan Monte, Linda Monte, and Anthony Monte went to Columbine High School and checked in with Jeffco. Monte identified her position outside the cafeteria when the shooting started, the position of the gunman, and the position of the 2 victims the gunman was standing over when she observed him. The locations were marked for center mass documentation. The position of Monte and the gunman were photo documented. So they're at the high school actually moving through the motions. This is crazy if that's what this is. Monte remained in the position while Agent Mundine stood in the position identified as the gunman's. The reporting agent stood next to Monte and facial features could be distinguished on Agent Mundine. Monte was asked again by Agent Mundine to describe the gunman she saw standing over the 2 kids. Monte provided the following description. She stated he had on a black baseball cap backwards. Could not see his hair because of the hat. That's curious. She couldn't see his hair because of the hat at all. She did not remember anything specific about his ears. He had on a black trench coat. She stated the coat was folded back in the front and it was not leather, some kind of cloth material, but it was not denim. She did not notice anything particular about the shoulders, but stated there was no color patches on the coat. She stated he had something red attached to his left hip near the area where a belt would be. The item appeared to be cloth like a bandana. The item was all red. She stated he had an all-black gun in his right hand. Monte stated the gun was on a strap around his neck. So Dylan Klebold is left-handed, and supposedly the autopsy said that he was shot in the left temple. But anyway, it would be curious. I don't know. There's some inconsistencies regarding how they were found, bodies moved, because some people allege that the gun was found in Dylan's right hand. But in the cafeteria video, you can clearly see Dylan Klebold wielding the gun in his left hand. And his family confirmed he was in fact left-handed. She's stating whoever was carrying this gun was carrying the gun in his right hand. And I don't know whether or not Robert Perry is right or left-handed, but somebody out there probably knows. Monte stated she was positive the man with the gun standing over the 2 kids was Redacted. She stated she could recognize Redacted, and that is whom she saw. She stated she could see his complexion was rough with acne, and she could see his messed up teeth and overbite from where she was standing. Curious, messed up teeth and overbite. So there's only 2 photos I could find of Robert Perry. Both of them are with his mouth closed. Dylan Klebold's teeth do not look messed up. They look rather normal. And so do Joe Stairs. Pat McDuffie looks like he has some kind of a gap in his teeth, but Dutro's teeth also look relatively normal. But she's stating it is Robert Perry. I'm assuming that's who this redacted is. Monte was asked if there was any doubt in her mind who she saw. Monte stated there was no doubt it was redacted. Monte took Agent Mundine and the reporting agent step by step through a path on the day of the shooting. She stated after she observed the gunman for approximately 30 seconds, she turned and ran towards the 6 South Commons entry doors. She stated she entered the east door, row of 6. Monte stated she went into the cafeteria. 2 teachers, Mr. Sanders and Mr. Brookfield, told everyone to get down. She stated she got down on the floor. Monte stated 2 gunmen dressed in black came in the west door where she had seen redacted. She stated she could not see them very well because there were so many people and she was trying to get away. So clearly this situation is different. Once she's already inside in the cafeteria, now she doesn't get a great look. But outside, she's very clear on what she saw, basically 100% sure. She stated they were throwing things, they were exploding. Monte stated when the 2 gunmen in black came in the west cafeteria door, everyone started running toward the cafeteria stairs. She ran into the lower portion of the auditorium. She stated there were no gunmen in the auditorium when she entered the lower level. She stated the only lights on in the auditorium were the stage lights. She ran up the south stairs, hid behind the south side L-shaped wall near the top. She stated 2 gunmen in all black entered the auditorium through the southwest lower entry. So it's unclear here what she meant by auditorium, because I think officially they never entered. Eric and Dylan or any gunman ever entered the auditorium. There's a narrative timeline breakdown on CNN.com, which is quite thorough and very well referenced. And I could not find any instance where they went through the auditorium, but she stated there were no gunmen in the auditorium when she entered the lower level. Okay, she ran up the side, hid behind the L-shaped wall near the top. She stated 2 gunmen in all black entered the auditorium through the southwest lower entry. She saw 1 man in all black near the entryway, and the second man in all black was closer further north. Monte stated the man in black she saw closest to the southwest lower door started coming up the south steps. She stated she and several other students ran across to the north side of the auditorium and entered out the upper northeast door. Monte could hear shooting, but she did not know if it was inside the auditorium. So she got into the main hallway outside the northeast upper door of the auditorium. She ran towards the east main entry doors. She stated she could hear bullets hitting lockers and flying by her head. When she arrived at the east end of the hallway, she stated the office area on the left side was vacant. She could see some students behind the access doors to the social studies area, and she remembered those doors were closed. She stated she got approximately 5 feet outside inner east door. The glass shattered behind her. She exited the building and ran to the north towards the park. Okay. So here's the follow-up, October 22nd, 1999. And this is investigator Jack McFadden. The report's dated the 22nd. The interview's the 21st. On October 21st, 99, at approximately 5:50, Bijan Monte responded to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office at my request to be re-interviewed concerning information she had supplied to the Sheriff's Office concerning her observations at Columbine, April 20th, 99. She was accompanied by mother and father. Okay. Monte stated that when previously interviewed, she had given inaccurate information concerning Sean Graves. Monte said she observed Sean Graves crawling to the door by the teacher's lounge, and she wanted to clarify that point. I advised Monte the main reason she was being re-interviewed was due to the fact that she had stated redacted was standing over 2 gunshot victims on the southwest corner of the school. Monte stated she was 100% sure she saw redacted, a person known to her, standing over who she now knows to be Dan Rauerbauer and Lance Kirkland on the southwest corner of the school near the steps. I advised Monte that according to other witness statements, Redacted was at home between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. on April 20th, 99. Monte explained due to the witnesses being a family member and a neighbor, those individuals could have lied for Redacted, and she still believed Redacted was the individual standing over the two injured males holding a gun. How do you believe this teenager? The spunk she's exhibiting in not being told she couldn't have seen what she saw. She actually seems to be logical, because obviously can family members be 100% relied on for alibis? Monte stated she never saw Redacted fire the gun he was holding and reiterated her description of Redacted from her previous interview. So, just to clarify, at the beginning, she thinks she was being called in because she made a slight error regarding Sean Graves' location. And so, apparently, according to this document, she was not aware that she was being brought in. Although, I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is October now. So, but it's curious. Monte explained, due to witnesses being a family member and neighbor, those individuals could have lied for Redacted, and she still believed Redacted was the individual she saw. Wow. She's not bending to their will. Monte stated after observing this individual known to her as Redacted standing over the injured students, she ran into the cafeteria, staying in the cafeteria for a couple minutes. Okay, bombs going off inside the cafeteria. She could have been mistaken. So she's clearly stating here she could have been mistaken about certain things because she was running. She didn't see one thing or the other, but she's 100% sure about about Redacted, who she saw. Again, if it comes down to the acne, again, Dylan Klebold does not have holes in his face or pieces of his face cut out, as she described. Now, here's another curiosity here, though. Monte stated it was possible the bombs were going off outside the cafeteria. Monte stated while in the cafeteria, looking out towards the senior parking lot to the south, she observed two male individuals dressed in dark clothing looking in the window. Monte stated she only got a quick glance, approximately 1 to 2 seconds, at those individuals, but did not believe it was the same individual that had been standing over the injured students by the southwest corner. Okay, so Dylan and Klebold, could they have been Dylan and Klebold? She doesn't know, but these individuals are not the individuals she saw standing over the others with the gun, although she's clarifying she did not see Redacted actually fire the gun, just stand over the individual. Monte stated after staying in the cafeteria for approximately a couple minutes, she ran out of the cafeteria towards the auditorium, at which time she entered the auditorium and saw two suspicious males dressed in dark clothing. Monte stated the auditorium was dark and she was unable to see any faces or identify the individuals, but she felt these individuals were suspicious and ran the other way. Monte stated after hiding in the auditorium for a very short period of time, she exited the auditorium and ran to the main hallway in an easterly direction, exiting the school via the east doors by the business office. Monte stated that while running down the east hallway, she was being fired upon from an unknown location. Monte stated that the easterly door windows were shot out as she ran out the door. I asked Monte if the individuals in the auditorium had weapons, to which she replied, no. Curious. I showed Monte cafeteria video photo number 44 and asked her if she could identify anyone in the picture. Monte replied she could not. I then showed Monte video photo number 51, to which Monte replied the black shirt, shoes, guns, and hat possibly look like the ones worn by the gunman seen on the southwest corner of the school. I then showed Monte video photo 52 and 53, to which she replied she could not identify anybody in those photos. I'm assuming she's being showed photos here of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Prior to the conclusion of the interview, I advised Monte that there were several witnesses out on the southwest corner of the school at the same time she was, and had different recollections of what took place and who was there. I asked Monte if she could explain the differences in the stories and several other witnesses. Monte stated she had no explanation for the other witnesses' observations and reiterated she knew Redacted prior to the incident, and that's who she saw standing over the two injured students. At approximately 7:45, the interview was terminated. Additional information: Monte's father stated Monte is currently having bad dreams, nightmares about the incident at Columbine High School. Monte also does not feel safe at Columbine High School. I mean, who would after that? But is that because she named Robert Perry and he hasn't been arrested or charged? Is that why? And she thinks there might have been others involved as well. I mean, this is crazy, but here we have an individual who did not bend to the will of investigators. She stood up for herself. She stood up to exactly what she saw. Now, here's another curiosity, though. I mean, we haven't discussed this theory yet. I don't believe this theory has ever been discussed anywhere, but this is MINDSHOCK, where we go down every single rabbit hole. Is it possible that for whatever reason there was certain bad blood between certain individuals, and they know that some of these other trenchcoat mafia members or former members were not there, but they said they were to implicate them? I mean, it's kind of weird, but if that was the case, why wouldn't she also finger Eric and Dylan? She said she didn't recognize them. It's curious. There's just so many things that don't make sense. And that's really what it's about. The coincidence theorists maintain everything is all explained and fine, but clearly there are so many things that do not make sense. I do not claim to know what happened. I wasn't there. And the people that were there, there's so many different stories. So how does anybody know? Let's move on to Tessa Nelson, 1031. Arapahoe Sheriff's Office, date April 20th, 1999. White male in long black trench coat with a black ball cap, possibly some red on it, wearing black boots and black jeans. He had black hair that came a little above his shoulder, skinny. He had a gun that looked like a small machine gun, question mark. I don't know guns very well. Possibly redacted, question mark. So her ID does not seem positive. So she gave her account, and let's go to the end of the report here. Deputy took a statement. Okay. Tessa told me that upon initially entering the cafeteria, she did not notice any duffel bags or anything suspicious or out of the ordinary. She told me she was aware of the trenchcoat mafia within the school. She did not personally know Eric or Dylan. Tessa said that she had seen Harris in the school on one prior occasion but never met him. Tessa said that she did not know any of their publicized associates, but that she knew of Redacted from when he attended school at Columbine. Tessa told me she thinks that the individual she saw with the gun might have been Redacted because she knew what Perry looks like, so did they forget to redact that? And this individual looked very much like Redacted. I asked Tessa if she had been close enough to the individual to pick him out of a phono lineup. She said she probably could, so again, not definitive. I then presented Tessa with a photographic lineup. Unmarked photo lineup, which she showed redacted in photo number 3. Tessa looked at the lineup for about 5 seconds and picked photo number 3. Tessa then marked possible identification. Curious. So it's funny, the other investigators were telling Monte about how all these other witnesses had conflicting reports. Did they really? Because a lot of people said it was Robert Perry. Follow-up here, October 20th, 1999. Her follow-up interview. Okay, Tessa said she looked forward to the exterior stairway of the southwest side of Columbine High School. She saw a male subject on the stairway, described him as the following: white male, approximately 6'4". So again, 6'4", 1 inch shorter is Klebold, 1 inch taller is Robert Perry. Black baseball cap on backwards, black trench coat, hung to approximately the subject's mid-calf. Tessa said it was not shiny, did not believe it was made out of leather. She said the male suspect was also wearing black jeans and black combat-style boots. Tessa said as she was watching this male subject, he pulled back the right side of his trench coat, swung a firearm out of the coat that had been hidden underneath it. Tessa said the subject held this weapon in his right hand after pulling it out of his jacket with his right hand. Again, curious, because Dylan Klebold is left-handed. Tessa said that when she saw the subject shoot this firearm, he shot it while it was in his right hand. I asked Tessa Nelson, so again, curious, she doesn't know this individual, she's not 100% sure, as Monte was, but she seems to be very sure about which hand he had the gun in. I asked Tessa what he was shooting the weapon at. She told me he was shooting at anybody. At one point, she saw a female victim lying on the ground outside the cafeteria commons area. She was bleeding. Tessa pointed to the area above her belt, right side of the body. She now believes the victim's name was Anna Marie Hochschulte. Tessa continued and told me the male gunman she saw on April 20th on the exterior of the hallway was alone and did not appear to be with anybody else. Tessa said the subject had bad hygiene and had facial scars and or bad acne. Again, let's compare the faces of Klebold and Perry. I mean, this is also mind-shocking because even if she's not sure who this was, she seems to distinctly remember that there was something about his face. Scars, acne, something. Tessa said after the shooting, she looked through the Columbine High School yearbooks and said she located the picture of Redacted, and that is who she now believes was the gunman that she saw on April 20th, 1999. Tessa said prior to the shooting, she had seen Redacted in the hallways of Columbine High School. However, she did not know what his name was at the time. I asked Tessa Nelson how certain she was that this gunman was in fact Redacted, and she told me, "I'm pretty sure." She said she did not believe this person was Dylan Klebold due to the fact that the gunman had either black or dark brown hair, and she said she knows Dylan Klebold to have lighter colored hair. I briefly explained to Tessa Nelson about the physical evidence at the crime scene not indicating any other shooters were involved with Klebold and Harris. However, she did not say anything, but she did not change her beliefs either. I showed Tessa Nelson the photographs printed from the Columbine High School cafeteria commons area videotapes. The photos that I showed her were all from Group A, photographs 44, 51, 52, 53. After looking at these photographs, Tessa Nelson said neither of the suspects in the photographs were the gunmen that she had seen on April 20th, 1999. I asked her if she knew who was in these photographs, and she said she recognized them as Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. So this is very, very curious. And she should have, after all these interviews, they should have had another interview featuring all the witnesses who would not recount, who stood by their beliefs and their identifications. Because they were all lied to and not told about all the other witnesses who saw exactly what they did. They were clearly pressured to change their story. Now, pressured to what extent, I don't know. Again, we don't know the tone. A lot of these people had their parents with them. We don't know what their parents said before the interview or whatnot. Is it easier to get along just to go along? I mean, I don't know. But she recognized these individuals as, so we have a bunch of different individuals. We have people who did not recognize Eric or Dylan, but said they were not who they saw. She here is recognizing them as Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, and she said it was not them. Neither of the suspects in the photographs were the gunmen that she had seen on April 20th, 1999. So how is this different than Monty's testimony? Again, these investigators are not being honest. I asked Tessa Nelson if she could provide any further information about the statement made in a prior interview about a suspect other than Dylan or Eric entering the ladies' bathroom that she had hidden in with Tiffany Lyon on April 20th, 1999 at Columbine High School and shot the mirrors. Tessa and Tiffany Lyon told her that when they both ran out of the bathroom, Tiffany said she had seen the mirrors had been shot out. Tessa Nelson said she had not personally witnessed this occur, nor did she see the mirrors damaged on April 20th as they ran out of the restroom. Tessa said since April 20th, she had been walked through Columbine High with either Columbine High Task Force detectives and or Columbine High School administrative personnel. Tessa said that when she went through or into the bathroom that she had hidden on, she saw the mirrors were not damaged. She asked if the mirrors had been replaced. She was told no. Tessa Nelson said she now believes the mirrors had not been shot out, as Tiffany Lyon had told her. Also, how many different bathrooms were there? For the sequence of events after the time period of Tessa hiding in the restroom, see the reports. Okay. So, very curious. We have yet another witness who did not recount. Now, a lot of the coincidence theorists make the claim that all of these witnesses actually recanted and all this nonsense. Obviously, there are some that did not recount and clearly believe that they saw what they originally stated. And again, we have to keep in mind how accurate are accounts more closer to the time that they happened, and how impressionable are high school students who went through this trauma that are being told by FBI agents, by law enforcement agents, that that all of these things were accounted for, so they must have been mistaken. And they don't even necessarily really truly think about it. They just assume they might have been mistaken. And again, easier to get along, to go along, all that stuff. But it's shocking because some of these individuals simply did not recant. They did not bend to the pressure. Let's look at Caitlin Sue Place, another damning account. Document 4081 and onward. Supplemental report, May 16th, 1999. Reporting investigator P.J. Doyles, commissioned peace officer employed by the DA. Okay. On May 14th, 1999, I spoke to Caitlin Sue Place, a freshman. Kate's mother was present during the interview. Kate told me the following. She went to all her classes that morning. She went to the cafeteria for 4th hour. It's her off hour. She went and sat by the student's door and didn't see anything unusual. During lunch, she waited to meet some friends. Named a bunch of friends. She said there were some others, but she couldn't remember who it was. When Kate was putting her backpack down, she said there was a wave of kids ducked down under the tables. She thought it was a senior prank. She got down and then got up on her knees. She saw a person coming down the stairs on the outside. She could see through the windows he was shooting a rifle. He was tall, and she described his height as lengthy. He had a long-shaped face. He was wearing a trench coat. He was not wearing a mask. She doesn't remember if he was wearing a hat or not, but she said that he had short hair. She couldn't see below his knees. He was holding a rifle in his right hand. He was pointing at shooting people at the outside commons area. She couldn't see his left hand. She said he didn't notice if he had anything on or about his trench coat. Kate said it was redacted. I'm almost positive of it. I remember looking him dead in the eye. He was in my debate class for a little bit, either the end of last semester or the beginning of this one. She then stated she recognized him as redacted. Kate said that she hadn't seen redacted earlier that day. She hadn't seen him on Monday. She wasn't at the school over the weekend. She said that she may have seen him the week before, but she wasn't sure. She said that she would have just said hi. Kate said that Dylan kind of looks like redacted, but Dylan doesn't have the long face. Redacted's teeth are messed up, and he was smiling, and I saw his teeth then. Wow. Okay, so Kate also seems to know Dylan, because she also knows that Dylan looks like redacted. So this isn't the case, like a lot of coincidence theorists hallucinate and pretend that she doesn't know Dylan, and that's why she thought redacted was Dylan. She knows both of them, and she clearly knows the difference between their teeth. And she said this guy was smiling, and she saw his teeth. Kate said that she has seen pictures of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, and she said, it's not one of them. Referring to the person she saw shooting outside on the outside commons. Okay, so now we have yet more testimony that matches others while investigators lie to try to get people to change their story. Kate said she looked at redacted for about 30 seconds, so yet another individual who's getting a good long look at the shooter, not just a glimpse while everything's flying by. She remembers him shooting Anne-Marie. She said that Tony Samaro, Jason Unreath, and Jason's girlfriend were out with Anne-Marie. They were sitting by the tree where they sit every day. Redacted was randomly shooting. Kate looked in the direction of Anne-Marie. Redacted was still shooting. Kate saw Anne-Marie drop. Kate didn't remember which direction Anne-Marie dropped. Kate went back under the table. Kate said that Redacted shot Anne-Marie before he smiled at her. So this individual who she observed shot a human being and then looked at her and smiled at her. Is that the kind of smile you would forget if you were in that situation? Would you forget the person smiling and how their teeth looked? Kate looked and saw Jason trying to help Anne-Marie, dragging her away from Redacted to the side. She didn't know what Tony and Jason's girlfriend were doing at the time. Kate said that she wanted to know if everyone outside was okay, but saw one or two boys shooting at the ground in the senior parking lot. She said she saw the back of a black trench coat. This person had his back to Kate, and she couldn't describe him. She thought there may have been another boy, but couldn't describe him or articulate why she thought there may have been another boy. She said that she didn't think the person shooting in the senior parking lot was Robert Perry. This person seemed shorter. She couldn't see what kind of a gun this person had. Okay, curious. So she she thought there may have been another boy, but couldn't describe. Okay. So there one or two other shooters other than the one she observed were in the senior parking lot and she couldn't see them. One of them was shorter, possibly Eric Harris. Kate said that when the shooting was outside, she could hear the shooting. She couldn't say how many shots, but thought it was about 5 or 10. And that when the shots were being fired in the senior parking lot, it was like little bullets spraying. She was unable to give me a number of shots she heard and saw. Kate said that she knew Dylan from school. She's met him. She's talked to him a little bit. She doesn't remember what they talked about. She remembers distinctly him telling her that anything he does in life, he wants to get something about it. She didn't remember what else they talked about. She said it was nothing profound. He did not scare her, and they didn't talk about anything weird. She said that he seemed like a follower, but couldn't articulate why she thought that. She said that she would speak to Dylan or see him in the halls once or twice a week. Okay, so this is pretty frequent. So she sees him and speaks to him at least briefly, some kind of conversation once or twice a week. She knows exactly what his teeth look like. I don't know. Kate said that she met Eric Harris twice. Eric had helped her with her geometry homework while at school. Wow, that's curious. Kate said that she never saw Dylan or Eric outside of school. She said that she's never seen any of the Trenchcoat Mafia members out of school, and she doesn't hang out with them. Kate is friends with Jamie Schaffner at school. Kate would talk to Jamie and some guys, last names unknowns, who wore trench coats. She said that she's not friends with any of these people, just acquainted with them from school. Kate's mom described Kate as open and non-judgmental and said that Kate talks to a lot of people. Kate was very open and friendly with me. Kate said that everybody stood up and ran through the cafeteria toward the stairs by the students' store. The janitor kept saying everyone to get down. Kate stayed down. She thinks that Coach Sanders was telling people to get into the auditorium. She was wearing her backpack and never got to take it off. Kate said that all the kids were running up the stairs and then she heard a boom. Kate said that at first she and Brittany went out the doors on the south side of the cafeteria. She sat out there for what seemed like 15 minutes. Then they ran across the senior parking lot. She could hear some shots she thought were coming from the library. She turned around to look. Brittany grabbed her to run. Kate ran and hid behind a little black car. Then she heard an explosion, saw something fly up in the air. She doesn't know what it was. She stopped at the fence, ran down a little hill, and ran head to chest into a policeman. Brittany was behind her. Kate said that she looked stuff up on the internet for school, but she does not use chat rooms. She knows no one with a double pierced eyebrow. She saw the RNN but doesn't remember what it was. She doesn't know any Trenchcoat Mafia members by name. She said that her cousin, Courtney Haravel, heard someone say redacted. It's unclear if this is redacted. Stop, put it down. It's unclear whether she's talking about Robert Perry here, possibly Joe. Courtney was in Miss Williams' science room. Kate said that Dustin Gorton told Denise Gorton, who told Kate that Redacted turned himself in for the shooting. I told Kate and her mother that someone else may contact her in the future for further information. Okay, so it seems like there's rumors going around that Robert Perry turned himself in. If that is true, and if Robert Perry was granted immunity, what does this all mean in exchange for information he knew? I don't know. This is all crazy. This is all really, really crazy. So here's the follow-up report, November 3rd, 1999. Re-interview with Kate and Place, November 1st, 1999. Report written November 3rd. November 1st, Kate and Place, her parents responded to Jeffco at my request. Re-interviewed based on her observations. First report taken May 14th, 99. I asked Place if the information was accurate. She responded yes. Place explained while in the cafeteria April 20th, she was at the cafeteria window closest to the southwest corner when she observed an individual dressed in a trench coat carrying a gun. Place identified that individual as Redacted. Place stated she now She was now not so sure it was redacted. Place explained to me that she was very excited on April 20th and had looked into the eyes of the person she believed to be redacted. Place further explained that she had been in class with redacted and had seen him several times wearing a black trench coat. Place stated it was the same type of trench coat she had seen on the gunman April 20th. I explained to Place that redacted had been seen by witnesses on April 20th at his residence during the time of the shootings. I explained to Place it was unlikely that Redacted was at the school at the time she stated. I explained to Place that Redacted and Dylan Klebold have similar features and are physically similar in height and weight. I then asked Place if she could be mistaken about her identification of Redacted. Place stated after thinking about the information and as time had passed, she was not as sure as she was when she was previously interviewed. I then showed Place cafeteria video photo 46, to which she responded, I think it's Eric. I then showed Place cafeteria video photo 48, to which she responded, I think it's Eric. I then showed Place cafeteria video photo 51, to which responded, it's Eric and Dylan. Finally, I showed Place cafeteria video photo 54, to which she advised it was Dylan. Place stated that she had met Dylan Klebold less than 5 times and she knew who she was. Place stated she was much more familiar with Redacted due to the fact that he had been in class with her, in which she saw him almost every day. Place advised it was possible that she identified Redacted as being the gunman due to the fact that she associated the trench coat to a familiar person. Place stated that she would not be able to testify in court that Redacted was the individual standing outside the cafeteria holding the gun and shooting in the direction of Anne-Marie Hochschulte. During the interview, it was apparent that Place was still emotionally upset about the incident at Columbine High School and had to be comforted by her mother and a father a couple times during the interview. Here's the thing, though. So this seems like a really nice girl. So she recognized the teeth. There's no mention of the teeth. How much are these investigators berating her? Or are they simply suggesting that she's going to have to be testifying in court again and again and again? But obviously, if she didn't see Redacted, there'd be no need to testify. So are they threatening her, basically, even unintentionally, with all of this court time, or if she wants to put this incident behind her and not have to relive this trauma over and over and over again, would she simply say it could have been Klebold? See, she didn't actually 100% say, she just said she could have been mistaken. And also, we don't know the tone. Are these investigators making these kids seem stupid by saying, oh no, Robert Perry has a definite alibi, so he couldn't have been there? Now, what would a teenager, no doubt, like, let's say even a teenager who hadn't experienced trauma, when individuals in authority lay this on these, just any kind of kid, teenager, what are they supposed to say? Because they're basically telling them they're stupid if they continue to say they saw what they saw. Because if they're saying all these other people that their alibis accounted for, it couldn't have been them, or it's unlikely, just the very tone of that kind of interview, what do you expect them to say? But it's curious. It's really curious, the teenagers that did not bend to this kind of intimidation. All right, let's continue to Lacey Smith, 4464 and onward. This report dated May 5th, 99. Patty Stevens was interviewed on May 3rd, 99 regarding 2175. Stevens states that on May 3rd, she spoke with Jeremy Smith, a special ed student, who told her his sister had seen someone matching Redacted's description talking to the shooters just before the incident. Sister is identified through the review of Columbine High School records as Lacey Nicole Smith. So this is May 4th, 99. Detective Kreutzer and Watson went to Smith's residence where she was interviewed in the presence of her mother. Smith seemed to be expecting that she would be contacted by investigators. She immediately opened her yearbook and pointed out Redacted's picture. She said that his appearance has changed from that picture, that now he has long hair and his face is, quote, really broken out, end quote. So she's saying his face is even worse than the pictures, which already you can see some acne here. So it's even worse. And so she's stating that his hair is longer than in, I'm assuming, this picture here. So that is curious. So is she corroborating that he did in fact have long hair? Longer than Klebold's? longer than he had. So this makes things add up even more. Smith recalled she is scheduled for the A lunch, which is the first lunch period. The bell rings at 11:15, and Smith, who was in the library during fourth hour, went to the cafeteria for lunch, which is scheduled to begin at 11:20. She said she got her piece of pizza, went to sit on the ledge in the corner by the school store. She made a sketch, which is attached. Smith recalled that this was the first time in a year and a half since she began driving to school that she has eaten in the cafeteria. Usually she goes out for lunch. That's interesting. This day... So April 20th happened to be the first time in a year and a half that she has eaten cafeteria. So this is like the inverse of all the Trenchcoat Mafia and their associates who just happened not to be there that day, or most of them anyway. Curious. Smith stated that every day as she was leaving the school for lunch, she would see Redacted, whom she knew walking toward the Weaver light to have a cigarette. When she returned, she would see him walking back toward the school. Smith described Redacted as always dressing the same every day, with a black trench coat, a black baseball cap turned backwards. The hat had a circular logo on it, possibly The World, and white letters, no expletive. Smith said Redacted wore his trench coat religiously, which is also curious. Does that mean he never took it off? Smith recalls someone saying something about paintball and hearing someone say prank. As soon as Smith realized there was a shooting, she immediately fled from the cafeteria through the doors by the store where she was sitting. She believes she was among the first to escape from the building. Smith said she went directly to her car, which was parked 7 spaces from Pierce in the junior parking lot. She drove out of the parking lot, going over the grass to get out. When she got to the street, she picked up a number of students who were fleeing, including a girl named Alicia and a number of football players. She drove them to their residences and then went home. When she got home, Smith told her mother there were 3 shooters and told her what she had seen. Smith recalled that an acquaintance, Matt Bruce, had been sitting by the far door of the cafeteria and could possibly provide other information. Now, just a quick aside here. To all the coincidence theorists that say, oh, it was frantic, people couldn't tell what they saw, what makes them so confident for the individuals that said that it was Klebold? How do they know that they weren't mistaken in all of the frantic panic? Maybe it was Robert Perry and they thought... It's always funny, with coincidence theorists, mistakes can only work one way, in the direction of the official narrative on the idiot box. Whatever the current official narrative on the idiot box is, not a previous narrative that may or may not have been debunked. Coincidence theorists are just so curious with that kind of logic where mistakes only work in one direction, in the direction of the cult of authority worship. Really weird, really weird. But let's continue here. She said acquaintance Matt Bruce was sitting by the far door of the cafeteria and could possibly provide other information. Smith told investigators about the phrase of the day, which was, "Today is not a good day to be here." Now that's curious for a million different reasons, and we will be getting to those reasons. Apparently Eric Vike is responsible for that. We will get to his breakdown later. Said the phrase of the day originated from the video class of which Eric Harris was a part. Smith told investigators that during the prior school year, 97 and 98, Redacted was frequently seen with a group of individuals dressed in similar trench coats, one of whom was a neighbor of the Smiths, Bobby Craig. Craig is the subject who killed his father, then committed suicide, or at least that's the official story. Robert Craig also bears some similarity to some of these other Trenchcoat Mafia members, coincidentally. Smith suggested that for additional insight into Harris, investigators might want to talk to an individual named Gwilym, who taught part of the video class. So that was a phonetic. So is that a teacher? Taught part of the class? Smith said another subject, Rusty Schleier, told her he had seen 6 shooters. 2 in the cafeteria, 2 in the library, 1 in the main hall, and 1 in the main office. Smith's boyfriend, Jeff Hulse, was in the photo lab at the time, and she said he apparently thought what was going on was just a fire drill. So here's another report, May 10th, regarding the original interview, May 3rd. And this is a follow-up interview on May 7th. Sergeant Watson re-interviewed Lacey Smith at her residence. In the presence of her mother, Smith was interviewed in order to clarify certain information regarding her reported observation of redacted in the area of the cafeteria immediately prior to the shootings. I asked Smith what event initially caused her to believe there was something wrong. She told me that there was a sound of window glass breaking, after which she recalled what sounded like rapid-fire shooting. I asked if the sound of shooting could have been more than one person firing, perhaps alternating. She agreed that it was possible that this was the case. I explained that what she originally had said about redacted shooting was not supported by physical evidence such as shell casings in the area where he was seen, and she seemed to understand he was probably not shooting. Smith described redacted again. She said he was wearing a long trench coat, but described it as not too long on him because he's so tall. He had on black pants, black leather shoes, not boots, which she described as being like Reeboks, and a black hat with white lettering. The hat was on backwards. The lettering said no expletive, the second half of BS, which is the same. I'm assuming this is the same hat she saw him wear all the time when he's going to and from smoking during lunch period, which she described earlier. Smith had originally described the hat as having a circular element in its design, which she thought was the Earth. When I spoke to her on this occasion, she said she thought that the Earth might have been part of the exclamation point. Smith described Redacted's hair as being really greasy and described how it stuck out from under the hat and on the sides. She said it was reddish brown. That's curious. Smith recalled that his coat was open. When I asked her about the shirt, she said he had on a black or white t-shirt. During the interview, she described the shirt as white. When I asked her about this, she said she thinks it was white. Curious, because Dylan Klebold was, of course, wearing a black shirt. I asked Smith to clarify the time of the events. She retraced all her movements. She saw and spoke with Pat Ireland. She retraced steps back to the building, classroom, to her truck, back to the school store. Smith re-entered the building. She stopped at the south end of the school store counter where she purchased a cheese personal pan pizza. She said she got quick service and had her pizza within 1 minute. Smith then went to the corner of the ledge adjacent to the doors at the end of the hallway that goes by the school store, where she started to eat. She did not buy a drink because she had her open water bottle. Smith recalls that she had only taken 1 or 2 bites from the first piece of a personal pan pizza when people began running for the stairs. I asked her to draw on a diagram of the school cafeteria where he went, where he stopped, and when she saw him last. On the diagram, she depicts Redacted as walking in through the doors past where she was sitting and going in about as far as the north end of the school store. It was at that time that she heard the windows breaking and then realized she was hearing shots. Smith said she grabbed her backpack, ran out the doors, leaving the remains of her pizza on the ledge. She recalled that she ran across the grass, then down into the parking lot and approached her truck from the back. She threw her backpack into the bed of the truck, drove uphill from the parking spot over a grass median into the driveway to get out of the parking lot. Smith also told me she wears glasses because she is nearsighted, but that she did not have them on that day. She believes her correction is about 20/30. She said she had some difficulty making things out at a distance, but that she did not have any trouble identifying Perry when he walked past her. I asked Smith how sure she was the person she saw and spoke with was Redacted. Now, there's really no doubt she's talking about Robert Perry here, just based on the previous reference that was not redacted. It seems they're only redacting it. Spoke with was... I asked 90% sure, 50% sure. Her response was 100% sure. I then showed Smith a photo lineup which included a picture of Dylan Klebold and asked her if the person who walked past her was in the lineup. She stated he was not in the lineup. I asked her if she knew any of the persons in the lineup, and she immediately pointed to Klebold's picture and identified him correctly by name. So this is yet another individual who knows both Robert Perry and Dylan Klebold and is 100% sure she did not see Dylan Klebold, but Robert Perry. She also pointed to 2 of the other pictures, said she knew them but couldn't remember their names. I asked Smith about Matt Bruce, whom she said was in the cafeteria. She clarified that she had not actually seen Bruce in the cafeteria. She had learned this from talking to him at a later time. I also asked Smith to clarify Redacted's possible affiliation with a group of kids she used to see last year, which included Robbie Craig. She clarified that she had not seen Redacted with that group. Smith told me that she has known Redacted since she was a freshman, but she never knew what his last name was until after the incident. She said that she had learned his last name when she and her friend Dana Remy were talking right after the incident, and she looked up the picture in the yearbook. So is this just clearly a case of, even in people who don't know these exact individuals, they know who they saw. They look through the yearbook, they see the guy that they saw, then they have investigators tell them that's not who they saw. And most of them probably would fold under all this pressure from authorities. Smith talked about seeing Redacted at the school frequently, even though he had either dropped out or been suspended. So here we have yet another guy, Robert Perry, in addition to Joe Stair, possibly other individuals who were suspended or previously graduated, and they're still hanging out at the school. We have multiple individuals constantly saying, including faculty, that these trenchcoat mafia members, former members, or member affiliates, they just keep hanging out at the school. And yet, the coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger goofs, they maintain that it was impossible for any of these individuals to be at the school because for some reason their alibis, which include friends, family members, or girlfriends, and them just sleeping at home alone during those exact hours. Anybody else find this strange? I don't know. This is mind-shocking. I mean, I guess I know this is why this is one of the most requested topics on MindShock for several years now, because the mainstream narrative just really does not hold up. She explained where she usually saw him walking south on Pierce towards the area of the seminary building, which is a brownish-colored house on the northwest corner of the same block where Columbine High School is located, or that he would go one block further to Weaver, where she would see him alone smoking. Smith said there's a culvert area in the area across the street to the south of the seminary buildings where kids are known to sometimes go smoke marijuana. There's also a follow-up phone interview listed here on July 9th, 1999, telephone interview regarding July 8th's interview by this Jeffco officer concerning her observations on the 20th. Smith said she was positive she saw only one gunman at the high school. Smith said she has heard that other students talking about up to 6 suspects at the school on April 20th, but could not give any other details. So she's 100% sure she saw Robert Perry, yet in this report regarding the phone interview, he's not even mentioned. It's just stated that she only saw one. Now we have the October 25th, 1999 follow-up interview, Larry Erzin. So, spoke with Sheila Smith reference to her daughter, who had been interviewed May 3rd. When I contacted Sheila, I explained to her why I wanted to re-interview Lacey and stated we had several additional questions we would like to ask Lacey in reference to her identification of Redacted as being the gunman in the cafeteria, April 20th, 1999. I explained to Sheila that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office had recovered a videotape from the cafeteria, and at no time do we identify Redacted as being in the cafeteria, nor do I identify him as shooting within the school. Sheila explained to me that Lacey is hesitant to agree to be interviewed again, stating Lacey does not believe that law enforcement believes the information she passed along in reference to this case. So here we have her mother stating that she believes she's not being believed. So she does not feel comfortable with an interview with investigators who are calling her a liar. This is all very curious. I mean, again, the coincidence theorists ignore all of this because it's not just a simple case of mistaken identity and everything getting cleared up. Here we have a number of students who are clearly being pressured to change their story, and they're not comfortable about it. I told Sheila that it is important we re-interview Lacey in order to correct any discrepancies that might have occurred in the initial interview. It was tentatively scheduled we would meet October 14th at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. On October 14th, between the hours of 1:53 and 3:20, I had an opportunity to re-interview Lacey Smith at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, and present during the interview was her mother, Sheila. I provided a copy of the report generated by Detective Jeff Kreutzer with the Golden Police Department. In reference to his initial interview with Lacey Smith, I had Lacey and Sheila read through the report and ask if there were any discrepancies. I brought it to Lacey's attention where she specifically told investigators that she identified Redacted as entering into the cafeteria via Rebel Corner, at which time she said hi to Redacted. So she said hi to this guy who she clearly identified, and these investigators are telling her it's not the guy she said. As Redacted passed her and was seen near the commons area of the cafeteria, she then explained that Redacted pulled a weapon from under his trench coat and started firing into the cafeteria. Lacey was asked if she was sure in these statements, at which time she told me she has a vivid imagination and is unclear on exactly what she saw occur in the cafeteria on April 20th, 1999. So it's curious, because it's curious. You would think all of these interviews, re-interviews, they'd be audio taped or video interviewed. It would be curious to see how leading the investigators were. Like if they said, well, we know it's not him because he has an alibi here, so is it possible you had a vivid imagination? And then if she said no, and they said, well, we really want you to think about this. You might have to go to court. You might have to go to court many times. Are you 100% sure? You might have not just had... That's a strange thing to say. She's saying of her own imagination that it's vivid, whereas she clearly expressed concerns to her mother that investigators were not believing what they were saying. So now, even without any real pressure, what do a lot of kids and teenagers do when they're not believed? They simply change their story because it's too much hassle. Is that what happened here, especially with this extremely traumatic event? I asked Lacey if she could explain to me exactly what she saw on the incident date and asked her to give me a little background on what her classes were before she went into the cafeteria on the incident date. Lacey stated prior to going to the cafeteria, she was in her history class taught by Miss Green. They were in the library. After being released from history class between 11:15 and 11:20, she told me she went down into the cafeteria where she got a slice of pizza from the school store. After she got her pizza, Lacey stated she went over to the ledge in the corner near the school store where she began to eat her pizza. I asked Lacey if she ate with anyone or recalls who might have been sitting near her. Lacey stated she always eats alone and she doesn't know any of the other students that were near her. Lacey explained that just after she started to eat her pizza, she recalls seeing a tall individual, described as a white male, about 6'5" to 6'6". Now, who does that sound like? Does that sound like 6'5" Robert Perry or 6'3" Dylan Klebold? Would people describe Dylan Klebold as 6'6"? Maybe. But it seems that Robert Perry more closely resembles this individual. And, I mean, it's so weird. The coincidence theorists really buy that a guy that walked by her, she said hi to, she was familiar with, saw him walking and smoking almost every day during lunch. I mean, and they're saying it wasn't who she thought he was. Apparently, if she really did say hi to him, he walked by her, she said hi to him. He continues walking, then he pulls out a gun and starts shooting. What are the chances she's mistaken? I mean, again, maybe she is. Maybe she is. I mean, it would be curious if investigators ever really did character reports from all the other people that knew her to see if she really did have this vivid imagination. Does she have a history of telling lies for attention? All these other things. If she doesn't, I mean, this is really strange. I asked Lacey if she was identifying this person as being redacted, at which time she told me she didn't know who the individual was. Wow, this is a huge change of story. I asked Lacey if she was sure about that, and Lacey said she can't even tell me if the individual was redacted or if he was wearing any type of trench coat. Okay, so, wow, is this a complete 180? Is now Lacey Smith, is this her call for help to just leave a trail of breadcrumbs to show that she was intimidated? Because now she's stating she can't even remember if he was wearing a trench coat. She has no idea she can't tell who the individual was or if they were even wearing a trench coat. Is this her simply just shutting her brain off, saying, I can't remember anything, I have a vivid imagination, because she does not want to deal with the situation, which she clearly made clear to her mother, who stated that she does not feel comfortable being interviewed because she does not believe anybody is believing her. I explained to Lacey that there is a discrepancy in the initial report, which she filed with Detective Jeff Kreutzer, where she specifically tells him she saw Redacted walk into the cafeteria wearing a trench coat, and in fact, she said hi to the individual. Lacey told me she doesn't recall exactly what she said to the person, but she thinks she did say hi, greeting the party, but again, she told me she is not sure if this person was redacted. It's also curious what investigators told the parents, because did they tell the parents, just be a lot easier if she said she wasn't sure, or she couldn't remember, just so we could wrap up the reports and we don't have to keep bothering you and your family. And what would a parent say in response to that? What would they tell their kid to say? I had Lacey describe the actions of the individual and told her to tell me exactly what the person did. Lacey stated this white male walked towards the common area, stopped, at which time she said she saw the individual place his right hand on his right hip and move from side to side. Again, is Dylan Klebold left-handed? Lacey was asked if she observed any type of firearm at this point. She stated she did not. I again referred Lacey to the report, which was generated by Detective Kreutzer, and asked her why she told the detective she described seeing the individual moving from the side to side and described rapid-fire shooting coming from the individual, telling the detective that she believed the party had a gun concealed under his long coat. Lacey told me again she has a vivid imagination and could not possibly tell me if the individual had a firearm of any sort. I asked Lacey about the gunfire coming from the area where the individual was located. She told me at this point she doesn't know if the gunfire was coming from the cafeteria or if it was coming from outside the cafeteria. I asked Lacey if she could tell me where the individual went. Lacey stated after she heard the initial gunfire, she ran from the cafeteria, grabbed her backpack, proceeded into the junior parking lot, got into her vehicle, and drove out of the Columbine parking lot. I explained to Lacey that the information she was providing me does not match the information she provided Detective Kreutzer in the initial interview on May 3rd, telling her that, again, there were several discrepancies. I asked Lacey if she identified Redacted as being the gunman that she saw walk into the cafeteria on the incident date. Lacey stated she could not identify Redacted as being involved in the incident, telling me that she does not even recall what the party was wearing, and after the party walked past her into the commons area of the cafeteria, that's when she proceeded to hear gunfire. Again, Lacey told me that she did not see the party with any type of weapon and could not tell me where the gunfire was coming from. After the completion of the interview, I asked Lacey if there was any additional information she would like to pass on. Lacey stated there's a rumor around school that there's a student by the name of Eric Vike had assisted Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold in some video school projects, and Eric is now a runaway and has stolen money from a past employer. Lacey explained that she had heard the FBI is currently looking for Eric and is going to charge him with some type of copyright violations. In reference to some videos he had assisted Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold in making, I explained to Lacey that we were well aware of Eric Vike, at which time I terminated the interview. Okay, so strange. Now, here's another thing the coincidence theorists never think about. If there was a conspiracy, and they needed to put the kibosh on it, and they needed all these individuals to recant, or at least say their memory is funny, and all of a sudden have vivid imaginations, how would they go about that? Would they just simply have the investigators pressure kids and or their parents to do this? And now, lo and behold, now all the coincidence theorists can say, oh yeah, they did. There were reports of other shooters, but they were all redacted, so it's all good. But what these goofs fail to understand is that if there were a conspiracy and if there were a cover-up, isn't this exactly how they would do it? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking that question. Just asking questions. Let's look at Brenton Hooker. So let's look at document 16,397. Witness Brenton James Hooker. Witness to the shooting, Agent Griffith and Mundine, Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Date, time of the interview, April 21st, 1999, 4 p.m. So day after. Place of interview, I'm assuming this is their address. Okay. With the permission of Hooker's mother, Pam Hooker, a witness interview was conducted concerning Hooker's knowledge of the shooting and bombing incident at Columbine High School on April 20th, approximately 11:15 a.m. Hooker advised that at approximately 11:15 a.m. he was in math class taking a test when he felt and heard an explosion. His teacher, Mr. Havens, ordered everyone out of the classroom and to evacuate the building. Hooker stated he also heard the fire alarm sound. Havens led the students from the classroom out the east door just south of the main entrance, and they ran across Pierce Street into the yards of residences. As they reached Pierce Street, another explosion sounded, and Havens ordered the students to run to Leawood Park. When Hooker reached the intersection of Pierce and West Fair Drive, he turned around and observed an individual he thought was Robert Perry, ex-student of Columbine High School, standing outside the door just to the north of the main entrance, shooting a pistol in his direction, and a group of students and ambulances parked at the intersection of Pierce and West Fair Drive. Hooker saw dust kick up near the edge of Pierce Street from the gunshots and continued to run east on West Fair Drive for a short distance. Then he turned around, looked back to the school, and could no longer see the individual. He continued running east on West Fair Drive until he reached a friend's house and telephoned his mother. Hooker described the individual he thought was Perry as 6'8" to 6'11". Now here, I don't think anyone can hallucinate he's describing Klebold now. Because Robert Perry's 6'5", I mean, a little bit, maybe close to 6'8". Klebold, I don't think anybody could describe him as close to 6'8". And then, of course, regarding the pants, Klebold's got these baggy pants with pockets. He's describing tight black pants, just like all these other witnesses. Black trench coat, knee-length sunglasses, black mask covering mouth and nose. Huh. So did he not see his face, but he thought it was Perry just because of how freakishly tall he was? Because all these other guys are 6 to 6'3", maybe. Obviously, Perry's one of the taller ones. Hooker advised he spoke with another student whom he identified as Terry Lawson, who stated he had seen Perry in the school commons area earlier that day on April 20th, 1999. Hooker advised he was introduced to members of the Trenchcoat Mafia approximately 3 years ago by another student whom he identified as Michael Martin. He stated Martin has since moved to Erie, Colorado with his parents. Hooker advised on occasion he spoke with Perry, Joe Stair, and Chris Morris. So he knows Perry, Stair, and Morris. So Morris is also 6'5", but if he knows all of them, perhaps Morris and Robert... Well, actually, wait, Morris is 6'4", not 6'5". So I'm assuming Robert Perry is the tallest guy, and that's why he thought that. Hooker was aware of and has seen a movie produced by Morris last year for his video drafting class, which depicts bomb making, firing weapons, and blowing up the school. Hooker advised Morris's teacher, Mr. Talico, should have a copy of the taped movie. Hooker stated he did not believe any of the group was into neo-Nazi Gothic, nor did he see any firearms over in their possession. However, he did observe a hunting knife in Morris's possession on several occasions. None of the members of Trenchcoat Mafia ever shouted racial slurs or professed violence, which he had heard. Hooker described the Trenchcoat Mafia members as a group of outcast friends that banded together who enjoyed doing similar things. He'd never heard them discuss or suggest violence against anyone. Hooker knew Klebold and Harris by sight, but rarely spoke with them. Okay, so he did speak to Perry on occasion. And he had seen Klebold around. He saw them on site, and Harris. And he is identifying Perry as the individual that he had seen based on his height. So this is someone who's familiar with the height of Perry, Joe Stair, Chris Morris, and Dylan Klebold. On April 22nd, Hooker returned to the school site with Griffith and Mundine and showed them the exact position of the shooter and his location when he saw the shooter. This location was approximately 200 yards east of the shooter's location outside the door. From this position, it would be difficult to positively identify anyone, especially while being shot at. I like how the investigator had there, which is true. I mean, 200 yards is a long time, but again, this guy clearly thought it was Perry based on his height, and this guy is someone who's familiar with Perry and Klebold. So, and he apparently saw the type of pants too. Would you be able to tell if somebody's pants were baggy or tight? I mean, I don't know. It's just curious. Very curious. And again, if this, as I keep stating, if it was only 1 or 2 accounts, we could write them all off. We're going over somewhere upwards of 60 accounts of Robert Perry specifically being identified. Very tight, very skinny, tight black pants. Curious. Tyler Chenoweth, document 1825 through 1831. I don't see a lot here. Apparently, he said he stayed in the room during the incident until rescued by SWAT in the science room. A few of these people, they knew Dylan Klebold. They thought Chris Morris was in the cafeteria at that time, between 7 and 7:30 a.m. the morning of the shooting. Was in Mr. Peterson's 5th hour science class when the shooting began, science room 2. Okay, a student in the science room named Jen Small said that one suspect was a student who attended a Halloween party as a warlock. No other suspect information, no duffel bag information. So is it known that Robert Perry attended a Halloween party as a warlock? When asked about Eric Harris, he said he did know who Eric Harris was and did know his first name. He said that Eric would sometimes be in the cafeteria in the mornings before school classes started. He would be in the cafeteria with his friends playing hearts. at table WW, and he would see Eric and others at tables VV, UU, or XX. He said Eric always ate a bag of donuts in the morning. He has only seen Eric in a trench coat a couple times in the last 2 years. He said that he and his friend Andy Thomas knew Chris Morris and said that Chris knew Eric Harris. When asked about Dylan Klebold, he said that he knew his first name also. He said that he saw Dylan helping another student named Chris Morris with video filming as part of the stage crew activity after school. He said that his friends Andy Thomas and Mike Casey knew Dylan. He said that Dylan wore a black trench coat a lot at school. From watching Dylan interact with the others, he thought that Dylan was a follower. He said that no matter what they were all going to do, like go out and smoke a cigarette, Dylan would go too. He thought that if Chris Morris and Eric Harris told Dylan to go jump off a cliff, Dylan would do it. When asked about Redacted, he said that Redacted was part of the stage crew with him. He said that Redacted would help out with the lights and the video crew. He said that Redacted would wear black fatigues and a beret. He's talking about Morris here. He also knew that Redacted's girlfriend was named Nicole. Upon looking at the yearbook, he identified Nicole's last name as Markham. When asked about Redacted, he said that Redacted was on the stage crew last semester. He thought that Redacted got kicked out of stage crew and he was not seen with them at all this semester. He said that Redacted did wear a trench coat at school and that he looked goofy in it. He said that the coat was too small for him. He thought Redacted was perverted in that he talked about sex all the time. When asked about Redacted, he said he saw him last year during second semester as he had 7th hour off. He said that Redacted hung out with some of his friends last year. He thought Redacted was also perverted. He said that Redacted talked about sex all the time. When asked, he did not know Redacted. When asked, he thought 6 students wore the trench coats at school. He did not know any of the other trench coat students or associates. He never heard any talk of bombings or shootings. When asked if he saw any of the trench coat students in school the day of the shooting, he said he thought he remembered Chris Morris being in the cafeteria at table VV. He thought that Chris was at the table with 5 or 6 others, but he did not know who they would be as he did not pay much attention to them. He is not positive that he did see Chris Morris that morning, but he said he was pretty sure. And not positive, see, this all points to the investigators really getting in on these interviews and saying, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure he had alibi? Like, it just seems, and they constantly have to restate it in the report. He had Mr. Peterson's science class for 5th hour. He looked at a diagram of the school, said his class was in science room number 2. Several minutes into the class, he heard a lot of screaming and then a loud bang as if someone slammed a door. He said that the fire alarm then went off. He and others walked out the class and were told to get back in by another teacher, Mrs. Miller. He said Mrs. Miller was telling everyone to get back. He heard another big bang and talk that a shooter was in the school. He heard a lot more bangs. A student named Jen Small saw through the door during the incident and said that the tall suspect had curly hair and was the student who came to a Halloween party as a warlock. He thought of Robert Perry based on that description. He said that when rescued by SWAT, he and others were led down the stairs through the cafeteria and out the west doors. They then went up the outside stairs and away to be transported by police cars away from the school. While being let out, he saw blood on the floor by the top of the stairs just outside the science area. He saw a body at the bottom of the stairs and another one by the top of the stairs near a dumpster. He remembered cops telling him and others not to touch the backpack that was on a car in the corner of the west lot next to the west cafeteria door. Okay, that concludes the interview with Tyler Chenoweth. All right, so just these constant little references to Robert Pelly. That one, of course, is not that compelling, but it's just curious that they keep stacking up. Tiffany Lyon, 962 to 975. Tall white male, long black trench, black jeans, dark brown hair, dark brown hair or black, and he was wearing a black cap. His hair was kind of long, had curls, he was skinny, and his shoulders kind of slunched over. On May 3rd, she had her interview, 1999. Leanne told me on April 20th, 7 a.m., she arrived at Columbine for the purpose of going to her classes. Went to first, second, third, and fourth period. She stated her fourth period science class ended at 11:10. She walked immediately to the cafeteria to get her food and went outside. sat on a concrete pad southwest corner cafeteria. She had lunch with Tessa Nelson. Lunch started at 11:20. Still outside, she sat down, began to eat her lunch. At 11:22, she heard what she thought to be a firecracker noises coming from the west. She observed a gunman come down the steps located on the west side of the cafeteria. Stated the suspect came down to the area just north of the chain link fence by the steps. Leon described gunman number 1 as a white male, tall, approximately 6 foot tall, 7 to 18, dark, long, curled up brown hair, down the back and over the ears with a black baseball hat worn backwards. A black t-shirt, jeans, and a black trench, black combat boots with his pants tucked in and the jacket unbuttoned. Witness Leon stated the suspect had no gloves nor mask. Carried one black gun, larger than a handgun, and was holding it with 2 hands. Describing a handgun similar to Tech 9, Leon stated that she observed the gun being fired twice, shooting toward the bottom of the stairs. She observed Anne-Marie Hoshelter get shot in the back, stating she saw blood coming from Hoshelter's back. Also saw Lance Kirkland get shot in the leg. Leon stated that she knows that Kirkland got shot in the leg because she saw blood coming from his leg and Kirkland grabbing his leg. At that time, she and Nelson ran back into the school and into the bathroom located in the cafeteria. Leon stated she stayed in the bathroom for approximately 40 minutes, standing on the toilets so that the gunman could not see their legs if they came into the bathroom. Leon stated that during the 40 minutes in the bathroom, she could still hear shots being fired in the cafeteria, estimating approximately 20 shots. She stated she could hear loud banging noises, approximately 10 in number, and that the bathroom was shaking and the sprinklers and fire alarm had gone off. She could hear a voice saying, "I hate you." Leon also stated she heard a voice state, "I am guarding the top of the stairs." I wonder, see, if they had done a really thorough investigation, they should have played the voices of various suspects to see if they could identify voices as well. Leon stated that after about 40 minutes, the gunshots were no longer being heard in the cafeteria, but now they were being heard upstairs. Leon stated that she felt this was the appropriate time to leave and exited the bathroom, at which time she saw smoke in the cafeteria, and her and Nelson ran out the foreign language hall emergency exit and ran to the seminary located at Pearson Polk. She stated once at the cemetery on Pearson Polk, students, to include herself, began looking through the 98 Columbine school yearbook, at which time she believes that she observed a photo of redacted. Leon stated at that time she believed gunman number 1 was redacted, but now that she was not so sure as she was on April 20th. Leon stated that she was approximately 20 to 25 feet away from the gunman number 1, looked at him face to face for approximately 25 seconds, frozen in her tracks. She stated that she had not seen Eric Harris since last semester, when she used to see him during second period, and that she has never seen Dylan Klebold. So this is someone who has never seen Klebold and is not sure. Again, this one's in the maybe pile. Leon stated that during her last semester, she would in the cafeteria approximately see 7 of them, 3 of them wearing trench coats. Leon stated approximately 3 of them would always be wearing trench coats. She believes gunman number 1 used to be a student at Columbine High, but has since dropped out prior to April 20th, and that she has seen him in the school before. That's curious, though. So she doesn't remember Klebold, but she clearly remembers this guy who she believes was the shooter. So follow-up interview, May 3rd, 1999, 6:30. I returned to the residence of Tiffany Lean for the purpose of showing her additional photo lineups concerning the shooting at Columbine High School. Prior to showing Lean any lineup, I marked each line up on the back with a number starting with number 3 through 14. The following occurred: reference lineups through 14. So 1 to 14, number 6 was the only one she identified. I think it's number 6, 65% sure. 65%, so that's not a huge percentage. I'm assuming that is Robert Perry that she identified. Additional information. Witness Lean stated that she remembered that the gunman had a lot of acne around his mouth and nose area of his face. Again, we can look at these pictures taken of Dylan Klebold just days prior at the prom. Was that 2-3 days before at the prom? His face relatively clear, pretty much completely clear. And then you have Robert Perry, known for his terrible acne. So even though she's not sure, she remembered the acne. It was memorable. And the coincidence theorists would pretend these are all hallucinations. Follow-up report. Let's guess what happens here. So this is the ATF, and this report was submitted November 5th regarding November 4th. The November 4th re-interview, Traver went over with Tiffany Lian the previous description of the individual she had witnessed on April 20th. She described as a white male, 6 foot tall, 17 to 18, with dark, long, curled up brown hair down the back over the ears, black baseball hat worn backwards, black t-shirt, black jeans, black trench coat, pants tucked into the black boots, jacket unbuttoned. She also remembers him carrying a black colored firearm that was larger than a handgun and was holding it with both hands. She also stated the gunman had bad acne. She stated she saw the gunman shoot Anne-Marie Hoshelter and Lance Kirkland. Traver then provided photos that had been taken from the cafeteria video camera. After looking at photo 53 from Packet A, Fry stated the image from Packet A, why is it talking about Fry here? Say the image of Dylan Klebold did look like the person shooting people outside of April 20th. She stated that the person she had previously believed the shooter to be was redacted. She stated that the person she saw and redacted have similar physical characteristics. In a previous interview, after reviewing a 98 yearbook, she had believed the shooter to be redacted. Lian stated that she was familiar with redacted because she used to see him during her off period. She had never seen Dylan Klebold, which may have caused her to believe the person she saw was redacted. However, after further consideration of the image from the photo, Lian stated that she was certain that the person she saw in photo 53 from Packet A was the individual she saw on April 20th, shooting students outside the high school. How convenient. And they never revisit the acne, and that Klebold did not have visible acne. Very, very convenient. Again, if this was a cover-up, how would it be executed? Wow, here's some, wow. What the heck? I don't know if they got their numbers wrong here regarding Kristen Long, listed 20,245 as a document number. This document number is curious for a different reason. Unclassified Information Control number DN 2454. And the source here is Barbara Fleener, affiliation spouse of Columbine High School teacher. Barb Fleener's co-worker, Sandy Leach, told her that approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago, she filed a report with Jeffco after observing 2 juvenile males in the vicinity of Columbine High School running through a field with shotguns, entering a white Jeep Cherokee. That's weird. So this was in February 99. Leach saw 3 white males in white Jeep Cherokee carrying rifle with scope in vicinity of Columbine. Kristen Long is document 5026 to 5032. Date of report, April 29th. Referencing, date of that report. On April 30th, 0900, I spoke with Kristen Long on the phone. She stated she walked to school the morning of April 20th, arrived at approximately 7:35. She stated she knew Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. She stated she was good friends with them in the 10th grade. She is now a senior. She stated she got to know them because she was a good friend of Zach Heckler, who is good friends with Chris Morris, who is in turn a good friend of Klebold and Harris. She stated she became a pretty good friend of Chris Morris. She stated that she recently had become more of an acquaintance to them. She stated she would sit and eat breakfast with the group a lot, but stopped doing it this December 98 since she wanted to spend more time with her boyfriend instead. Kristen stated that they didn't hesitate to talk freely around her. She stated they talked a lot about guns and bombs and killing people. She stated they weren't specific about what their targets would be, but that they were obsessed with it. She stated they would talk about hunting each other and about playing the game. Kristen didn't know for sure, but she thought this could possibly be a computer game. She stated that Redacted was also obsessed with guns and death. She stated she wouldn't be surprised if he was involved in the shooting at the school. According to Kristen, Redacted used to be the leader of the group before Eric Harris joined. She stated Eric Harris took over the leadership and Dylan Klebold was more of a follower along with Redacted. She added that she didn't think that Redacted had the guts to go crazy and with a gun and kill people. She stated she had lost touch with Redacted during her junior year. Kristen stated she usually saw Klebold and Harris in the Commons cafeteria, but did not see them there the morning of April 20th. She added she did not see them at all that day in between her classes. Kristen stated there were definite signs that something could happen. She described the group as staring you down if they passed you in the hall and if you weren't their friend. She also stated even though she did not believe them if they told her of this plan because it sounded so unbelievable. She also stated even she would not believe them if they told her of this plan because it sounded so unbelievable. She stated the group really tried to alienate themselves from others. Kristen also added that she worked at the Cooper 7 Theater, which is next door to Blackjack Pizza where Morris, Klebold, and Harris worked. Kristen stated she ran out the door when the shooting was going on and a bullet traveled past her head and broke the glass in the door in front of her. During fifth period, Long was in the choir room when two students she identified as Brandon Ricebeck and Beth Bradshaw came into the room saying somebody is shooting in the Commons. It was about 2 minutes before Long heard some shooting. She stated it was more than one gunshot and appeared to be getting closer. Mr. Andre Sr. then said for everyone to get into the auditorium and to get on the floor. Long ran out of the east door of the choir room and turned north. She stated that hallway was very crowded with people trying to get into the auditorium. The auditorium door is the first door on the left as you go north in the hallway. Long stated she was one of the last students to enter the auditorium from the small hallway outside the choir room. She stated while she was waiting to get into the auditorium, she looked to her left and saw a really tall male wearing a black trench coat. Now, would you describe someone as 6'3" as really tall, or would you describe someone more in the area of 6'5" as really tall? Wearing a black trench coat, jogging east through the south main hallway, the individual jogged past the hall that Long was in. Long believed that the male was white because she believes she saw part of his arm. She stated the suspect was dressed in all black and possibly wearing black gloves. She saw a gun on the right side of the suspect. Again, is Dylan Klebold left-handed? She stated she did not believe it was a sawed-off shotgun. She stated it was long and swinging by the suspect's right leg. The suspect was not shooting when he jogged past the hall that Long was in. Long stated she could still hear shots coming from the west when she saw this suspect. Long stated the suspect she saw running past the hall looked as though he was wearing pantyhose or some kind of netting over his face. She stated that she could tell he had a large nose because his nose was sticking out from his face. She stated his hair was matted down and she was certain that his hair color was dark and definitely not blonde. His hair was an unknown length. Long stated she did not know if she saw anyone else running down past the hall while they were waiting to get into the auditorium. I asked for the name of the students who were around her. She stated she could not recall. When Long entered the auditorium, she stated she was standing by the sound booth, which is near the top of the auditorium. She stated she could hear 3 to 4 gunshots very clearly. She then heard a male voice yelling. She could not distinguish the words. Long thought that the male voice was coming from the stairwell, which leads from the Commons into the auditorium. She also thought the person who was yelling in the stairwell was shooting. Long stated when she heard 3 or 4 shots, they were very close and seemed to be coming from inside the auditorium. She and several other students ran out the northeast doors of the auditorium. These doors led into the north main hallway. When Long entered the north main hallway, she looked to her left and saw that the fire doors, which were only a few feet away from her, were shut. Long stated the fire alarm was going, and she ran east towards the main exit. There are double glass doors in the main entrance of the school. As Long was running toward the interior of glass doors, she was aware that both sides of the door were still intact. She decided to take the glass door on the left. As she began to go through the doorway, the glass shattered. She continued to proceed east and exited the second pair of glass doors. Once outside the school, she ran along South Pierce Street towards Clement Park. There, she found a cell phone and called her mother. I asked Long if she sustained an injury from the shattering glass door. She said no. Long then told me that just before exiting the first set of glass doors at the main exit, she turned and looked westward. She stated she briefly saw a person or a shadow of a person against the west door, which is the doorway leading from the Tech Center Hall into the north main hallway. She thought the person was tall with long legs. She thought perhaps she was seeing his silhouette. She did not see any weapons. She believed it to be the same person she had seen jogging past the hallway going east in the south main hallway. Long stated that some of the students who had come out of the auditorium into the north main hallway went back to the auditorium because shots were being fired. I asked Long if anyone came to mind when she saw the individual with the gun running east in the south main hallway. She stated the person that came to mind was redacted. She did not clearly see the individual's face and could not positively identify the person as redacted. Long stated that numerous students from Columbine ended up being on the front yard of her house after vacating the school. Long lives in the subdivision just east of Columbine High. She remembers Zach Heckler's girlfriend, whose first name is Devin, stating that she heard the Trenchcoat Mafia saying they were going to get even with the school. Devin did not say who specifically made that comment. And that's all we have there, but that's curious because if it was another individual, Robert Perry or someone else, were they running around shooting with the school and then they left? They were involved in the beginning and then they ran out and left. Would that account for everything? Because it does seem strange if there were 6, 7, 8 shooters, if they stayed the entire time and were running around everywhere, perhaps there'd be more sightings. But if there were other shooters that were only there at the beginning, or possibly wore masks, I mean, who knows what the situation is. Again, in the fog of war, so to speak, it is difficult to remember things, but matching up all these accounts, there's a lot of people that saw things that can't be explained. Let's go to Rusty Schuyler, 5464. So what's strange here is apparently Rusty Schuyler's interview, or is this name misspelled? Is that a nickname, Rusty? That's probably not his real name. I can't find this report, but Star Viego, who put this list together, I mean, we've gone through all the reports. They're all accurate. His quotes are accurate so far. This one is missing, but supposedly it says the individual was very tall. Schuyler saw his face partially and thought, based upon his dress and size, that it may have been redacted. He was 100% sure it was redacted. He described redacted as being 6'6" to 6'7" and having lots of zits. So is 6'6" closer to 6'6" to 6'7" closer to Perry's 6'5" or Klebold's 6'3" frame? And again with the zits. All these people seeing a guy with acne. Chris Tieran, 1207, saw a tall shooter with acne, large nose, shoulder-length hair. He stated the picture he saw was of redacted. He was pretty sure he was the shooter, that he saw the shooter, and that was the shooter that morning at Columbine High School. Cited 1207. And this listing is accurate. It is indeed Christopher Tieran, 1202 to 1208. May 12th, he was interviewed. He saw Lance Kirkland fall down, saw a second kid fall down, saw a female fall down, directly west of where he stood, about 5 yards. He saw blood on the female. At this time, Chris saw a tall, 6'1" male, black cap, large nose, shoulder-length hair, black trench, carrying a black 1.5-foot long gun with a bullet clip on the underside of the gun. Chris believed he was about 15 yards from this person as the person was walking alone down the outside steps on the north side of the cafeteria. They ran past the science room, told Chris to stop running. He said they ran past the science room. A teacher who was unaware of what was going on told Chris to stop running. They continued running through the south hallway, planning to inform the administration. The hallways were empty at this time. They turned to the north near the math department, heading for the administration. When they reached the north hallway, across from the administration, Chris stopped because he heard more gunfire down the hall to the west. The shots were being fired in his direction, ricocheting off the lockers in the hall. He described the sound as a loud ricocheting noise, much more rapid than the gunfire he heard outside. He and Brian ran across the hall to the administration. He did not see the person who was firing the weapon upstairs and could not say how far away they were. As he and Brian entered the administration area, the principal was coming out and headed toward the west where the gunfire was coming from. Chris, Brian, several students in the administration area, and many faculty members exited the school north of the principal's office. Chris did not see any gunmen or suspicious people outside the school when he exited. He ran to Clement Park, was later picked up by a female student he did not know. Chris had no further information on the shootings, had little knowledge of the Trenchcoat Mafia. He had heard of them and seen them around school, but did not know any of them. Again, for those insisting there was no Trenchcoat Mafia and it was all just a media myth, I mean, countless reports say otherwise. So this is May 24th report regarding May 20th phone call from, this is investigator Vondenkamp. I received a phone call from Columbine High School student Christopher Therian. I had interviewed Chris on May 12th at his home in Littleton. Chris advised me that he had seen a picture of the person he described to me as the shooter on the outside steps north of the cafeteria on April 20th. He stated that the picture he saw was of redacted, and he was pretty sure he was the shooter he saw that morning at Columbine High School. I scheduled an interview with Chris at his home May 24th and advised him I wanted him to look at a photo lineup. He agreed to this. May 24th, I interviewed Chris Therian at his home in Littleton. His stepmother, Carol Therian, was present for the interview. I asked Chris what events led him to looking up the picture of redacted and calling me. He stated that on May 18th, he was talking with his friend, Bijan Monte, who he was with during the shooting. They were talking about the incident, and Chris advised Bijan that he gave the following description to the investigator that interviewed him. He described the shooter as a white male, 6 foot, large nose, acne, shoulder-length hair, wearing a black cap, possible backwards baseball cap, and a dark trench coat. He then told Bijan he thinks it was Dylan Klebold, but was not sure. Bijan said it was not Dylan Klebold she saw the morning outside the cafeteria. She then showed Chris a picture of redacted from the yearbook. Chris stated that the picture he saw of redacted appeared to be the person carrying the black 1.5 foot long gun on April 20th. Chris stated he also spoke with Brian Fry, who he was with on April 20th, and Brian identified redacted as a shooter on the outside of the Columbine High School cafeteria. Chris stated that he has not spoken with anybody about this identification except Brian Bijan and his family. On May 19th, he was watching the news and they reported that the investigation had ruled out a third shooter. He decided to contact me based on this. So are these just teenage kids who want to do the right thing? They see on the media that the third shooter was ruled out, but they know what they saw. I gave Chris a photo lineup explanation form and had him read it aloud to me. He read it, stated he understood. I then showed Chris a photo lineup with 6 similar featured males. He looked at the 6 photos, then pointed to photo number 5. He stated that the person in photo number 5 was possibly the person he witnessed carrying a gun, wearing a trench coat on the outside steps north of the Columbine High School cafeteria, April 20th, 1999. He stated that I still have Dylan Klebold's picture in my mind because I've seen his picture so many times since it happened. Chris checked possible and wrote number 5, then signed and dated the photo lineup form. Chris stated he recognized photo number 5 as redacted, a Columbine High School student whom he had seen in the school this past year occasionally wearing a trench coat. Redacted was positioned in photo number 5 in this lineup. Chris had no more information to add. So the gaslighting didn't work on this fella, because he sees Dylan Klebold's picture plastered all over the news, which for some people, when they see his image that much, they might be convinced that's who they saw, even if that's not who they saw. Again, something that coincidence theorists never consider. So continuing on here, Erin Walton is listed. Wrong document number, but I did find her statement is on 2242. She did not name Robert Perry, who is very tall, bad acne scars on his cheek. I don't know if this list is wrong, but there is something very damning in her testimony. And she saw, and I'll go through it because I'm going to have to go through it anyway. So this is 3:40 p.m. April 20th, when this is in her own handwriting, her Denver Police Department statement. I was in the science room, heard gunshots, thought it was a senior prank, heard fire alarm. We started to run out, but the teacher told us not to. We turned the tables over to cover. We heard gunshots getting closer. We saw 2 guys standing in the doorway, backs to us. Heard them fire 2 to 3 shots, don't know where, passed towards the science teacher's room. Then they left. One of the guys was tall, black hair, wearing all black. The other one had short, I can't tell if this is brown here, brown or blonde. It looks like B-E-N, sloppy handwriting. Short something hair, in parentheses, like he was going bald. I'm assuming it's a horseshoe cut she's describing. He looked like he was in his late 30s. So not early 30s, not mid 30s, but late 30s. So she describes one of these guys as being his late 30s. The other guy with black hair, not light brown hair like Claybolt, but black hair like Perry. We stayed in the room. Someone came and got us. So that's her statement. Now, even more curious here. Even more curious is her follow-up. Now, she's talking about Mr. Sanders. She related he was talking, told a couple of jokes, started talking about his children. She never heard him say anything about the incident. She said Kevin, Starkey, and Aaron were applying first aid. The teachers were trying to keep them calm. Miss Miller looked out the window to see what was going on. Miller is the person who put up the sign that said, "I am bleeding to death." Walton related it as Mr. Johnson's room, which faces towards the parking lot. This is where the sign was put up. The investigator asked Walton how long after the class began did they know something was wrong. She related about 5 minutes into the class they were taking a test. They heard a big boom. Then they heard a lot of people running and screaming. Walton thought it was a senior prank. They could hear people coming up the stairs really fast, and the fire alarm went off. Initially, they thought it was a fire drill. They started to leave the classroom, and Miss Miller told them to get back in the room. After going back in, they went to the back of the room. 10 minutes later, Mr. Johnson comes in. Gunshots exploding. 45 minutes after incident started, she saw two people come to the door. She could see them both. Walton saw their backs and the side of their face. Both people were standing together. They fired 3 to 4 shots at the science teacher's door. The investigator asked Walton to describe the two people she saw. Walton gave the following description. Suspect 1, taller, long black hair. Long black hair. Not wavy hair sticking out the side. Had a black hat with the bill turned backwards. He was wearing a black shirt with writing on the back. She does not remember the words. The letters were red, white, and blue in color. Walton did not see this person's face. Red, white, and blue shirt? Huh. Black shirt with red, white, and blue letters. Per Walton, he is the only person who did any shooting. She said she saw a shotgun. His left hand was extended. At one point, the person held the gun up. That is when Walton saw the gun. So the taller guy, long black hair, now he's got the gun in his supposedly left hand. Huh. Suspect number 2, Walton saw the side of his face. He was wearing a white t-shirt, really short blonde hair. Walton stated he was just standing there with the other person. Walton did not see a gun. So short blonde hair. Huh. And again, it's curious when the investigators type up the reports, all of a sudden all these critical details are missing. Like he's got a horseshoe hairstyle, balding on top, late 30s. Walton related she could not hear what was being said. The two people stood at the door for about 3 to 4 minutes talking. Then the one did the shooting. They went to the science teacher's lounge. She saw smoke coming from the room. Both subjects left. Walton related they were in there for about 30 more minutes. Then they heard a couple more explosions. The SWAT team came and took them downstairs to the cafeteria. They went out the back door of the cafeteria. Okay. In regards to Harris and Klebold, Walton related she saw them on TV. When asked if she knew them, she related she did not know them, but last year hung out with kids who did know them. She indicated she knew them last year. Walton related she did not recognize suspect number 2. So it's not Harris or... Okay. When leaving the building, Walton related they went down the stairs and out the cafeteria. When they were going down the stairs, they were told not to touch anything. Any of you could be a suspect. Walton related they saw smoke from the science lounge. She never heard an explosion. The investigator asked Walton if she knew a person by the name of Redacted. She said Redacted hung out with the trenchcoat people. He is a tall guy, described by Walton as really scary looking. Walton did not see Redacted the day of the shooting. Walton related that why they were in the classroom, Mr. Johnson, Walton, and several others were the ones who turned over the tables. The tables were then used to hide behind. A drawing was made by Walton referencing various locations in the school. Okay, now, if that wasn't damning enough, here is the follow-up report, September 13th, 1999, by Peterson. On September 13th, approximately 7:15, I contacted witness Aaron Walton's father Scotty Walton by telephone. My purpose for calling Scotty Walton was to set up an appointment for a re-interview of his daughter, Erin Walton. Scotty said that Erin was not home when I called on this date. I explained to Scotty there were discrepancies in the reports that Stephanie Williams made to me when I interviewed her and the report made by Erin Walton to Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office on May 7th. I briefly explained the differences in the interview statement and asked Scotty Walton what, if anything, Erin had told him about the shooting in Columbine High School, April 20th. Scotty said she had not told him very much about the shooting incident. Scotty said he did not remember that Erin Walton said she had seen somebody shoot a shotgun, other than to say she did recall that she said she saw someone shoot a shotgun at a door. Scotty said, however, that Erin reported she did not see who the suspect was and had not seen a complete view of his face. Scotty Walton said that the information Stephanie Williams gave him about identifying the gunman on April 20th would be hearsay and it did not occur. This information was in the original report to Detective Mume on May 7th. Scotty Walton told me that Erin Walton is finally successful in putting the incident from April 20th, 99 behind her and said she's doing much better. Scotty said he did not want Erin Walton to be re-interviewed because it will cause her to once again think about the incident. He was afraid that that would cause Erin Walton a lot of problems, and he did not want to take that chance. Now, why could that be? Did she really tell him there was a guy in his late 30s who was balding, short, blonde, who was there also? Now, nobody can connect that to anything. So is it easier just to say, okay, confused, can't really remember, just don't bother me? Especially when all these investigators are making it clear that they didn't see what they said they saw. Quite curious indeed. Next on the list, we have Pat Caruso, document 2682. So let's look at this document. Pat Caruso, Columbine High School student in the cafeteria at table YY for 4th hour with all these other individuals. Okay. Is a neighbor to Chris and Nicole Markham and has seen trenchcoat students at the Markham home. Saw a trenchcoat suspect at the time of the shooting on the west side of stairs that are outside the cafeteria pointing a small gun at a wounded student. Saw that suspect throw something into the west lot that flipped over and over like a revolver. Saw this suspect reach into coat, pull out some kind of black bag. Thought the suspect looked like a trenchcoat student he has seen before who had bad acne. Again, comparing Robert Perry with Dylan Klebold. Is it blatantly obvious that one of them has what could be described as bad acne and one of them does not? That is the question. That is the real question here. May 4th, 99, 10:01, interviewed Pat Caruso at his home with his father present. I just finished an interview with Pat's twin brother, Anthony. Pat told me the following. He is a freshman. When asked about Eric Harris, he said he has seen him once or twice in school, but never heard the name before. He did not know Eric by face or name. When asked about Dylan Klebold, he said that he never saw him in school before and did not know him by face or name. He said that about 1 year ago, he thought he may have seen Dylan at the home of a friend, Chris Markham. So Nicole Markham, apparently Chris Morris's girlfriend. Chris Markham is Nicole's younger brother. When asked if he knew any other trenchcoat students, he related the situation at the Markham's home. He is friends with Chris Markham, who is also a freshman at Columbine. He said that Chris has an older sister named Nicole who is dating a trenchcoat student. He said that the Markhams live on South Pierce Court, just around the corner from him. He thought that Nicole's mother had told him to the effect a while ago that Nicole and the trenchcoat student were planning on getting married and that the trenchcoat student would be moving in with them. Wow. He described the trenchcoat student as being named Chris. He described Chris as tall, heavy, with shaved blonde hair. He saw this Chris over at the Markhams around the end of 98, beginning of 99. He said that Chris is also into action figures and paintball guns. When asked about a redacted, he said he does not know him, but has heard his name in relation to the trenchcoat students. When asked about redacted, he said he has not heard of that name. Perhaps they're asking, it could be two different individuals here that have been redacted. Possibly one of them is Robert Perry. He then related that after the shooting, he obtained a ride from a sophomore named Aaron, junior named Brandon, who told him that they had heard a year ago when he was in junior high that the trenchcoat students would take over the school someday. He said that Brandon is currently in his 5th-hour German class. He then described a trenchcoat student who he has seen on occasion walk past him on the way home from school. He last saw this student in March. He was walking with Lance Kirkland, and they saw this student. They felt intimidated by his presence. They were walking south on Pierce, turning west on Portland. The trenchcoat student they saw continued walking south on Pierce Street. He described the student as white male, tall, skinny, walked hunch over, had curly, long, dark brown hair, a Boston Red Sox cap backwards, severe acne. Let me repeat that again. Severe acne. Wearing the black trench coat, high biker boots, black pants, and a tie-dyed shirt. He said that students at the school would make fun of that student he saw. He said that the student was not Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. Let me repeat that again. He said that the student was not Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. He also said that a girl who was in his last semester language arts class, Nicole Dickey, was dating one of the trenchcoat students. He said that about a month ago, he and his father saw about 5 of the trenchcoat students outside the Markham home. He could not describe them or the car they were around. When asked if he saw any of the trenchcoat students or their associates on the day of this shooting, he said he did not see any of them. When asked, he said there were no unusual or suspicious objects around the school the day of the shooting. When asked specifically, he saw no duffel bags. He thought there were at least 50 students in the cafeteria for the 4th-hour class time. When asked again, he never saw any objects or duffel bags lying around. He thought there were about 15 minutes into the period when he saw everyone by the west windows stand up and look outside. He moved a few tables over toward the window and stood on a chair to see out, thinking there was a fight. He then saw a male student outside the west windows crawling on the ground with a bloody knee. He said the student crawling was wearing a t-shirt, light blue jeans. He then saw a trenchcoat suspect walk around the corner of his view down the hill on the west side of the stairs outside the cafeteria. He saw the suspect point a small gun at the student who was wounded. He then saw this suspect throw something into the west lot. He thought it looked like a revolver as it flipped over and over after it was thrown. He then saw the suspect open the trench coat, take out a large black bag that looked like a garbage bag. He still thought that the situation was some kind of fight. He described what the suspect he saw as follows: tall, wearing big biker boots, black leather pants, black trench coat, pink tie-dye shirt tucked into the pants. Wow. Okay, so a number of students reported this pink tie-dye shirt, which is why investigators asked this in various interviews, and you'll see in the paper, did not see suspect with a tie-dye shirt, etc., because it's in reference to this sighting, possibly others. Is it possible some of these suspects are wearing 2 shirts and they took one off just to cause more confusion, or are there really just a whole bunch of different suspects here? When asked if the suspect was wearing a hat, he did not know, saying it could have been a beanie type hat. When asked if it could have been a black cap turned backwards, he said could be. His impression was that the suspect looked like the one he saw while walking home described earlier. I'm assuming this is Robert Perry with the severe acne. Again, he clearly stated that the suspect he saw walking home that intimidated him was not Dylan Klebold. He also said, even though he didn't really know Dylan Klebold or the name, he said he might have seen Dylan Klebold at the Markham house on occasion, but clearly not this individual he's talking about here, which is most likely Robert Perry. He said the suspect then walked back up the hill and out of sight by the west doors on the 2nd level. Okay. And that's all there is there. No follow-up interview. I guess it's because he's not 100% sure. But that is the account there. More damning evidence to the pile. Let's move on to Justin Norman, 3929. So this is his handwritten statement from April 20th, 99. I was in the cafeteria about to eat lunch. I was walking with Matt and looked out the window. And as I looked out the window, upon the hill, we saw a tall guy with blonde hair, acne, big nose, and buck teeth. Again, from descriptions, Robert Perry's the one with jacked up teeth. And as we can see in all these photos of Dylan Klebold, his teeth seem relatively normal. Some would even say very nice looking. Now, we don't have a photo of Robert Perry with his mouth open where we can see his teeth, but we can see all these photos of Dylan Klebold, and his teeth seem relatively normal, not buck teeth or ugly teeth or disformed teeth like accounts here. His teeth must have been, think about how jacked up his teeth must be for witnesses who aren't even that close to him to be describing him. Unless all these students, I guess, do the coincidence theorists ironically think there's some vast conspiracy to frame Robert Perry, and that's why all of these students agreed the day of, while their classmates are getting killed, to frame Robert Perry and mention the acne and the teeth if that's not what they really saw. Is that what the coincidence theorists maintain? I don't know. He was a white guy, and he was wearing a black trench coat, black pants, and boots. The guy had a handgun, and he shot one kid in the ankle, then shot another guy who didn't move. Then he started running. I know that if I saw the guy who was shooting, I could identify him. These guys are part of a group called the Trenchcoat Mafia. And again, for all the goofs out there that deny the very existence of the Trenchcoat Mafia, they think it was just made up, there's countless students here the day of the shooting writing this in their statements that they know of a group called the Trenchcoat Mafia and they know the members, or some of them. Okay, so here is the following. And this is May 3rd now. So number of days later, weeks later, now investigator Rieker did an interview with Justin Norman at his residence with his mother present. And keep in mind, this is the typewritten report. So I just read what Justin Norman wrote in his own handwriting. Before any media reports, before Dylan Klebold's photo was plastered all over the news, before the narrative was established that Dylan and Eric acted alone. Now we are reading the typed up report, so this is investigator Rieker typing what he is stating that Justin Norman said here on May 3rd now. Oh, actually, it's saying that the interview took place on April 30th. The report is May 3rd. So this is 10 days after the handwritten statement that I just read. Norman states he had weightlifting class. He had met Matt Katzenmeyer in the hallway. They walked to the cafeteria. Approximately 11:20, he was at the vending machines next to the west door at the cafeteria. He heard shots out the west door, and then he looked out and saw two people go down. Dylan Klebold then came into the cafeteria via these doors and started shooting, and that Klebold was shooting all over the cafeteria. Now, does this sound like his original report, where the suspect ran away? Now, all of a sudden, it's almost as if he just watched the news and relayed what he saw on the news. This does not match his handwritten statement at all. Norman also related that the bullets were whizzing by his head and he was busy getting people out of the cafeteria. It should be noted that this is the first time this investigator has heard that Klebold entered the cafeteria by this door and that he also fired numerous shots from this location. When Norman described this alleged shooting from inside the west door of the cafeteria, he held his hands by his hips as if holding a gun and did a spraying or sweeping motion from this position as he described Klebold's actions. Norman states that nobody was with Dylan and that Dylan was wearing a black trench coat, black boots, a goofy face, long blonde hair, and a big nose. And keep in mind, how long was Robert Perry's hair versus Dylan Klebold versus Joe Stair? Norman states he did not see a duffel bag and cannot describe a weapon. Norman related he knows Eric Harris from gym class but did not know Klebold. Okay. So that's all we have there. So interesting handwritten statement day of. Day of the shooting, was it 4 o'clock or so? So that afternoon, almost right after leaving the school, his handwritten statement states that it was a guy with bad acne, buck teeth, all of this that matches Robert Perry but does not match Dylan Klebold. 10 days later, supposedly this typewritten report is now stating that it was Dylan Klebold. Now, was this just an estimate or assumption based upon the investigators' desire to match the narrative? So Jonathan Ballard actually has a very interesting account that we will take a look at. Document 1765, 11:40 a.m. We were in science taking a test. We heard some loud noises. Miss Wyatt came to our door and told our teacher to come out. Then a series of gunshots and screaming. We all got to the corner of the room, and then Mr. Sanders came in bleeding and, let's say, coughing. We later, it's really bad handwriting here, came to see two guys in trench coats or camouflage. And that's curious too, because camo is a very specific look, especially if it's green camo, the standard camo. I mean, that's not exactly black and trench coat. I don't know. They walked away, and I heard more bangs. They sounded like shotgun shots. One of the kids was about 6'5" or 6'6", and a hat on backwards. Now, who's closer to 6'5" or 6'6"? Would that be Dylan Klebold? Or would that be Robert Perry? Now, Dylan Klebold, 6'3". Obviously, that's not short, but 6'3", especially if he's slightly slouched, that could pass off closer to 6'1" and 6'2". But 6'5", that could more likely look like 6'6". And he stated 6'5" or 6'6". That's pretty accurate if he's talking about Robert Perry. Now, I will say that if they were both 6'3"-ish and they both had acne and they both had jacked up teeth, this would be a lot easier to explain, would it not? But unfortunately, that's not the situation, so we have to decipher this. And giant hair hanging out the back. I later saw on channel 4 or 9 news, I'm almost positive that same man or teen on TV acting all worried. We were later rescued by the rescue team. So he's saying he's almost positive, not pretty sure, not maybe, almost positive he saw the guy. Now, was Robert Perry ever on TV, on the news that night? Acting all worried. It's curious, he said acting all worried here, not looking worried, acting worried as if he's faking. I don't know. That's weird. So this was handwritten by Jonathan Ballard, April 20th, 1999. And you know what's funny? The typewritten report by investigator Vondekamp, in attempting to control the narrative, he did interview Ballard on the 21st. So the next day, he wrote this report on the 25th. Now, regarding who he saw, white male wearing a dark trench coat walked by the room. He was described as tall, over 6 feet tall. How convenient. Not 6'5" or 6'6", just over 6. So that could easily be match the narrative of Klebold. So you could see what the investigators are doing here when they type up these reports. Luckily, we have the handwritten statements released, so we know what these witnesses wrote in their own hand about what they saw, so we don't have to rely on these deceptive investigators' reports. But they're very telling the way these reports are typed up. And also no mention here of the guy he saw on TV. And it says the man later identified as Dylan Klebold tried to open the door. Not identified by Jonathan, simply identified. He then moved on. Jonathan recognized Dylan as a student at Columbine. He did not see the man identified as Dylan again. Shortly after Dylan walked by, a loud explosion happened outside the room. So you know what's curious? It's almost like he's speaking for Jonathan here. He recognized Dylan. Now, did he write that because Dylan was the shooter? So he just said he recognized Dylan, not he recognized the shooter. Even Ballard himself did not say it was Dylan. And then he said he didn't see him again. I'm sure he's probably mentioning inside the building and just completely ignored the fact that Jonathan said he saw him. So now, carrying on here, he also stated Mr. Sanders was alive when they left him. He was escorted out of the building 3 p.m. I asked Jonathan if there's any information he could tell me. He asked if Redacted was involved. I advised Jonathan I did not know Redacted, nor did I know if he was involved. Jonathan stated he heard Redacted was the leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia group that Dylan Klebold was part of. Jonathan advised me he did not see Redacted during the time he was hiding in the science class. So it seems like he's not talking about Perry here? Huh, or does he... that's curious, because all of these redacteds, these might be different redacteds. But supposedly not Eric or Dylan. Is he talking about Chris Morris also? I don't know. This is tough, but that mention that he saw him acting all worried on TV that same night. So he wrote this statement on the 20th, that handwritten statement at night. So what kind of news footage... Let me see the time of that statement. It looks like 15:15 to me, which would be 15 minutes after he got escorted out. That doesn't make any sense. I later saw on channel 4 or 9 news. Okay, so was the news wherever he was taken? It doesn't say where he was taken after this. Was the news playing and he saw it on the news? So within hours. So that afternoon, did Robert Perry appear on the news? Who knows? I mean, Brooks Brown, I don't know if Brooks Brown appeared. Brooks Brown was on the news the next day. Was he on the news the original? Because Brooks Brown is 6'5" as well, but I don't know if anybody would describe him as the leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia. He was officially not in with them at the time of the incident. Now, Nathan Anima is a curious one. So he actually stated the suspect was around 6 feet, maybe a little taller. The investigator put down 6 to 6'2". And we are looking at document 2359. And it's curious because... So he said he didn't really see any distinguishing features. So he didn't notice, he couldn't tell. So this could be a possible fog of war situation where we don't have a witness who had a direct line of sight, who had a clear look for 15 to 30 seconds at a time. This is not the case here. So Nathan Anima is not positively identifying anybody. In his written statement, he did not put a name. Just the usual tall trench coat, long-ish hair. So, okay. Here is just the curiosity here by reporting Officer Peterson. So the date of the report is July 8th, 1999. Referencing the interview on July 8th, this report was made the same day? Okay. So this was a follow-up interview. In the initial interview, nothing, no name. So in this one, I showed Nathan Anima 60 photographs in 10 photo lineup sheets. After looking at the lineup sheets, Nathan picked out 2 photographs as possible suspects. One in lineup number 3 and was photograph 1. This is a photograph of Dylan Klebold. The other possible suspect photograph was in lineup number 7 and was photograph number 6. This is a photograph of Redacted. Nathan said he knew who the photograph of Dylan Klebold was, and said he knew Dylan Klebold by name. Nathan said the other photograph he picked out of a lineup as a possible suspect, Redacted, possibly Robert Perry, he did not know this person's name. He did say that he had seen this person in the hallways of Columbine High and remembered this person as wearing a trench coat. Nathan said that on April 20th, when he heard that a Trenchcoat Mafia student was responsible for the shooting at Columbine High, he immediately thought of the person in lineup number 7, photograph number 6, as the Trenchcoat Mafia student. This again is a photograph of redacted. So here we have an individual who knew Dylan, but he still wasn't sure, and he still picked two photographs, one including supposedly Robert Perry here. So it's weird. The coincidence theorists want to have it both ways, where people who didn't know Dylan, they picked Robert Perry, and of course they ignore the people who knew both of them and still picked Robert Perry, clearly picked Robert Perry. Here we have a student who knows Dylan and doesn't know the other guy, but still isn't sure and thinks it could still be the other guy, even though he knows Dylan. He doesn't really know the other guy, but he saw the other guy around. Make of that what you will. So there's actually a follow-up interview here also. So this is document 2359. Very interesting. October 12th, 1999, Nathan Ainema was re-interviewed at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office South Substation. His mother was present. The purpose of the re-interview was to clarify Ainema's observations during the April 20th shooting, specifically the statements made by Ainema during an interview on July 8th with task force investigators. In that interview, Ainema identified redacted as possibly being the person he saw throw a pipe bomb during the shootings at Columbine High, April 20th, 1999. Ainema told me that he was sitting in the cafeteria at a table near the windows when the shooting started. He was seated with Brad Miller and Tyler Stark. He told me that he first saw a boy shot in the knee outside the cafeteria windows on the sidewalk. He then saw a male standing near the bottom of the West Cement Stairs throw what Ainema thought was a pipe bomb into the parking lot. Ainema described this person as a tall male, wearing a long black trench coat and a black baseball cap on backwards. Ainema did not recall seeing this person with a gun in his hand. Ainema stated that he initially thought this person that he saw throwing the pipe bomb was redacted. He stated that he had seen redacted several times at Columbine High, and during those times he always saw redacted wearing a German-type hat on backwards that was similar to the hat worn by the person who threw the pipe bomb. Ainema stated about 2 or 3 days after the shooting, he looked through his high school yearbook and saw Redacted's picture. After looking at the picture, Ainema thought that the person he saw throw the pipe bomb was redacted. Ainema stated that it was approximately 2 weeks after the shootings that he realized the person he saw throw the pipe bomb was actually Dylan Klebold and not redacted. This was based on the media coverage of the shooting. So this is very curious how so many students supposedly saw Robert Perry or other individuals. Some of the students, if you recall from the handwritten statements we went over, they didn't wait 2 to 3 weeks or 2 to 3 days later. The day of, they were looking through the yearbook to see who it was, and they named Robert Perry. Now, so realizing that they didn't see what they saw was based on the media coverage, and that's actually a good admission here by this officer, reporting officer David Steve Luciano. He seems to be honest here in stating that his realization was based on the media coverage of the shooting. So not that his memory changed. He was simply being told he didn't see what he saw. Now, what's curious is he's then stated, I then showed Ainema a series of photographs taken from the video camera in the cafeteria. After looking at the photographs, Ainema positively identified Dylan Klebold as the person he saw throwing the pipe bomb. So with this kind of gaslighting, by showing these teenagers these photos, oh yeah, this was the shooter, they basically making them doubt their own memory and sanity to change their story. So, and it's very, very telling because, again, for the people who didn't know either one of them, and they really did have a foggy recollection, or they just saw a guy moving quickly, but so many students had a clear look at their face. I mean, talked to Robert Perry, saw the acne on his face, saw his teeth, clearly knew him and Dylan, talked to both of them, and they vehemently continue to believe that it was Robert Perry. Now, maybe it was both of them. Maybe they were both there. And again, there's clearly some issue here where we're not understanding what's going on, and with all of the obfuscation and gaslighting, it seems like investigators really have an interest for the truth not to be known. Katie Beer is listed here, and I did not find this report in the documentation. I don't know if this is in her handwritten report, But it says when the incident began at Columbine High School, she initially tried to get out of the school by going towards the main doors on the east side of the school by the administrative offices. However, she saw a third shooter next to these offices, and this third shooter shot out windows at that location. Katie Beer told him this third shooter may have been redacted. Again, I don't know if they're insinuating that's Robert Perry, but not a lot to go on there. Let's move on to Jason Brem. Brem is document 718 and onward. No handwritten statement. Denver Police Department Metro Gang Task Force. Supplementary report interview with Columbine sophomore Jason Brem. May 3rd, 1999, 8:40 p.m., Detective Terry Demel, who is assigned with the Columbine Law Enforcement Task Force, contacted sophomore student Jason Brem at his home for an interview. He reported that on the 20th he had fifth period off and had retrieved his soccer ball out of his locker and was walking out the west upper level entrance when he observed a party wearing a trench coat and black hat turned backwards who was leaning against a green post that was anchoring a tree. John marked the exact location on a map. Is he calling Jason John? Wow, not a good report. Stated this person was a little shorter than himself. He is 5'11 or 6 feet. Okay, so shorter than that. And that he was wearing a black pair of boots, had black canvas between the sole and upper part, and he noticed that one of the boots had the pant leg tucked into the boot, which he thought was strange. So only one boot had a tucked in pant leg. Okay. Detective Demel showed Jason photographs of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold at the time, with Jason reporting that the party he observed wearing the trench coat had a very round face and was neither Harris or Klebold. So the only relatively short individual is, of course, Brian Sargent, and I guess you could describe his face as round. It does look quite round. He's stocky and short. Either way, clearly not Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. Jason stated that the party appeared calm and relaxed and just appeared to be waiting for someone. Jason added that the party had a black nylon bag with straps at his feet. Jason described the bag as being approximately 1.5 to 2 feet long and appeared full. Jason then walked down to the first door in the Commons and said, "Let's go," to Brian Stepp, Billy Arep Kyles, Mike Kenny, Arthur Curtis, Chris Therian, Justin Woods, and Brian Fry. Therian and Fry went to get a soda and met up with Lance Kirkland. Jason and his friends then walked out along the parking lot to the soccer field and began playing soccer. While playing, Jason heard what he thought sounded like a string of firecrackers going off and saw smoke coming up from next to the guy in the trench coat. He stated that the person in the trench coat was the same party that he had observed when he walked out of the door. So again, a lot of coincidence theorists maintain that all of these were simply misidentifications in a fog of war situation, but many of these witnesses saw the suspect before anything happened, and they either remained in their line of sight or somehow they got the impression that it was the same party. He stated it was the same party. Jason stated the guy in the trench coat was alone. The party wearing the trench coat began shooting randomly as he walked down the stairs, got to the bottom, turned around, walked back up the stairs. He then started shooting at a student that Jason knew as Denny Rowe. Jason reiterated that the guy in the trench coat was all alone and that he did not see anybody else with him. The gunman then started shooting into the windows of the library. The individual then lobbed several devices up onto the roof that caused explosions. He then ran back down the stairs to the bottom and fired off what Jason thinks was a shotgun that was louder than anything else that had been going off. Jason stated he thinks that's when Lance Kirkland was shot in the face. Jason and Mike Kenny began running towards some houses when he looked back and observed a party wearing a white shirt walking calmly from the parking lot towards the scene where the gunman in the trench coat was firing the gun. That appeared very odd to Jason, that everyone else was running from the area, and here was a guy walking directly into the location. Jason stated that the person wearing the white shirt was not carrying anything, and that he could see, and then he lost sight of him when he was behind a car. Jason described the distance as being approximately 100 yards. Jason and his friends then went to a house on South Teller Street where the woman let them into her garage. Lakewood police officer Chuck Powell responded to a location and took a report from the boys at 1:40 p.m. So very curious, very curious. Yet another account where an individual saw the suspect before anything happened, got a good look at him, and then maintained it was the same suspect, not Harris or Klebold, after all of the shooting and gunfire had erupted. Apparently there was no follow-up report, so Officer Felosi, May 4th, 99, 1900 hours, I contacted Jason Brem's residence by telephone, spoke with his father about April 20th, the murder that occurred at Columbine High School. He informed me that his son had already spoken to an investigator from Denver Police Department about the incident. This concluded my contact with Brem's residence. And again, are some of these parents simply protecting their kids from having to do follow-up interviews because they know they saw something that runs counter to the idiot box narrative, to whatever the TV said and everybody took as gospel? They know it's a problem to go against the gospel of the idiot box. So they're protecting their teens, and can you blame them? Can you blame them? It's hard to blame them, especially as many witnesses have said they did not believe they would be believed, so they didn't want to go into a situation where officers would basically, maybe not explicitly, but basically tell them they didn't saw what they know that they saw. I mean, how would teenagers react to that, and how would parents handle that situation? I mean, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Again, some coincidence theorists believe that they know better than the people that were there. They know better than the people who specifically knew all of the individuals in question. They know better than the individuals being intimidated, coerced, and attempted to be gaslit by so-called investigators about what they saw in order to change their story. All of this is blatantly obvious, but we actually are not even done with Robert Perry. We have plenty more sightings to go over, dozens and dozens more that we will go over, going through the documents that are empirically verifiable, so any coincidence theorists out there can just check these out online regarding the Columbine report, the 11K documents, over 11,000, and obviously so many not released. Most likely, what has not been released dwarfs what has been released. Let's go to Leanne Clark, document 2722 to 2728. This is her handwritten report, 3:42 p.m., April 20th, day of. I have second hour off about 9 a.m. I was walking to see my friend in jewelry class, and he was walking past the phones. He was tall, about 6 feet, white, skinny, his hat backwards. He had sunglasses on, black long coat with some kind of a red heart cross thing on it, black army boots that went up high. So I'm guessing this is not her friend. So she's seeing her friend, but now she's describing the suspect. He was walking past the phones, okay? About 6 feet tall, white, skinny, head on backwards. He had sunglasses on, black long coat with some kind of a red heart cross thing on it, black army boots that went up high to the knees, black pants with pockets on the sides. So again, not skinny, skin-tight jeans with no pockets like other people have observed. Chains everywhere on him, and a black backpack. He was walking slowly and looking around slowly. Then right after fourth period, I was going down to the commons. I had just gotten my pop, and I'm guessing that's soda, and I was standing by the windows, and I heard gunshots. Then I ducked and glass shattered. Then I ran up the stairs, and I still heard gunfire, so I ran through the back doors across from Columbine to Leawood Park. We were standing there for about 15 minutes when we heard gunfires and saw gunfires, so I ran, and the teachers told us to run. I found my friend John in his car. Then I went to my friend Emma's house. Then I called my mom, and she came and picked us up. There is one girl that I have known since third grade. We have been to 3 schools together: Columbine Elementary, Highlands Ranch Christian School, and Denver Christian. We used to be best friends before she started to have mental problems. She is now a Wiccan, devil worshiper. She wears all black, hates the sun, talks about killing all the preps at Columbine. Her name is Courtney Vandell. She is a freshman. I did not see her with them, but I know she associates with them. Supplemental report dated April 26th. Investigator met with Leanne and her mother, Wendy Harder, at their home. Leanne was given an opportunity to review her statement made on the date of the offense, April 20th, after which she stated it was correct. Leanne stated she saw the weird student as she was approaching this jewelry class around 9 a.m. and the person was looking all around while walking slowly down the hallway. The suspicious person was alone and wearing his hat on backward. She went on to say he had sunglasses that were plastic and all black with the circular lenses on. An insignia was in the center of a long black coat. The coat was almost knee-length. It had pockets on the side and he wore it with the collar raised up in the back. Leanne feels the jacket was open and had buttons close to it instead of a zipper. The suspicious party was carrying a black backpack over his right shoulder. He had metal chains on his hat, backpack, and pants. His black pants were fabric, not jeans, and he had pockets on the side. His boots were black and high, almost to the knee with black shoestrings. Leanne doesn't think she knew him or would be able to identify him if seen again. Okay, some more curious statements here. After this, Leanne went to class. Then afterward, around 11:10 a.m., after fourth period, she was in the commons area next to the cafeteria. She heard gunshots coming from outside. Then glass on the outside wall started flying. She stated she heard 2 or 3 shots at first. She described them as really loud, and they kept coming right after each other. Leanne ran down the hallway and upstairs near the library, and then down the hall by the math hall and outside to Leawood Park, which is next to the teacher's parking lot. Leanne stated she could have sworn someone else was upstairs shooting. She remembers hearing 2 shots coming from the library area. Leanne remembers seeing someone in black near the pop machines in the common area when the shooting started. She stated she can't describe him. She stated when she was in the park she heard more gunshots but didn't see the source of the gunfire. So how many shooters does that make, and what are their locations? Because not being able to match up shooters and locations to the official narrative, if there's an extra 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 shooters, that could account for everything. Again, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but if that's what happened, would that make all of this witness testimony match up better? And then, of course, she mentioned the Courtney Vandell. She stated she did not see Courtney at school April 20th. This is the only info she could provide at this time, and the interview was concluded. Okay. Another report here. So this is May 27th, the report dated 28th. Leanne Clark was contacted at her residence, and following her being provided a verbal admonition, she was presented 2 photo arrays. One lineup consisted of the photographs of redacted and others, and the second was that of redacted and others. So I guess these are 2 different redacteds. And it looks like they forgot to redact Joe Stair. She first carefully examined the Stair lineup and related that none of the individuals pictured was the subject she had seen on the telephone at Columbine High April 20th. She next examined the redacted lineup, and following her looking at all the individuals pictured, pointed to photo number 6, redacted, and said he closely resembled the subject she had seen on the payphone at Columbine High School at approximately 0900, morning of the shootings. She felt confident of her identification and noted she did not know the subject as being a student at Columbine High. She went on to say that the subject had been using the payphones located near the attendant's office and had been on the payphone nearest the interior wall. I'm assuming they must have traced the calls that party was making, and I wonder where that would lead. Also, there's no further information here, so curious, very curious. Again, nothing 100%, not enough follow-ups, but we're looking at a lot of redacteds here. So John Cook is next, 7:54 to 7:59. First report, no handwritten statement here. First report dated April 28, 1999. Suspect descriptions: white male, approximately 6'1", 165 pounds, brown goldish color hair, collar length, even on the sides, parted in the middle. So he could not tell if it was parted in the middle if the guy's wearing a hat. So this guy's not wearing a hat, parted in the middle, wearing a black trench coat, pants were dark blue, combat boots, dark green t-shirt, carrying a rifle or shotgun with a barrel length of approximately 1.5 feet. The gun was black in color. Suspect number 2, white male, 6'3" or 6'4", 170 pounds, Brown hair parted in the middle, shoulder length, wearing sunglasses, carrying a shotgun or rifle 1.5 feet long, black in color, wearing a trench coat, black combat boots. Investigation. April 20th, I contacted John Cook, at which time I interviewed him in the parking lot of Clement Park. Cook stated that he thought the shooting started at about 11:30 and he was in the senior parking lot when the shooting started. He stated he saw two guys wearing black trench coats, which he described above. He stated that one of the suspects, suspect number 1, opened his trench coat during the incident, and suspect number 2 did not open his trench coat. Does that mean the trench coat was buttoned up? He stated during the shooting he saw one of the suspects take off his trench coat, at which time he saw a rifle or shotgun with straps attached to it. He stated that both suspects were holding a rifle or shotgun and that they started shooting at groups of kids randomly. Cook said that he saw 4 students hit by rounds. He stated that one of the people he saw hit was Mike Johnson and that he got hit on the right leg and that he saw blood coming out of his leg. He stated that he saw another male by the name of Mark fall to the ground, also saw a girl, white female, brown hair in the corner of the parking lot. He saw one white male with blonde hair fall after being shot. Cook stated that he has seen both of the described suspects at Columbine High School before. He stated he does not know their names but believes they are seniors. Cook said when the shooting started, he knew it was real and took off running. He stated he ran behind a shed on the football field where he dropped his backpack. He stated that he ran over to the baseball field to the dugout, then left the dugout and climbed the fence to the maintenance facility at Clement Park until he was contacted by police officers. Cook stated he believed he could ID the suspects if he saw photos of them again. He also again stated that he believed both of the suspects are students at Columbine High. So this is weird because this is April 28th when supposedly the narrative has already been established, Eric and Dylan, and yet he's talking as if they're not Eric and Dylan and he needs to identify them. What does that mean? John stated he did not know any of the Trenchcoat Mafia, but answered the question that he was aware of a Trenchcoat Mafia senior last year who had long black hair who had committed suicide. And that's all there is there, no follow-up there. So I can't find the exact news report where they stated the names of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, but I believe it was at some point the night of, and I believe they had the images from the cafeteria the night of, if not the next day. So it's kind of strange how 10 days later he's talking about IDing the particular suspects he saw if he could see photos of them, because Eric and Dylan were already all over the place. So he's clearly not referring to Eric or Dylan here. That's John Cook. All right, let's move on to Frank DeAngelis, the actual principal. I'm not going to go over his whole account. I'm just going to go over his spotting of a potential suspect. So starting on document 5675, Frank DeAngelis speculated he left his office sometime around 11:20. Frank told the investigative officer he recalled almost immediately upon leaving the front office area he knew something was strange. When asked to elaborate, Frank DeAngelis told IO he did not recall seeing anyone at the phone banks in the North Hall. Frank DeAngelis told IO that normally this was a particularly busy area, especially during the start of a lunch. Frank reiterated the situation was strange and that the phone bank in the North Hallway area near the entrance was not active with students. According to Frank, he did not recall seeing any students located in the North Hall area after exiting the main office. Frank DeAngelis told IO moments after exiting the office and proceeding west down the North Hall, he heard Susan White, his secretary, exit the office and yell down to him, "There's gunfire in the cafeteria." Frank DeAngelis stated he knew Susan White was serious, but also recalled thinking this couldn't be happening. He told IO his initial reaction was to tell Susan White to return to the office and call 911. According to Frank DeAngelis, Susan White immediately complied with the request. When asked where he was located at the point Susan White advised him of the shooting, Frank DeAngelis stated he was somewhere near the trophy case, which is located a short distance west of the entrance of the school main office area. Frank explained he was in the process of proceeding westbound down the main hall, the North Hall, which required him to pass the trophy case. He clarified the trophy case was located east of the phone banks he had previously mentioned. He went on to state after being provided with the information per Susan White, he was walking more briskly en route to the common area in order to assess the situation. Frank stated, based on his recollection, as soon as he turned back around after contact with Susan White and proceeded westbound, he saw a figure of an individual down toward the far west end of the North Hall. Frank DeAngelis stated the individual was near the west exit entrance outside. When asked if he could identify the individual, Frank responded in the negative. He stated he could not even state for certain the individual was male, but did believe the person was tall and slender, possibly wearing a white cap, referring to a ball cap, turned backwards. He also thought that the individual was wearing a white t-shirt with a black vest. Frank reiterated he could not see the individual well enough to confirm sex or identity. He went on to state almost as soon as he had made the observation, he began to hear a pop sound. According to Frank, the pop sound was not any type of rapid fire and may have only been a single shot. I.O. confirmed with Frank that he believed the pop was the sound of gunfire. He stated his speculation the individual he could see at the far west entrance was the individual firing a weapon. Frank stated he could not describe the weapon being fired, but believed the individual was holding it with two hands at the time. He stated it appeared to him as though the weapon was initially fired. The suspect had pointed the muzzle of the gun up in the air. However, the next shots were fired at the exterior west doors, which then entered into the vestibule. I.O. clarified with Frank DeAngelis he was describing the two sets of doors which lead out from the west entrance exit. I.O. further clarified with Frank when he initially observed the individual described above, the person was standing outside the school at the west entrance. So apparently there's also other documents which relate that he might have seen somebody with cut off sleeves, which is curious. So again, this is only one write-up of a report. I'm going to go over something else that's curious here. In document 5671, and this was May 17th, 99, report by Jacqueline D. Investigator responded to Chatfield High School to meet with principal of Columbine High School, Frank DeAngelis. Also present was investigator Russ Boatwright with Arvada Police Department. On May 4th, 1999, this investigator had received information that a group of boys had detonated an unidentified explosive on April 11th, 1999. On April 30th, 1999, this investigator had also received information that a group of boys fitting the same description were overheard talking at Columbine High School on April 19th about detonating something on April 20th. I mean, this is some mind-shocking info. This is bombshell info. This investigator was also advised that during the latter incident, Mr. DeAngelis had asked the same group of boys to quiet down due to their rowdy behavior. The investigator questioned Mr. DeAngelis about the aforementioned incident that occurred on April 19th. Mr. DeAngelis advised the following. He had been contacted by Barb Larson, who he had interviewed for a teaching position on April 19th in regards to the aforementioned sometime last week. Larson advised him she saw 5 tall kids. Okay, so that does not narrow it down in the least, unless Eric Harris might not be part of that group of tall kids, and of course Brian Sargent is not. But you got guys like Chris Morris, Robert Perry, Zach Heckler, maybe Nate Dykeman. You got all these guys over 6 feet tall, well over 6 feet tall. So and they're wearing trench coats, so clearly she's talking about trench coat mafia individuals. She saw 5 tall kids that day wearing dusters and talking about detonating something. As she walked by, they said, shh, and then exited the building whooping and hollering. Now that clearly does sound like troublesome teenagers. Larson also described one person in the group as having white hair and black eyebrows. Now I'm assuming this is bleached white blonde hair. I mean, how many teenagers have white hair naturally? I don't know. She said tall kids, so not older people, tall kids wearing dusters. So Frank DeAngelis does not recall asking anyone to be quiet prior to his interview with Larson, and further advised that he would have recalled that if they were being rowdy as described by Larson. Or would he lie about all this to save his own butt? Because if it got out in the open that there were kids talking about detonating devices the day before, on the next day, and he did nothing about it, I mean, this is crazy. He stated he does not believe he is blanking anything out and feels that if it occurred, he would have remembered it. He recalls stepping out of his office to meet Larson, who was sitting in the office area waiting for an interview. Then, after greeting her, they went on into his office where he interviewed her. He does not recall any kids at Columbine High School that fit the description of the subject described by Larson. So I'm assuming the white-haired subject. So nobody had their hair bleached white on that particular week. Curious. Very, very curious. And I can't find a report from Larson. You would think she would have been interviewed. Perhaps there is a report. I don't see it here, though. But if someone does have it, they can share it. Because it would be curious what her interview said if she was interviewed about these group of tall kids. Talking about detonating devices and then saying shh as soon as an adult walked by. I mean, this is mind-shocking information, mind-shocking revelations. Let's move on to David Eagle, 1877 to 1886. This is his handwritten statement, April 20th, 3:30 p.m., mere hours later. So he heard about 15 shots. They turn over the tables. After I saw a guy with a gun by the door at the science rooms, in the hallway just outside the science room. The guy had shot barrel. Is that supposed to be shotgun or something? The barrel was hidden under a rifle. The guy with the gun had black hair, looked like it was spiked, shaved on the sides, also was blonde on top, a little part. So he had black hair with some blonde highlights. Couldn't see his face because of the spiked, because of the SPCK. I can't read this guy's handwriting. It's pretty bad. He was a white male, about 5'9". So Eric Harris doesn't have black hair with blonde highlights, though. About 18 years old, no facial hair. Unsure something had because of looks like SOUK. Thinking he had a black shirt. Didn't see. Okay, so terrible handwriting, but let's see what the supplemental report says. April 28th, 99, regarding interview April 27th. David's parents were present during the interview. This is P.J. Doyle. David said that he was in the science room taking a test, heard explosions, fire alarm went off. Students started walking towards the door to leave, as is customary when the fire alarm goes off. Mr. Johnson started to yell to get back and down. Johnson came in, locked the doors, went back to his classroom. There is a door between the two classrooms. About 5 minutes later, Mr. Johnson came back and helped to turn the tables over. David was sitting behind the turned-over desks. He could see out the window in the door. Through it, he saw the killers. He said one was holding a sawed-off shotgun. The killer was holding it with the barrel pointing up. There was smoke in the hall. David described this person holding the gun as someone with black shaved hair with blonde streaks. I mean, who does that sound like? That doesn't sound like anybody named yet. The hair was longer on the top than it was on the bottom. He couldn't see any facial features because of the smoke and shadows. He has since seen pictures of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold on television. He did not know these students from school. David said that the person he saw did not look like the people he's seen on television. Let me read that one more time for all those devout coincidence theorists out there. David said the person he saw did not look like the people he's seen on television. David said that he saw the person with the gun from the chest up. He could see a black shirt, the sleeves stopping on the arms like a t-shirt would fit. David said that there was another person standing next to the killer, but he couldn't see the person at all. David said he sat behind the tables and watched the two walk away. He said that one of the two had jiggled the door handle but did not come in. David said the SWAT guys came into the room, escorted them out to the cafeteria. He saw no duffel bags or canisters that day. Interesting. So on this, again, back to the Team 4 interview guidelines, minimal questions. Number 7, have you heard anything from anybody else about other suspects? Bomb making, gun buying, etc. John Sfalinger, Clement Park manager, said some kids ran to the office to get help, and someone said he saw 5 shooters. And of course, this will not be the first time we hear of this. And a lot of these witnesses, they're seeing these shooters at once. So the coincidence theorists who desperately try to maintain the idiot box narrative and try to say, oh, it was just Eric and Dylan, but they took off their trench coats at one time and then walked to another area. Some witnesses stated they saw them all at the same time. So who knows? So, and then following up here, David Eagle was in science room, saw a man with shaved black hair with blonde streaks holding a sawed-off shotgun. That's a weird thing to hallucinate, though. And if this is a fog of war situation, why are other students not mistaking Eric Harris for some guy with shaved black hair, blonde streaks? He also said the hair on the top was a bit longer, like spiked up a bunch. Which is pretty, I mean, that's not, depending on how, I mean, he doesn't say exactly how many inches. I mean, if it's a number of inches, I mean, that would be definitely an unusual sight that you would remember. And in seeing photos of Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold, you would clearly be able to tell it's not them if it wasn't them. A couple more clues here. This is Reeker report, May 21st, 99. On May 21st, 99, investigator Reeker did conduct an interview with David Eagle at his residence with his mother present. Eagle states that he was in a science room during the shooting and that while hiding behind the tables, he observed a white male party through the door window. The male subject rattled the door of the classroom and that this male was wearing a black shirt and had black hair which was dyed with blonde streaks and was shaved on the sides. The male party appeared to have a physical defect as he appeared to have a very long face. That's kind of weird. Is he talking about acne or something else, like a scar? Eagle states that the suspect had a shotgun resting on his shoulder and that he caught a glimpse of a second person with him, but Eagle cannot describe the second person. So again, clearly he's not making stuff up. It's not like he's just making up random things. He didn't really see the second person, so he can't confirm or deny who the second individual is. Eagle did initial the photo, states that he cannot be sure this is the person whom he saw, and it doesn't say who he identified here. Okay, he could not provide any further information or description. And there is no follow-up interview in October or November, so who knows? Did they get him to say that it was Dylan, even though it wasn't? I don't know. Weird. Very, very weird. Let's go to Ashley Eaglund. And this one is very, very damning. Yeah, document number 22,672. Prepared by Tim Steffes. Actually, we could look at the previous document, 22671. Ashley was in North Corridor when she observed Redacted and Eric Harris coming around the corner from the library into the North Corridor. Redacted had a handgun and Eric had a shotgun. Both started shooting at Ashley and a girl named Lacey. Ashley did not know Redacted at first, but she saw his picture in the yearbook and is positive it was Redacted. Who's she talking about here? She's talking about Robert Perry? Interview done on April 27th. Eaglund advised she came out of gym class, encountered Lacey in North Hall at the same time. She saw 2 shooters, Eric Harris and Redacted, not Dylan Klebold, at the junction of the library in North Hall. Both subjects opened fire on her. No photo lineup, per investigator Baton. And why not? So this is now, okay. Ashley was in the North Corridor. Okay, coming. So she's positive it was Redacted. And there's a further note here. Curious. All right, let's go to Amy Evans, 22,205. So before we get into Amy Evans's account, there's an interview here with Melissa Corris. And this was an interview April 20th, or actually, interview regarding her whereabouts on April 20th. The interview took place May 28th. She left Columbine at 11:20 a.m. to go to Stony Creek Elementary, where she is a teacher's assistant. She did not see anything. Her friend Amy Evans said there was a third shooter, and it was redacted. So now, let's go to Amy Evans' account, and this is document 2961, dated report 5/7/99. I spoke with Amy Evans by telephone. A whole bunch of redacted here. Man, 2 sentences, or more than a sentence completely redacted. She said she did not know who Eric was, but did not ever associate with him. She did say she had classes with Dylan, but had not really spent any time with him. She said she did know both Eric and Dylan were made fun of because they wore their black trench coats even on hot days. She said she ran with a different group of people. She said she was considered popular in school. She was a member of homecoming royalty and played several sports. She told me she was in the cafeteria when the shooting started. She also told me she had a meeting planned this morning with an investigator to discuss what happened. A whole nother line redacted. Who knows what it says? It's an entire sentence, and it only gets worse. So follow up, document 2962, date of interview May 10th, 99, 4:55 p.m. Agent Larry A. Brown. Evans stated she was seated in the southeast corner of Columbine High Cafeteria when the incident began. Evans said she was sitting with Jamie Erickson, Tina Bernacci, Matt Oliver, Kelly Adragna. She was wearing a red tank top with navy blue and beige stripes, blue jeans, brown clog-style shoes. According to Evans, she entered the cafeteria at approximately 11:11 a.m. and came from the science hall after attending Mr. Freisen's class. Evans stated she did not notice any duffel bags in the cafeteria, nor did she see anyone carrying duffel bags in or near the school prior to the incident. Evans stated she did not recall seeing Harris or Klebold on the day of the shooting or the day before the shooting. When asked if she spoke to any members of the Trenchcoat Mafia prior to the incident, Evans said she spoke to Brooks Brown on April 19th and 20th. Evans said she and Brown talked about the prom on April 19th. On April 20th, she also talked to Brown during their first-hour gym class. According to Evans, Brown appeared normal and indicated nothing out of character. Now we have another 2 or 3 sentences redacted, just an entire black spot. I mean, this looks like some kind of UFO report from the government. I don't know what any of these sentences say, but they're entire blacked-out sentences, not just people's names. Evans said she has not heard of any other people suspected of being involved, people making bombs, or anyone other than Robin Anderson buying weapons for Harris and Klebold. According to Evans, she heard teachers yelling, telling people to get down while she was in the cafeteria. Evans said she walked toward the windows when she heard popping noises coming from outside. Evans stated she briefly saw a male wearing a trench coat running around outside of the cafeteria. She could not describe the person and said she did not see a weapon. She thought it was a senior prank, as many people expected seniors to start playing pranks on one another at the school. When teachers said there was gunfire, she went back to cover under a table. Teachers then told everyone to get out. Evans said she exited through the southeast cafeteria door and ran southeast through the school parking lot. Okay. Evans said she always saw Zach Heckler with Klebold and Harris in the school parking lot. Heckler always parked his vehicle next to Klebold's vehicle. And curious, no follow-up reports of any kind. I mean, that was so far the most redacted report I've seen so far, with entire sentences redacted. Let's go to Joel Hatfield. All right, we're gonna go over 2 documents, actually. Let's go over his report, document 3258, regarding an April 29th interview. Joel Hatfield, okay, he was in English class until 11:10, got out of class, went to his locker, stated he was with PJ. PJ went to his locker, Joel went to cafeteria via interior stairs. Joel stated there was nothing unusual at the time. Okay, returned to then he went to cafeteria table, then he sat there 15 minutes, heard a single pop. He stated it sounded like a paintball gun. Joel stated that moments later he got up to throw something in the trash, and as he did so, he looked out the west windows. Joel gave the following account while looking out the window. Observed a single gunman described as a white male about 6 feet tall with a medium build. Oval face, no glasses, no facial hair, and red ear-length hair. Not collar length, not longer than shoulders, red ear-length hair. He was wearing a black baseball hat backwards. The gunman was standing north of the chain link fence, east of the sidewalk. Gunman was facing Joel. Gunman did not have anything over his face and was wearing dark blue jeans with no holes or patches. Joel stated he had a white shirt, believed to be a t-shirt, and a light-colored vest with pockets. He stated that the vest was weighed down because it was not flapping like the front of his coat. Joel stated the gunman had a black trench coat on that went to about the middle of his lower legs. He stated that it was open and flapping in the wind. No logos or identifiers on the trench. Joel stated the gunman did not have any gloves on, could not see his feet. He had a gray semi-auto handgun in his right hand. Again, is Dylan Klebold left-handed? He stated that the gun was T-shaped and there was about 5 inches in front of and behind the pistol grip. The gun had a long clip in it. Joel stated gunman fired a single shot at Mike Johnson, who was on the hill west of the sidewalk. He stated that this shot was fired at Mike Johnson's knee. Stated gunman turned to an unknown direction and fired a bunch of shots, rapid fire, while turning. Okay, Joel stated gunman then fired a single shot at the guy who was standing near the chain link fence, north side in the upper body. The shooting victim fell to the ground on the east side of the walkway. Joel stated he did not have anything in his left hand at the time. He stated the gunman then changed clips but does not know what he did with the clip that he took out. Joel stated gunman then walked up the hill north, picked up a shotgun that was lying on the ground. Okay. He does not remember if it was on the sidewalk or not. Joel described the shotgun as a short, side-by-side double-barrel shotgun. Joel stated that he picked the shotgun up and held it in his left hand. Joel stated the gunman came back down the hill toward the shooting victim near the fence, the chest wound on the ground, and pointed the shotgun at him and fired 2 times. And then a janitor came in, yelled at everybody to get down. He did not see the gunman come into the cafeteria. He said he never saw a second or third gunman. No duffel bags. Okay. Another curiosity, so they were in the laundry room. He stated the janitor had a radio. He communicated to somebody on the outside, and they told us to stay in there. Joel stated that he heard what he thought was a fire extinguisher going off for a couple of minutes after they got into the room. He stated that they continued to hear gunshots from above. Joel stated somebody knocked on the door and wanted to come in. He stated that this person slipped his ID under the door, which read Jeremy, but that they did not open the door for him. He stated that Paul Andrews still has the ID to date. And that's curious. I'm sure some researcher can nail that down. Was there a real Jeremy, or was this an individual who stole somebody's ID and wanted to get in either guilty or innocent? If this was not a suspect, somebody who didn't have an ID but picked up somebody else's ID, or was that really their ID? Joel stated SWAT eventually got to them, and they went from the laundry room to the teacher's lounge, out the window, up the hill to a fire department vehicle. Joel stated he did not know the gunman, but could recognize the one shooter in a photo lineup if he had to. He stated he had never heard of Dylan Klebold or Eric Harris prior to the event, and only saw them on the television or the newspaper. So clearly the shooter he saw wasn't them, because he's offering to recognize the one shooter in a photo lineup. And no follow-up here. Document 19277 basically says the same thing. Saw one shooter with excellent description of dress, physical guns and movements, could ID in lineup if needed. So this is April 30th. So it's already, Eric and Dylan are already plastered all over the news. And he's offering to ID who he saw in a photo lineup if it was necessary, because clearly he's not talking about Eric or Dylan here. What do we make of that? I don't know what to make of that. Now we have Mark Hengel's account, which is quite curious in the report. Or Mark Hengel, rather. 5898 to 5903. FBI report dated April 28th, 99. Hengel started to walk to his locker located in the east-west hallway on the south side of the auditorium near the Science 12 room. And this interview was conducted on the 27th. While he was on the stairs located at the southeast corner of the cafeteria, he heard a lot of commotion coming from the cafeteria. He looked down into the cafeteria, saw people moving around, and heard screaming. He also heard shots and the sound of projectiles striking walls and lockers, which at first he thought were paintballs from the sound and striking rounds made. He started back down the stairs and heard someone shout, Mark, get out. Someone has a gun. Hengel was able to look outside the window on the stairs and saw several students trying to hide and others lying on the ground on the south side of the cafeteria. Mr. Sanders, a teacher at Columbine High, began telling everyone to head downstairs into the cafeteria, but after hearing gunfire, he told everyone to go upstairs. A large group of students went up the stairs on the southeast corner of the cafeteria, and once at the top, ran to the right and east through the east-west hallway on the south side of the auditorium and out the exit by the math area. Hengel, Witt, and Mr. Sanders went to the left towards the library, and Hengel and Witt hid behind a pillar near the top of the stairs. After hearing gunfire, Hengel peeked out from behind the pillar, looked down the north-south hallway next to the library. In the corner of this hallway and the east-west hallway on the north side of the auditorium, Hengel saw two white males dressed all in black whom he did not recognize. Hengel saw one of the individuals, who was tall and skinny, dressed in black pants, black boots, black trench coat, repeatedly fire a gun. Hengel was unable to describe it further, east down the hallway towards the administration and main offices. Hengel could see the shell casings ejecting and what he thought were bullets coming from the muzzle of the gun. Next to the tall, skinny shooter, Hengel saw another person also dressed in a black trench coat, bending over a large black duffel bag. This person appeared to be looking for something in the bag. Since the person's back was to Hengel, he could not provide a description of this person other than he had the impression he was overweight. That's kind of curious, because who would fit that description other than Brian Sargent? Unless, of course, you could say his impression was wrong and he thought skinny Eric Harris was overweight or skinny Dylan Klebold was overweight. After taking this quick peek from behind the pillar, Hengel turned to say something to Witt and saw Mr. Sanders lying on the floor near the top of the stairs with blood all around him. Hengel and Witt then ran east through the east-west hallway on the south side of the auditorium and out the exit by the math area. They continued to run to a nearby house where they called their parents to let them know they were safe. Hengel first heard about Trenchcoat Mafia last year. He only knew two of the members of the group, which he described as composed with weird people who dressed in black clothes and wore trench coats and played weird card games with pictures of nuclear weapons on the cards. Dylan Klebold was in his video production class last semester. Hengel never talked to him, but knew who he was because he stood out as a result of his attire. Klebold always dressed in black, wore a black trench, and tucked in his trousers into military-style boots. He had long, shaggy hair. Hengel also knew Chris Morris, who was in his science class. He described Morris as nice but rather weird, who also dresses in black clothes, including a black trench coat and a black beret. Morris once told him, "I don't believe in God, I follow Satan's commandments. And we are all part of a big computer game and someone else controls our lives." Now that's a really creepy statement. Some believe that if this was a big MK Ultra operation and a lot of the Trenchcoat Mafia were involved, not just Dylan and Eric, that's why he said something like that. Morris also once told Hengel and other students how to manufacture napalm and described the procedures and ingredients required. Morris did not indicate he had ever made napalm, but gave the impression he knew what he was doing. Hengel identified Klebold and redacted from the photograph in the attached 1A envelope. Hengel was unable to identify Eric Harris, whom he does not know. Also attached as a 1A envelope is a diagram of Columbine High School indicating the location of Hengel and the two individuals dressed in black. So he did identify Klebold and someone else. Is this Chris Morris who he's talking about here? Or is it someone else? Follow-up report here, October 13th, 1999, regarding the October 7th re-interview. And so, as gunfire was erupting, Hengel looked down north-south hallway beyond the library, reported seeing tall, skinny shooter near the far end of the hall. Hengel told investigators he saw another person next to the tall, skinny shooter. Hengel stated this other person was dressed in a black trench coat, bending over a large duffel bag. This person's back was to Hengel. He could not provide a description other than he had the impression that the other person appeared to be overweight. Hengel told me he was approximately 50-60 feet away from the shooters. He stated that the shooters were where the hallway intersects just inside the west upper doors. Stated the tall, skinny shooter was shooting down the hallway toward the gym. Hengel had a side view of the shooter. Hengel could not recall if the shooter was wearing a hat. In reference to the gun the shooter was using, Hengel could only describe it as a long gun. Hengel told me that he cannot positively He told me that he now cannot positively say that the other person who was bending over the duffel bag was wearing a trench coat. So he might have not even been wearing a coat and was simply overweight. Hengel stated that the person did look overweight. He never saw the person stand up. Hengel told me that the tall person who was shooting was wearing a trench coat. He stated his observations of these two persons were for just a couple seconds, and then he ran east down a hallway from the shooting. Now, here's a very interesting paragraph. Is this the investigator growing frustrated, Mr. Luciano here? I then explained to Mark Hengel and his father that the investigation into the Columbine High School shootings has been extremely thorough. I further explained that the overwhelming evidence in the case clearly reveals that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold acted alone. This is to include the planning as well as the actual shootings. Actually, I explained that there is no evidence to indicate that anyone other than Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold had prior knowledge of the shooting. I then advised Mark Hengel that the skinny person he saw standing and shooting was Dylan Klebold, and the person he saw bending over the duffel bag was Eric Harris. I explained that the task force investigators now know this based on physical evidence as well as other eyewitnesses. In reference to Hengel describing the person bent over the duffel bag as looking overweight, I explained that Eric Harris had web gear on and a utility belt. He was also wearing cargo pants. There were explosives stuffed into the pockets of his pants and ammunition attached on and around the web gear and utility belt, which may explain why Harris looked overweight. Both Mark and his father understood and were comfortable with the information I explained in the interview. The interview was concluded without any concerns referencing additional gunmen. So clearly the fix was in for them to establish the narrative. And of course they say the evidence is overwhelming, yet they're ignoring all evidence that points to other shooters. Now, in regards to Eric Harris looking overweight with all of the gear, I don't know. Is that plausible? I don't know. It's just he's so skinny in general. And if he was wearing a coat and he's bent over a bag, yeah, sure. But he's stating he wasn't sure. He's not sure if he's wearing a coat or not. If he's not wearing a coat, like you can see from the picture, even in the cafeteria, I mean, I don't know. From a distance and above, I mean, is it easier to see he's overweight from straight behind? I don't know. Maybe you could say he looks overweight. Either way, there's no positive ID here by any stretch of the imagination. But the desperation the investigator has here in trying to explain away what he saw and the way he's doing it is very curious. Very, very curious. So next we're going to move to one of the victims, Anne-Marie Hachelter, who was one of the gunshot victims outside the cafeteria. Now, this definitely points to the area of a cover-up, because I'm going to go through her report. So this is document 214, 215, 216. Date of the report, April 29th, 99, regarding April 27th at 3:15. Special Agent Mike Barnett and I went to Swedish Hospital to interview victim Hachelter. Victim Hachelter stated that after fourth period, at about 11:10 a.m., she went to the publications room for a few minutes, then walked down to the grassy area, which is located outside the library on the southwest corner of the school. Hachelter said she began to eat her lunch with Jason Autenrieth and Kim Blair. Hachelter stated sometime between 11:15 and 11:20, she observed two gunmen. Now, keep in mind, this is the typed report, so we do not have her statement. The first gunman she described as a white male, black hair, brown eyes, black hat, black boots, black cargo pants, a black shirt, black trench coat, carrying a black vinyl duffel bag, round in shape and about 2.5 feet long, with a black gun. Number two gunman was a white male with a shotgun, carrying a duffel bag, wearing all black to include a black trench coat. Hachelter said she saw these gunmen standing at the top of the stairs at the southwest corner by the library. Hachelter said she observed both individuals shooting towards the west and towards the parking lot. At first, she thought it was a joke, but almost immediately realized that it was for real when she saw students getting shot in the legs. By the way, it is curious how so many witnesses describe two gunmen shooting, one gunman. I mean, these accounts are all over the place, but supposedly they have a clear view here. What would account for that? Other than multiple shooters, or at least other individuals in the mix. Even if they weren't shooters, other trenchcoat mafia members running around doing whatever. Hoshelter said she observed both individuals shooting toward the west and towards the parking lot. At first, she thought it was a joke, but almost immediately realized that it was for real when she saw students getting shot in the legs. Hoshelter said it was about this time they began to run to the cafeteria when gunman 2 shot her. Hoshelter said she believes she was shot with a shotgun due to the noise of the blast. Hoshelter said she was unable to walk after being shot and that Jason Othenrieth drug her to an area by the wall directly in front of the cafeteria. Hoshelter stated while she was lying on the ground after being shot, she heard shooting and bombs going off. Hoshelter also said that she heard the first gunman yelling orders to the other gunman, but could not recall exactly what he was saying. Hoshelter stated that while she was lying on the ground playing dead, that she believes the gunman may have walked down the stairs towards the south parking area. Hoshelter stated she laid in the same position playing dead until she was rescued. Hoshelter also stated that while lying in the grass, she heard a lot of noise and shooting in the library area. Hoshelter stated she would like to be interviewed further at a later date. Due to her medical condition, I felt she needed rest, and the interview was terminated at this time. And there is no follow-up interview here. And so Jason Ottenreth's and Kim Blair's statements, we do not have Ottenreth. We just have a typed statement saying he did ID Eric Harris, but not Dylan Klebold, and we don't have his handwritten statement. So again, and Kim Blair, same thing. We do not have a positive ID from her. She does not ID anybody. So, and there's no follow-up. There's no mentioning of IDing anybody. And now let's get to this curious document, 18218. And this is truly a big mind shock. So this is Sarah Spalding, prepared by Dan Harris. Sarah Spalding, Swedish hospital, advised Anne-Marie Hoshelter, victim, would like to talk with the police or sheriff. Will Paige Harris, when she awakes, advised that Harris/Klebold. So Paige Harris, this is Dan Harris, I guess hospital staff or police. Will Paige Harris, when she arrives, advised that Harris and Klebold did not shoot her. Let me read that again for the coincidence theorists. So Swedish hospital staff, Sarah Spalding, advised that Anne-Marie Hoshelter, victim, would like to talk with police/sheriff. Advised that Harris Klebold did not shoot her. And the lead here, lead control number DN 1481, interview Anne-Marie Hoshelter, victim of incident in Swedish hospital, has an ID on the shooters, was shot outside of school. Assigned to Mike Barnett, date April 27th, 1999, time 12:29 p.m. April 17th, Barnett and McFadden interviewed Hoshelter at Swedish Hospital. Hoshelter said that at fourth period, she went to publications for a few minutes, then walked to the grassy area outside the library, southwest corner. Hoshelter said she began to eat lunch with Jason Ottenreth and Kim Blair. Hoshelter said that between 11:15 and 11:20, she observed two gunmen. Gunman number 1, white male, 6'4", black hair, brown eyes, black hat and boots, black cargo pants, black vinyl duffel bag, round in shape, about 2.5 feet long, with a black gun. Number 2, white male, shotgun, carrying duffel bag, black trench coat, all in black, standing at the top of the stairs, southwest corner by library. Hoshelter said that at first she thought it might be a joke, but quickly realized it was not when she saw both gunmen shooting towards the mountains and south parking lot. Hoshelter said he began to run towards the cafeteria. Gunman number 2 shot her. Hoshelter believed with a shotgun. Hoshelter said that she was unable to walk. Jason drug her to the cafeteria wall. Saw the gunman shooting at students' legs. First gunman yelling orders to the other gunman. Hoshelter said that she thinks the gunman walked down the stairs towards the parking lot while she laid on the grass. Hoshelter said she played dead until rescued. And so they're typing up this report. They're not saying who she identified. They're just saying gunman number 1 and 2. And in the previous lead sheet, we have here, she said that Harris and Klebold did not shoot her. So none of these individuals are Harris and Klebold. She also said individual 1 is 6'4", and 1 was yelling orders to the other. So if it was Dylan Klebold, he's yelling orders to Eric Harris. Most people assume it would be the other way around. But apparently she's stating that she was not shot by Klebold or Eric Harris. Why is this information not talked about? Where are the follow-up interviews? And who did she ID? That would be curious. Or was she not able to make an ID and she just knew it wasn't Eric or Dylan based on their pictures? So continuing on the list here, we have an entry for Lee Kamens. And there's a little bit of an error here because it's not referencing what Star Viego is saying here on the forum. But let's go to Lee Kamens' account, which is curious for a few other reasons. So Lee Kamens knows Eric Harris. This is her report, document number 3408, and she wrote this on May 3rd, so not day of. I am a senior at Columbine. I arrive at school at 7:15 a.m., and I come in through the doors of the cafeteria. On the day of the incident, I left school at the beginning of period 4 at about 10:25 to run to Target and pick up some pictures. When I was returning to Columbine at about 10:55 a.m., as I turned to go into the parking lot, I saw Eric Harris in a silver car turning right out of the parking lot. I have known Eric since the 7th grade. I waved at him and said hi. He waved back. His movement was, can't make out that word, and possibly salutatory. I parked in the senior lot, got out of my car, met my friends, walked up to the school together. Entering in the library, we waited for our friends next to the choir room and then went downstairs. I put my backpack down on the choir chair, I guess, something, and then walked out to get my food, returned and set my food down. But before I could sit down, the incident started. It looks like 10 girls or so run in to say there's a shooter out in the parking lot. Mr. Sanders and the 2 janitors told us to get down. I was against the wall on the floor. The people towards the window then started to run for the stairs. We were something on the floor. We stayed there for a minute. Then I looked around the corner and saw a white male, very tall, with long light brown hair, with a dark duster type trench coat. He appeared to have a long gun up his right sleeve. Is Dylan Klebold left-handed? I didn't look at his face. The person fired one shot through the window into the cafeteria. I ducked back. I looked around and saw the gunman was in the school. As the gunman raised his arm, and we ran down the hall and into a classroom with Miss Lucas and Miss Kelly, stayed there for 20-something minutes. We heard gunshots and then ran out of the school. Then she lists the people that were with her. So a couple of curiosities here. On the Team 4 interview guideline, minimal questions to be asked. So she does not see duffel bags. She did not see anyone carrying or in possession of duffel bags. Now, on the question, did you see Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold on Monday or Tuesday? She said yes, Eric was leaving the student lot at 10:50 a.m. by himself in his Honda. Very curious there. No mention of Dylan Klebold. So this is not a positive ID on Dylan Klebold. However, it's not stating she identified somebody else. But what's also curious is there's absolutely no follow-up here. Again, we don't know how many documents have not been released. Many, many documents, no doubt. So Star Viego gave the document 1422, which is actually not Lee Kamens. It is Trista Fogarty. And this is a report dated June 16th, 99, regarding June 15th interview of Trista Fogarty. So she said on April 20th, she ditched her first hour class at Columbine High School so she could work on homework for another class. She went to the Columbine High School library, arriving at approximately 7:45. She said she was in the library for approximately 10 minutes. Upon my asking her, Trista told me she did not see anything unusual. She did say she saw a suspicious female working at one of the computers in the library that Trista said may possibly have been Alex Marsh, however, she was not positive. I asked Trista why she felt this person was suspicious, and the only reason she could give was that the way that the female had looked at her in the library. And it is obviously very difficult because in high school, obviously, we have a lot of angsty teenagers who, some of which may not like each other for reasons not known to the other individual, and it might have nothing to do with the incident. On the other hand, we do have people's intuition and what it tells them from body language or looks, and sensing something might be off. So again, we can't really make anything of that. Trista said she left the library after 10 minutes and proceeded from the library down the stairway to the cafeteria, where she selected a table next to the stairway. And it's curious, did she leave the library because of the way Alex Marsh was looking at her? Or did she just grab what she needed and the plan was never to stay in the library but would go to the cafeteria? Who knows? The table selected may have possibly been LL on the Columbine High School cafeteria diagram. So she was with, a bunch of other students. Until 8:23, she remembered looking at the clock when they left, saying to one of her friends that they only had 2 minutes to get to their English classroom. Trista said she proceeded to leave the cafeteria and went up the stairway to the second level. She said when she got to the top of the stairway, she walked down the science and math hallway to her school hallway locker. So, wow, that's funny. She said the locker number is either 587 or 588. She doesn't know her locker number. I don't know why I find that funny, but by the end of the school year, and also is it curious, do they get a new locker every year, or do they get to keep their locker for 4 years? So if she's a senior, this is her 4th year with the same locker, she doesn't know the locker number? That'd be curious. Okay, she said it is her job to turn this class. It is her job in this class to turn on the Rebel News Network. And another coincidence, obviously Eric Harris's nickname is Rebel or Reb. For the class, Trista said she remembered the thought of the day, something to the effect of, "You wished you weren't here today," and said it also contained the date of 4/20. Now, what's curious, the coincidence theorists always maintain that could be anything. It was a nice day out. Yeah, true, we need controls. How often does it say on the thought of the day something to that effect, where you wished you weren't in school today, or it's too nice to be here, or whatever? How often does that come on? If they never had a thought of the day like that until this date, then it's incredibly suspicious, is it not? Also, the fact that the guy that controls the thought of the day is friends with Eric and Dylan. I mean, does nobody find that suspicious? I don't know. We'll get to that later. Trista describes a pattern that was on the monitor during this announcement, and she described it as being a tie-dye pattern. See, okay, that's going to be another issue, and we'll get to that shortly, because supposedly Robert Perry was wearing a tie-dye shirt, but possibly not the entire time. Now, would someone wear a shirt to shoot some people and then take off that shirt and have another shirt? Or did simply people get mixed up? Trista said she heard that Dylan Klebold and or Eric Harris had keys to gain access to the classroom where the thought of the day is produced. But that might not even be necessary because they're friends with Eric Veik. She said when she left Mr. Mosier's class, she walked down the hallway past the Columbine High Library. She advised at that time she did not see any suspicious people or items that were in the library as she passed. She then went eastbound to the main hallway to go to her class. Her gym class played football. Trista said when she was walking back to the school, she saw Steve Kernow for the last time. Trista went into the girls' locker room, got dressed, then exited the locker room, walked towards her school hallway locker. She said while en route to her locker, she stopped to talk to friends of hers in the hallway and then proceeded on. Trista said she went to her math class, and while in this class, she said she was sitting next to Tyson Knapke, who said they were closest to the door leading into the hallway. Trista said suddenly she heard the sound of several people running in the hallways outside of her classroom, and said she heard people screaming. Then she heard someone yell something to the effect of, "He has a gun," and Trista and Tyson Knapke exited the classroom to see what was going on. He returned and told the teacher that everyone in class should exit the classroom and run. Trista said at this time she did not know the reason for Tyson Knapke telling everybody to run. Trista said about this point in time, the fire alarm went off inside the school. It's curious whether the fire alarm went off before anything happened or after, or was it simply a witness who saw a shooter with a gun and pulled the alarm so everybody would leave? I don't know. Trista said she heard noises that sounded like firecrackers going off, and she ran out of Columbine High School through the east doors across South Pierce Street and into Leawood Park. Trista said she still did not know what was taking place. While running away from the high school, she did not know about the shooting incident until she arrived in Leawood Park. Trista said that she was one of the first students to get out of Columbine High School on April 20th. She said she was at the gazebo at Leawood Park about 20 minutes after arriving. She heard approximately 30 gunshots that she said were being shot in short bursts. This timeline is strange. Trista said she could hear the shots ricocheting off the gazebo. Trista said these shots began just as she had turned her back to Columbine High to talk to a friend and get something from this friend who had been standing behind her. Trista said she did not see anyone outside of Columbine High, nor did she see anyone inside the school through the windows or the door windows shooting who may have been possibly been the shooters. Trista said she heard 4 or 5 explosions during this time frame and said to her it sounded like they were being detonated on the other side of the school, the west side, possibly outside of the cafeteria. Trista said she ran from Leawood Park after jumping over a fence and then went to Eric Long's house, who apparently lives in the neighborhood near Columbine High School. She said while running, she continued to hear booms. Trista said a short time later she went to Chad's house, unknown last name, and went inside. She said they locked all the doors of the house due to the fact that they heard there was a suspect somewhere outside of Columbine High School in the surrounding neighborhoods that was shooting people. It was unknown where Trista received this information. Wow, that's a curiosity as well, because if there were multiple shooters and one of them never even went inside and was just running from people, an armed shooter running from the high school, would that think that there's somebody running around the neighborhood shooting people? I showed Trista Fogarty the photographs of the duffel bag and propane tank that were later recovered in Columbine High cafeteria. She said she did not see either of these items prior to or during the incident. Trista said she did not see anyone carrying either item or any items that may have resembled one of these items either prior to or during the incident. I asked Trista Fogarty what she knew about the Trenchcoat Mafia and or Trenchcoat Mafia students. She said when she first began attending Columbine High, her friends advised her to avoid the Trenchcoat Mafia students. Trista said she was told the reason to avoid the Trenchcoat Mafia was that they were satanic, that they used drugs together, and that they all have sex together. Trista could not elaborate further on the information she received about the Trenchcoat Mafia having sex together, but she did not believe it meant that Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris were having a homosexual relationship together. Trista Fogarty said that a friend of hers by the name of Leanne Clark was in the cafeteria April 20th when the shooting started. Trista said Clark told her that she saw who did the shooting in the cafeteria and said that Clark identified Redacted, so this is possibly Robert Perry maybe, as a gunman. Trista said she was afraid of Redacted and said that when she returned to her school classes at Chatfield High School after the shooting incident, she saw Redacted at Chatfield High School, and Trista said she freaked out. Trista said the Trenchcoat Mafia students have scared her since she saw them and said she bumped into one of them in the hallway of Columbine High School on April 20th at approximately 9:20 outside of her English class. Trista said she pulled back and away quickly from this Trenchcoat Mafia student. However, she did not know what the student's name was. Trista Fogarty said a person she only knows as Scott said that on April 20th he saw Eric Harris go through the custodian's roof access at Columbine High School and then go out onto the roof of the school. Trista said Scott's last name is unknown, but said he is a sophomore at Columbine High. Trista Fogarty said she believed Nicole Markham is or was Chris Morris's girlfriend. Trista said a female by the name of Jamie Thurman associates with Brooks Brown and goes over to Brooks Brown's house. She said that Jenny Neffy goes along with Jamie Thurman to Brooks Brown's house because Jenny Neffy has a crush on Brooks Brown's brother, Ian Brown. Trista was not positive of Brooks' brother's name, however, she believed it was Ian. Trista said that Jamie Thurman told her that Brooks Brown is a nice guy. Additional information. Trista Fogarty told me that she believes that there were more than 4 people involved in the incident on April 20th, 1999. Trista said that most of the people she has talked to believe there were more than 2 shooters and said that friends of hers believe that Redacted may have been one of the shooters involved on April 20th, 1999. So now we have the thoughts of the people on the ground, the students, the witnesses, the victims, friends of the victims. There's all these people who believe not that there were 3 people involved, not that there were 4 people involved, but more than 4 people. So that would obviously be 5 and up. Now, right or wrong, these are what the people that were there believe. Very curious. Trista Fogarty advised me that since the incident on April 20th at Columbine High School, she has had trouble dealing with the situation and in fact has been seeing a counsel therapist. Her mother confirmed that Trista has been seeing the therapist. I gave both of them my business card and advised them if they wish to talk with a victim's advocate in the future to contact me and make arrangements. And if she remembers anything in the future, then it may be permanent to the case. Okay. So that is her account. Very curious. No follow-up interview. So again, the coincidence theorists maintain that these are internet conspiracies and all these things. These are the thoughts of the people that were there. The witnesses, friends of the witnesses, they all believe there were more than 4 shooters, or a large portion of the student body believed there's more than 4 shooters. So no matter how hard the coincidence theorists want to pretend and hallucinate, these theories were all formed after the fact years later as just crazy internet conspiracies, which even if that were true, that still wouldn't mean it would be wrong. But that's not the case. These are the beliefs of the people that were there. Let's move on to Timothy Castle, 3415 and onward. This is his handwritten statement, April 20th, 1999. It's about 11:25. I can't tell if that's 11:15 or 11:25. We heard a gunshot. I remember Mr. Sanders coming through the cafeteria doors, yelling, "Get down, get down." I heard someone get shot, so I immediately went into the cafeteria and then the teacher's lounge. Then with a few others, a teacher I didn't know, a bunch of people, about a half an hour later, they boosted me into the ceiling, and the rest stayed put. I climbed across the ceiling to the other side. It took me about 5 minutes to get across the room. Then from the other side, I saw someone point a gun at me, and I fell through the ceiling and ran to a cop car. So this is like right out of Die Hard here. As far as I know, the suspects are Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris, redacted, and I think there might have been 2 others with them. Curious. I don't know if redacted's Robert Perry, but the length seems to fit. Possibly Chris Morris. So he's climbing through the ceiling, and then from the other side, someone pointed a gun at him. So in the typewritten report, dated April 27th, this is, Agent Jerry Means, Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And so there's a couple clarifications here. So this is while they locked the bathroom door, they heard numerous noises, including loud bangs, screaming, and the sound of people running. Castle stated the sound seemed to be coming from right outside the door. Concerned that someone might come in to get them, they began to discuss climbing up in the ceiling to hide or escape. Castle climbed up into the ceiling, then assisted Joyce Jankowski in getting up into the suspended ceiling area. Jankowski moved to the west to an area just beyond the bathroom wall over the area of the faculty lounge. Jankowski then fell through the ceiling and into the lounge. She then scrambled back into the bathroom. Castle stated that he crawled on top of a metal heating duct and moved toward the kitchen looking for a place to hide. As he did so, he knocked several ceiling tiles off in the area of a small bathroom, which services the kitchen, and which is adjacent to the bathroom they had been hiding in. Castle then began moving west, following the metal ductwork, and then moving along a metal pipe held up by some wires. As Castle reached the area of the west wall, he looked back to the area over the bathroom in the kitchen area. As he did, he observed a subject in the area whose head was just above the ceiling area. Castle said that the subject was pointing what he believed was a shotgun at him. He advised that he based this in the manner in which the subject pointed the gun at him. Castle stated that it was dark and he could not see the subject well. He described the subject as having shoulder-length dark hair. Castle stated that he believed that the subject was Dylan Klebold. Again, this is the typewritten statement after the fact. We don't know how that identification was made. He said he based this on the fact that the subject had not shot him, as Castle advised him he is a friend of Klebold's. Interesting. So he stated he couldn't see the figure. It was very dark, but the figure didn't shoot him. So he assumed it was Klebold because he knows Klebold, and he's a friend of his. And if that's true, that's yet another individual to be added to the list that wasn't killed by them if they spotted them. Although, Castle stated that the hair he described did not fit Klebold, and nothing about what he observed of the subject led him to his conclusion that the subject could be Klebold. What the heck? That doesn't make any sense. So he believed it was Klebold based on the fact that he wasn't shot, not based on any of the way that he looked, and the hair was not consistent with Klebold's hair. Castle kicked the ceiling tiles down where he was and dropped through the ceiling. He landed in the faculty lounge next to the window through which he and others had earlier seen the bodies. Castle stated that at that time the window was intact. He then escaped the building via the door located just within the cafeteria and ran to a marked police unit on the west side. He glanced toward the cafeteria area as he ran out and did not see anyone inside. Castle stated that approximately 1 or 2 minutes later he saw Sean Nossaman, Nick Foss, and 2 of the teachers run out. Foss later told him that he too had gone up into the ceiling area. Castle recalled that at some point while they were in the bathroom area, Nick Foss said that one of the shooters was the kid in the next class that wore glasses, Dylan. Castle also recalled a conversation with Nate Dykeman, in which Dykeman commented that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were not at school. Dykeman told Castle that they had to be up to something, as they were never gone together in the past. Castle described himself as being a friend of Dylan Klebold. He stated that he had talked to him in the previous evening and were talking about some trades involving their fantasy baseball teams. He recalled that Klebold talked about working a trade with Adam Sands for a player, Roger Clemens. And you know what else is curious? These seem to really be far from loners. I mean, Dylan Klebold, he's doing theater. He's involved in fantasy baseball. He's got all these different circles of people that he knows that aren't affiliated with other circles. Apparently so does Eric Harris. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy how many friends and acquaintances they have spread far and wide with different interests. Castle characterized the conversation as being very normal, as was Klebold's mood and demeanor. So that was the previous evening. Castle stated that he has known Dylan Klebold for approximately 3 years through school and their joint interest in fantasy baseball. Castle stated that he has had Klebold in at least one class each semester since his second semester at Columbine High School. Castle advised that there's a group of individuals who participate in this fantasy baseball league and utilize a website belonging to Chad Laughlin. Castle advised that the internet... address for the site. Castle stated he talked to Klebold on a daily basis and currently had a class with him in 4th hour. They are both involved in video production. Castle stated he has heard media accounts about videos that Klebold allegedly made which depicted events similar to what occurred at Columbine High School on April 20th. Castle stated that he never saw any such video. Castle stated he is not a member of the group which has come to be known as the Trenchcoat Mafia, but has another friend who is, named Nate Dykeman. Castle stated that Dykeman worked with Eric Harris and Klebold at Blackjack Pizza, and that Dykeman was Klebold's best friend until Dykeman became involved with Christy Epling. Castle stated that he had Eric Harris in his 5th hour class and also spoke to him almost every morning. Castle advised that Harris kept to himself and recalled Harris being upset about not having a prom date. Castle was asked about Klebold's hobbies and interests. He stated that Klebold was into hard punk music, like Marilyn Manson and the German rock band KMFDM. Klebold was also a Red Sox fan and a Roger Clemens fan. Castle stated that Klebold was a good guy and that what took place was definitely out of character for him. It's a weird way to put it. Castle stated that he has never been to Klebold's residence. He has never heard him discuss anything about guns, bombs, or mention things like the Anarchist Cookbook. Castle recalled Nate Dykeman telling him that Harris and Klebold never made it to their bowling class on the morning of the shooting. Chad Laughlin also told him that as he was leaving campus and Klebold was arriving, Laughlin flipped off Klebold in the parking lot. Castle stated that he was interviewed on 2020 at his residence. He said that while the crew was there, he overheard a female crew member stating that Redacted had brought a duffel bag to the school. He did not know who the female crew member was. So the 2020 crew has apparently some insider info as well, discussing that there's another individual bringing duffel bags to the school. And we'll get into sightings with plenty of other individuals who saw people bringing bags into the school. And the follow-up interview, there's really not much more gone into this follow-up interview. May 6th, 1999. So there is another piece of info here that's interesting. Tim stated that Nate Dykeman was his best friend and that he had called and talked to Nate in Land O'Lakes, Florida last night, which was May 5th. Tim stated that Nate had been very close with both Eric Harris and Dylan, but had recently gotten a new girlfriend by the name of Christy Epling, who, along with his job at the Firestone store located at Pierce and Elmhurst, had kept Nate occupied and busy. In asking what Nate had talked about in their phone conversation last night, Tim stated that Nate thought that Eric and Dylan had probably carried their bombs into the school during a 2-hour block of time that they disappeared from the after-prom party at the school. Tim himself was at the after-prom party along with his mother, Kim, who acted as a chaperone. Tim said that he didn't realize that both Eric and Dylan had left from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., but that he did talk to Dylan at about 4 a.m. about boxing with 5-pound gloves in a game that had been set up for the students. They decided not to box and then went separate ways. Tim stated that Nate had told him both Eric and Dylan had disappeared from the party between 2 and 4, and that was his theory of when they may have carried the materials into the school and hid them. When Detective Demmel asked Timothy if Nate Dykeman had any prior knowledge that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were going to do something, Tim replied that Nate had said he knew they were going to do something, but that he did not know they were going to do what they did. So he's admitting here that Nate said he knew they were going to do something. Now, I mean, he needs to expand on that, because what does that mean? So now's a good opportunity to read this article from the Denver Post. This was published April 24th. So just a couple days later, officials think bombs at the Columbine High School were planted during prom. 150 federal, state, and local crime investigators gathered for a meeting to evaluate the evidence in the case. By Marilyn Robinson, Mark Obamasic, and Peggy Lau, April 24th, 1999. As 150 investigators swapped leads in their hunt for new suspects, authorities speculated Friday the two teenage killers could have planted their homemade bombs during Columbine High's after prom party last Saturday night. So if that's true, that means the bombs were all sitting there undetected. So Sunday, okay, there's probably not a lot of people in the school, if any, on Sunday. But all through Monday, classes, they were sitting there the whole time? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see what the rest of the article says. If they wanted to plant explosives, they could have done it then. They would have had access to the school during the after-hour prom party that they attended, Jefferson County Sheriff's Lieutenant John Keekbush told the Denver Post. Meanwhile, authorities said they haven't identified a third suspect, but they believe Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had help in plotting and carrying out Tuesday's schoolhouse murders. There's plenty of indications from the witness interviews that there are other people who very likely had knowledge of this and may have had some degree of involvement short of another gunman, Keekbush said. We don't know if there's a third gunman, but we're not discounting it. Jefferson County officials had the discovery of at least 30 bombs, so I believe the final tally was over 100, possibly even close to 200, including a powerful 20-pound device found in the kitchen Thursday, suggested the two killers were assisted in their rampage that killed 15, hospitalized 22, and shocked the world. It was one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. Just how the killers smuggled in their mass arsenal is another aspect of investigators' work, and speculation arose Friday that Harris and Klebold had obtained school keys. But Keekbush said, "We have nothing definitive to indicate they had keys. We're going to try to check out the keys, one of the thousands of things we need to check into," he said. Since Tuesday, several students have talked of a third suspect, a lot more than several. The role of another possible suspect was obscured further by the release Friday of 911 tapes from the murders. Though many witnesses said Harris and Klebold wore black trench coat during their killing spree, The 911 tape released Friday shows one of the first police officers on the scene reporting a shooter who had a white t-shirt on with some kind of a holster vest or something. It's unclear whether the two identified killers changed clothes or took off their trench coats during the rampage. The 911 tapes offered the first public look at the panic, agony, and sheer terror of the high school attack. The most harrowing account came from an unidentified teacher trying to protect students huddled in the library. He's upstairs, he's right outside of here, he's outside the hall, the teacher pleaded to a police emergency dispatcher. Kids, just stay down. Police still have no motive for the killings, but students say Klebold and Harris yelled they were seeking revenge for being teased and insulted. Governor Bill Owens toured the school Thursday night and emerged visibly shaken. It was a scene of devastation, Owens said Friday. I went into the library and I never want to see a room like that in my life. The destruction and damage throughout the area of the school where this occurred was stunning. The explosion in the cafeteria was so hot it melted the ceiling tiles, but nobody was killed in the cafeteria. The reason is the teachers got them out. It gave them that split second. Columbine students will return to the classroom Thursday, taking half-day courses at crosstown rival Chatfield High School. Also Friday, 150 federal, state, local crime investigators gathered for all-day meeting to evaluate evidence in the case. In the 3 days since the murders, more than 500 interviews have been conducted, though a lack of coordination had investigators questioning some people 2 or 3 times, officials said. Meanwhile, prosecutors and law enforcement agents went to court to try to keep secret at least 3 search warrants and affidavits in the case. The affidavits contain the name of witnesses and acquaintances of the 2 murderers, and some may be accomplices who helped plot and carry out the rampage, officials argued. Confusions from such a massive investigation also led police to make several inaccurate statements, later retracted, about the crime, including the number of people killed in the attack and the number of bombs found by investigators Thursday. Or were those initial numbers accurate? Were there people who were killed who were not students? Either other trenchcoat mafia members, possibly, from other areas, possibly law enforcement, or possibly just other individuals that didn't want anybody to know about? Or were the bodies in the hallways simply people playing dead? Although I haven't seen any of those witness statements that people were specifically playing dead in the hallway, in the stairway areas where supposedly nobody was shot. Now here's a couple. Okay, it's about to get even more mind-shocking here. So, confusion. Okay, on Friday, Jeffco spokesman Steve Davis corrected a police statement from the previous day about security camera coverage at the school. Police now say there was no video camera in the library where most murders took place. Still, police said they had recovered tape from cameras in the rest of the school. How many cameras? How many cameras? And again, was it originally accurate? Apparently, I mean, I'll probably do a dedicated episode just on the cameras and the camera footage. Apparently, there was a camera outside the library, not necessarily in the library. There was a camera in the library, somewhere in the library area, and I believe even DeAngelis mentioned that, the principal, so you would think the principal would know where the cameras were, but either way, continuing here, he said he recovered tape from cameras in the rest of the school. He does not give an amount of cameras here, though. Kate Bush said the tapes will be sent to FBI headquarters in Quantico to enhance before investigators review them. We don't want to do anything to compromise those tapes. We have no idea what they're going to show. Ideally, they would show the movement and also the actual placement, perhaps, of some of the explosive devices prior to the incident. If that's the case, we have just got very important evidence. Okay, then they talk about tracing the guns. Okay, so very curious regarding when they planted those, or if they had help in planting those. So let's go on now to Alicia Mays, 3613 to 3619. No handwritten statement. This is a report from May 3rd regarding a May 1st interview. Investigator Lauk from Jeffco, DA's office. Alicia said she had been in the area known as the Rebel Corner, which is by the southeast doors. Alicia stated that she arrived in the cafeteria at approximately 11:15 a.m. after her 4th hour class. She and Crystal were talking, looking through a window which gave her a view outside to the west. She said she saw a male subject trying to hold up a girl. She said it looked to her like he was standing up and the girl in his arms was on her knees. Alicia stated that she then ran out the doors closer to her and ran west to about the corner of the building. She stated that she observed a male dressed in black pants, white shirt, wearing a black hat backwards and a black trench coat. She is advised that this subject was walking down a hill. She said she saw him reach into his coat and saw him throw an object into the parking lot. She said she heard an explosion and watched the subject walk toward the soccer field. She stated that she then ran back into the cafeteria by way of a southwest door. She advised that she may have yelled something about a bomb as she ran back to the Rebel Corn area. She stated many of the students were on the floor at this point. She said that she ran down the foreign language hall east of the Rebel Corner. She ran out a door and continued to run to Pierce Street. Alicia stated that when she first observed the male in the black trench coat, she thought it was a person known to her as redacted. She advised that now, after seeing pictures of Dylan Klebold, she believes that this person may have been him, not redacted. She stated that she has never spoken to Eric or Dylan or redacted. She advised that her friend Crystal Archuleta had told her of seeing a tan pickup truck circling the parking lot prior to the initial explosion. I don't think we went over that before. A tan pickup truck circling the parking lot prior to the initial explosion. Curious. So she's not sure. The only reason she thinks it might have been Dylan is because she was shown pictures after that. Because she stated that as she first observed the male, she said it was redacted who she did know, and she did not know Dylan. So not 100% in either direction. Obviously, the coincidence theorists claim that the mistake in witness reliability only works in one direction if it supports the official narrative. Now, what's curious is that the following report, and we don't have her own words here. We have these investigators typing up reports for, to meet their own agendas here, but this was May 19th. Mays had a follow-up interview, said there was a commotion outside. Now, here's what's curious. She recalled seeing a tan-colored, possibly 1980s, beat-up compact pickup truck driving around in the parking lot briefly, then drove from the lot, turning possibly to the right, leaving the area. Did they ever track that truck down? Okay. She said at this point she looked to the area of the top of the exterior stairs in the west side cafeteria, saw a suspect she thought was student redacted. So again, is this Robert Perry? She clarified that this could have been Dylan Klebold, as she did not know either one of them prior to the shooting. However, if you recall, in the previous report we just read, she thought it was a person known to her as redacted. So is this the second investigator trying to make it look like she can't identify either way? She said if this is Robert Perry she's talking about, she did know him. A student known to her. Now in this follow-up report, all of a sudden it's stating that neither redacted or Dylan Klebold, she did not know either one of them prior to the shooting. So how would she know it was redacted if she didn't know him? And no follow-up. It says no new leads generated. So 1980s tan pickup, beat up tan pickup. Was that ever tracked down? Who owns such a vehicle? Possibly other Trenchcoat Mafia members? All right, let's move on to Luke Milne, 5622 to 5625. And no handwritten statement. This is dated here, document June 9th. Investigator Rieker did interview with Luke Milne at his residence with his mother present. He was in the tech lab at approximately 11 a.m., went to the commons area for a Coke, and at that time he observed redacted in the commons area talking to some friends, and that he knows redacted from the Safeway store and from school. Milne states that redacted was wearing a black trench coat, white shirt, black pants, no hat, no glasses, black boots, and black hair. Milne did not talk to redacted at that time, and that redacted did not have anything in his hands. Milne stated that Dan Goen, Brandon Little, and Bijan Monte all saw redacted shooting at the school. Milne was in the cafeteria at 7:30 and did not see anything unusual at the time. He was unable to provide further info and the interview was terminated. So he observed redacted in the commons area talking to some friends. Okay, curious. And he said he had nothing in his hands at the time he observed him. Now, so he didn't see this individual shooting. He simply observed the individual, but apparently Robert Perry wasn't there that day. So either way, even if he's not involved, he also listed 3 individuals who saw redacted shooting, even though he himself did not. This is, of course, Dan Goen, Brandon Little, Bijan Monte. And let's go over Brandon Little's account before we finish up with Luke Milne. Actually, let's finish Luke Milne first. So, follow-up interview, October 18th, Investigator Reeker. Saw male party, all black clothes, white male, approximately 6'3" in height. Dark brown hair, no hat, no glasses. And again, we don't know how much the investigators are adding here in their typed up report versus what they were stated. Milne stated he did not know Harris or Klebold. Prior to the shooting, he had gone from the tech room to the commons area of the cafeteria to get a Coke and had seen a person he felt to be redacted in the common area, and then Milne went back to tech class and the shooting started moments later. Milne was advised by Investigator Reeker that redacted was at his home during the shooting, and Milne was shown a picture of Dylan Klebold in the cafeteria, and Milne stated that this was the person he saw in the hallway loading the weapon, and he also remarked that Klebold and redacted look alike. So, that's all she wrote there. They look alike, impossible to make an ID. I guess he wasn't close enough to see the acne. All right, let's go to Brandon Little's account, document 6793. This one is curious. Report date April 28th. And they forgot to redact Robert Perry here in this document. This is Columbine High School Task Force. This lead was Brandon had information referencing Robert Perry involved in the shooting, told the source he saw Robert Perry in the school with a gun. So, May 10th, 1999, Brandon was met at his residence. He was interviewed about the information he provided to Deputy Warren. The only information he disclosed was about what he was hearing from other students. He was told by Luke Milne and told by Bijan Monte she saw redacted in the cafeteria shooting and she is afraid to go to school as she knows she saw him there shooting. Brandon was asked about his whereabouts during the incident. So, right or wrong, Bijan Monte is terrified to go back to school because she truly believes she saw redacted shooting people. And she doesn't want to go to school with redacted. That's curious. That's curious. That's her conviction. That is her conviction. And again, she could be wrong, but she was there. I wasn't. I know all the coincidence theorists and the Dunning-Kruger goofs criticizing her were not, or at least that are criticizing her online. I don't know if the other students that were there are criticizing her or telling her she didn't see what she saw, because some of them also saw the same thing she saw. Brandon was asked about his whereabouts during the incident. He has 4th hour off. Okay. He took some friends to the subway for lunch. He was with Holly Purdue, Aaron Lawson. He had only met Holly a day or so before. They all left early for lunch, then returned to look at some pictures. When they got close, they noticed the problems, picked up one other friend by the name of Pat. Then they drove over to the Leewood Elementary School to warn them of the problem and not let the kids there out. All of Brandon's friends have been talking about how there are more than the 2 shooters in the school. This is based upon how they were seen in various areas of the school. They have taken various diagrams from the newspaper and tried to show, in relation to the information they have as to where the shooters were, it is all not logical for 2 shooters to be in the locations they were. And I'm guessing here that there were 2 shooters spotted in one area, 1 shooter spotted in another area, and then another 1 or 2 shooters spotted upstairs. So, again, is it possible they switched positions, etc.? But then there's people that saw 3 individuals at once. There's even people that saw 4 individuals at once. And that's it. No follow-up, no nothing. That's all we have from Brandon Little. But again, the sentiment is clear among what a certain portion of the student body believes. Did we go over Lorenz's account? I don't think we did. She might not even be listed. I mean, there's just so many accounts to go over here. Document 6797. Stephanie Lorenz was interviewed April 30th by investigator Jill Rudler, Colorado State Patrol. Miss Lorenz stated she was not in the school at the time of the shooting. She was in the front of the public library at 2:30 p.m. after the shooting. And she was looking for friends. She said she saw 3 people all dressed in black, probably all males. She said she wasn't sure if they were laughing or not. One was tall, maybe 6'2", with a blonde ponytail and wearing black combat boots. The others were shorter. She couldn't describe them. Does that sound like Joe Stair? I mean, that's not damning in any way, but just curious what the movements were of all these individuals, obviously. And of course, we already went over Liam Murphy's account, very damning. So this is, she also picked out Joe Stair. Let's go to Mark Opfer. We have his handwritten statement, Denver Police Department, April 20th, 2:30. Was going outside to write a report at 11:30 a.m. Saw a male, black trench coat, 5'7", black, what is that, boots, shoes? I can't tell what that is. Unknown shoes. Or is that black hair? Unknown shoes. Was wearing a mask. That's suspect number 1. Suspect number 2, white male, black trench coat, black hat, red bill with a large B on the front, wearing black pants, 6'3" to 6'4". Mark saw the shooter of the two shooting, the shorter of the two shooting. Mark saw the shooter and shot the one victim who heard explosions, like shotguns, maybe grenades. Heard 8 to 10 explosions. Okay, this is actually, this is a summary of the statement, so this is actually Dan Wyckoff, I guess. He's writing this from what Mark told him. So the FBI report here, April 28th, 99. Opfer is a freshman. He went to lunch, cafeteria 11:15, April 20th, 99. After eating, went outside the cafeteria by himself. At around 11:30, began walking up toward the library, the outside of the staircase located on the northwest side of the cafeteria. He was walking next to Daniel Robauer and saw 2 white males at the top of the stairs, one of whom was holding what he thought was a water squirt gun. Opfer did not recognize either of these individuals, both wearing all black trench coats. One was about 6'4" and was wearing a backwards black hat with a B emblem on it. He had no weapon visible. The other person was about 5'8", had a large pistol in his hands. Opfer identified it as the Tech-9 assault pistol he has seen a picture of in the newspaper reporting. The shorter person began firing the pistol down the stairs. So that's curious, because officially Dylan is the one with the Tech-9, unless they switched guns randomly. But he said the shorter person was firing the Tech-9 down the stairs. Opfer turned to speak to Raubauer, who then looked at him strangely and fell down screaming. Opfer realized Raubauer had been shot, and so he ran down the stairs and into the southwest entrance of the cafeteria. Inside, he told the janitor and other students to get out because someone was shooting at other students. He then ran east through the hallway on the south side of the auditorium and then south down the foreign language area hallway, warning other students and faculty about the shooter. I mean, this kid's a freshman and he's running around warning people instead of just leaving himself. Opfer and several teachers and students hid in a classroom for about 3 hours, left the school about an hour after they heard the last gunshots and explosions. Opfer has heard about the Trenchcoat Mafia, but only knows 2 members of the group, Joe Stair, Columbine student who graduated last year, and Chris Morris. At the time, Opfer believed the taller person in the trenchcoat who was with the shooter was redacted, since redacted is about the same height and build and always wears a black trench coat and a black beret. So is he saying he saw Chris Morris? Huh. So he doesn't really mention the hair much? And no further follow-ups. So make of that what you will. Next up, we have Laura Hornbaker's account, document 1939. And she said she heard from friends that Josh Ortwine witnessed the shooting and he was telling everyone he saw Redacted shooting a gun. And curiously, Josh Ortwine's account seems to be missing from all of the documentation. Let's go to Brie Pasquale. This is a very, very damning account here. Document 18018. Actually starts a little earlier, document 18017. Rita Lensex. Information received date April 23rd. Rita Lensex states her sister, Marge Hendry, told her the girl that was on CNN that said that a shooter named Redacted pointed his gun at her, but recognized her and didn't shoot. Redacted lives down the street from her. So a student who she knows, who lives right down the street, that's who she identified. But apparently the coincidence theorists say she's mistaken. Marge said that she saw Brie Pasquale on CNN and that the shooter was named Redacted. So Brie Pasquale's account is very long, actually, very tragic. I mean, she saw people get killed in the library. Eric Harris talked to her, pointed the gun at her, asked her if she wanted to die. I mean, it's all just absolutely just incredibly horrific just to read the account. What's curious, though, is that she didn't know either one of them, and the investigator actually had to correct her because she was saying it was Klebold, and the investigator wanted her to clarify that she didn't actually know Klebold, and she said no. So it was after seeing the media on him, and also there's a long redacted line regarding what Dylan Klebold said after the police arrived. Is it possible he's referencing other shooters by name or whatever? Who knows? It's just a long redacted line of what she heard Dylan Klebold say. And again, it's unclear what she really believes. Was it really just an error in communication regarding the lead sheet? Possibly. Who knows? Or did someone mistake her? Huh. But apparently, yeah, there's something off about this lead sheet because it's someone who lives down the street from her. So it may be this individual, she said the girl that was on TV, if that wasn't Brie Pasquale, that's someone else who says the gunman lived down the street for her. Here's another curious comment. I don't know, this possibly could be something lost in translation, but the date is April 29th, interview with Emily Wyant. Sophomore, she was in the library. So she arrived 10:45, approximately 11:10 a.m. after she heard the gunshots. Female teacher came into the library yelling for everyone to get down. Okay. Miss Wyant stated you could hear the gunshots getting closer. The two gunmen entered the library through the library's main entrance. She stated she had never seen either one of the gunmen before, although she would recognize them if she saw them again. So, is it possible she watched zero news reports and was not aware that Harris and Klebold were identified as the shooters on April 29th, 9 days later? I mean, I don't know what to make of this, because she's saying if she saw them again, she'd be able to recognize them. So did she not realize that they were already identified, or is she talking about gunmen other than Harris and Klebold? She described gunman number 1 wearing a black trench coat, tall, long brown hair. Gunman number 2 did not have a coat. He was wearing a white t-shirt, black pants. Both had guns. She did not know what kind. And then she just constantly refers to them as gunmen. Why is she mentioning she'd recognize them if she saw them again? So does that mean she has not seen them identified? She was not given any pictures of them in this interview, like with other interviews for photo lineups? I mean, I don't understand that at all. But that's the case. That's the case against Perry, more or less. So she was also not the only one. Lisa Forgan apparently said the same thing. And Arthur Curtis, 3,005, 19,444, respectively. Wow, this is getting crazy, because now we have all these library witnesses saying that they would recognize the pictures of Harris and Klebold, or if it was them, Okay, this is getting really mind-shocking now. I don't know what to make of this. Let's go to Aaron Welsh, 610. One step at a time here. Document 610. This report is the 22nd of April. Okay. I don't know, maybe these are just errors in communication, but let's examine here. Welsh advised he was in the library when Klebold and Harris came into the room. Welsh observed the two suspects shoot several students. Again, is this investigator writing this because he thinks it's Klebold and Harris, and Welsh didn't actually state it was Klebold and Harris. The investigator is simply writing that down because he believes it's Klebold and Harris. Welsh observed two suspects shoot several students and make racial statements. Harris observed a shotgun, rifle, and handgun, and observed two bomb explosions. Welsh describes two other persons who claim to be in the so-called Trenchcoat Mafia. These two were not observed April 20th. Redacted and redacted, unsure of last name. Welsh can identify both suspects and can give good accounts of the situation. So does that mean he could identify Dylan and Eric clearly? Is that what that means? It's very possible that's what that means. Again, it would help to have his handwritten statement here. Yes, I'm assuming that's just people. Starviego didn't read that correct. Now here's a lot more problems. Hillary Snyder, Rachel Danford, and Janelle Feibolt saw Redacted in school on April 20th. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt. Rachel later sees Redacted down at the Columbine Public Library. So they saw him in the school, then at the library. According to Perry, if this is Perry, he was home. He didn't go. He's no longer a student at the school. So why would he be at the school? So I don't believe anybody's contesting he was at the library. Is that where he said he went to pick up his sister? But let's look at Terry Lawson, 10,020. Actually, 10,022. Witness statement. Terry Lawson reports he was in the cafeteria, saw a senior he believed to be Redacted with a backpack and a black trench coat holding a handgun. Is this Robert Perry? No follow-up there, so that's all we have there. His account is on 3530 and onward. So the investigator is stating in this report that he saw Dylan Klebold. So is that what he said, though? Or is this the investigator just referencing Klebold? Yeah, that's weird. Lawson described Klebold as 6'5" to 6'7". So again, this looks like the investigator put down Klebold instead of suspect because the investigator thought it was Klebold. Klebold's obviously not between 6'5" and 6'7". Obviously, that's closer to Robert Perry, Chris Morris height. Skinny, blonde hair, collar length, although I don't know, maybe that is closer to Dylan Klebold. Wearing an ankle-length trench coat buttoned up. Wearing a baseball-style cap backwards, red emblem in the front worn correctly, so bill forward. Black backpack worn on Klebold's back, nothing covering his face. Huh. Weird. Very, very weird. Let's go to Monica Schuster, 19,470. Very curious. So dated here, April 29th, 99, time 11:30 a.m. Schuster was with Robin Anderson on April 20th. They left school at 11:10 a.m., convenient time, with Tammy Golden to go to Dairy Queen. Returned to school at 11:25 a.m. Anderson pulled into senior parking lot and heard gunfire. They stayed in parking lot until 3 p.m. Schuster saw the gunman but did not believe it was Harris or Klebold. Schuster believes Anderson knew about the shooting because she bought them the guns. Per Schuster, Anderson was not acting herself prior to leaving the school to go to Dairy Queen because urgent to leave the school and wanted to stay at Dairy Queen. And we'll get into that later. But wow, okay, so Schuster saw the gunman, did not believe it was Harris or Klebold. Again, this is not definitive by any stretch of the imagination. If this is all we had, then there'd be nothing to discuss. But we have absolute positive IDs, which is what's making this so curious and problematic. Lisa Forgan, 3004 and onward. So again, this is curious. So this report is dated April 22nd regarding the April 22nd telephone conversation. So, telephone witness Sandra Inman, due to the fact she had called sheriff's office stating she had info concerning Columbine High School shootings. Witness Inman stated that she had a student named Lisa Forgan who had told her she was in the cafeteria the entire time the incident was occurring, and that Forgan was hiding under a table when two armed suspects entered the cafeteria. Witness Inman said she was told by Forgan that these individuals were not wearing trench coats. She described the individuals as one having long blonde hair, is this Joe Stair, and an orange shirt, and the other individual having blonde hair. Witness Inman states she believes Forgan told her that possibly she could ID these individuals if she could look through a yearbook, and those photos were in there. Okay, so April 22nd, so 2 days after the shooting, a call comes in 2:45 p.m. Sandra Inman is calling the sheriff's office, stating that one of her students, named Lisa Forgan, saw two shooters in the cafeteria and she can ID them. Well, Eric and Dylan were ID'd day of. I mean, if you want to say some people didn't get around to seeing the reports until the day after, that's fine. It's plastered all over the news. Why would 2 days later, on April 22nd at 2:45 p.m., a witness is frantically calling the sheriff's office to provide more information on two additional shooters? So this is her handwritten, this looks like her handwritten statement. Looks like they got to her the 29th. My friends and I were in the cafeteria when janitor came running in, telling everyone to get down. I saw one of the gunmen near the stairs running north and the west along serving line to the teacher's conference room. He was shooting a gun and throwing pipe bombs, 4 or 5 total. I saw the second gunman appear near the bottom of the stairs, and he was firing in the air towards others in the cafeteria. First gunman kept running back and forth in front of service line. First gunman returned to the teacher's conference room and started shooting. I heard a small explosion and something, gas, and some more gunfire, and an explosion and a ball of fire near the service area. The three of us got up and ran out the south door to the parking lot, took cover behind a brown car. We were in the parking lot for an hour or two before an officer escorted us out. We were in the cafeteria for about, does that say an hour? I can't see what that says. Okay, first gunman, white male, 5'5", slim, blue baseball cap, orange t-shirt, orange t-shirt. So, and I also believe she's not the only one that said there was an orange t-shirt. Shaggy blonde hair sticking out of cap. So again, she's stating he was 5'5" here. 5'5", shaggy hair sticking out of the cap. Would Dylan Klebold be mistaken for somebody who's 5'5"? I mean, this guy's 6'3". Okay, narrow face, spoke German. Second gunman, white male, tall and thin, long blonde hair. Okay, so I guess the first gunman might be Dylan. I guess Eric Harris, would he be described as 5'5" if he's 5'8", 5'9"? But he wasn't wearing an orange shirt, though, and he didn't have shaggy blonde hair sticking out of his cap. The second gunman, white male, tall and thin, long blonde hair. Not shaggy, curly hair. Okay. May be able to identify the first gunman, but not the second. Curious. This is dated April 29th. So, despite all the news reports of the identification of both Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, she's stating that she might be able to identify this first gunman. It looks like she made a typewritten statement, too. Yeah, this looks like a typewritten statement. And a couple other things here. Okay, so I saw the first gunman, medium-sized, narrow face, orange t-shirt, blue cap. Hair was shaggy, curly blonde. He kept throwing pipe bombs across the room. This guy also kept getting closer to us. I heard what may have been the janitor yell at the man to put the gun down. She's also calling these gunmen men instead of, I don't know, kid, teen, student. Shooter. The gunman yelled something back in German. I heard gunshots and the cooks scream. Okay, then they ran away. Wow, this is actually really dark here. We ran to the fence, ran out toward the track field. A cop searched each of us to make sure that we didn't have any weapons. We were brought to a safe area around the corner of the street. A cop talked to me, and I knew that he wasn't really caring about what I saw. I mean, that's just sad, though. I mean, the trauma that these kids went through, and for them, even if the cop did care, he caused the appearance that he didn't, and it's kind of sad. So what's curious, so when she's answering the questionnaire, Team 4 interview guideline, minimal questions to be asked, did you see Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold either Monday and Tuesday? It's not stating that they were the shooters. She simply writes, don't know them. Regarding Trenchcoat Mafia question, she said she knows Brian from World of Work class or something like that. I can't tell what that says. Now, what's curious here, who knows what was said, but this follow-up report is September 27th dated, and that is the date that this follow-up interview occurred. And, okay, so she was shown photographs of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. So is this on the 27th in September? So she didn't look at she didn't see a single news broadcast or talk to anybody. So she was shown photographs of Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris in the cafeteria area. Forgan pointed to the photograph of Dylan Klebold and stated, that's the guy I saw. She stated also that the gun Klebold was carrying was the same gun she described. She pointed to Eric Harris, stated this was in fact the other person she saw during the incident. So here's an interesting curiosity. Forgan advised me that she had her face buried in her arms during part of the incident in the cafeteria, and after seeing the photographs and discussing the incident with me, she advised that she thought the gunman had come down into the cafeteria sooner than they actually did. So again, that she was she re-educated into these answers, and why did her initial account vary so widely? And did she really not look at any media? Did she really not know that the shooters were identified? Because why is she offering to ID them? It's just weird. Really, really weird. Let's go to Casey Rugseger, another library witness. Let's see what she has to say. And she was actually injured. She had a gunshot grazed to back of the neck, shotgun wound to right shoulders, through C-shaped shrapnel wound to the right hand, entered near base of thumb, exited through back of thumb, metal washer lodged in shrapnel wound. And of course, very, very tragic. Document 118 onward. Okay, at the request of Lakewood Sergeant Don Grisham, IO asked Rugseger whether she knows someone named Redacted, a white male with curly hair, possibly Robert Perry. She advised that the name sounds familiar, but she did not recall knowing him. Okay. She does remember hearing somebody say that there was somebody on the roof. This is when she's outside behind the police car. Okay, now here's the money statement. Rugseger has never seen Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold before. Rugseger did not recognize the pictures of Harris and Klebold she had seen in the media as the gunman in the library. Let me say that again. Rugseger did not recognize the pictures of Harris and Klebold she has seen in the media as the gunman in the library. I mean, what can you make of that? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Sure, nobody looks exactly the same as yearbook pictures or whatever, but she did not recognize them? I don't know. So that's what we have on Robert Perry. I mean, it's curious. There's another reference to a guy in a tie-dye shirt, which is Patrick Curso, 8793, which is curious. Patrick Michael Curso. Patrick advised investigators he saw the gunman. Patrick also related that Chris Markham's sister dates of the people in the gang. His sister is identified as Nicole Markham. Patrick stated he was in the commons area. It started outside. He saw a kid in a trench coat. He had a plastic bag with him. The person then threw something in the parking lot. Patrick related he saw the gunman shoot one of the kids in the knee. The gunman was 5 to 6 feet away from the victim. The person who was shot was Austin Eubanks. The trash bag the shooter had was black in color. Patrick related when the shooter went inside, he saw his face. He described the shooter as 165 pounds, 6'3", senior at the school, no glasses, dark brown hair, black trench coat, pink tie-dye type shirt, possibly yellow. Now, even if you have a fog of war situation, would you mistake a black shirt for a yellow or pink tie-dye shirt? I mean, maybe you might mistake it for dark blue, dark gray. Would you mistake it for a pink tie-dye shirt, possibly yellow and pink mix, tie-dye? Patrick related there were 5 to 10 kids in the group. Patrick related they previously said they were going to take over the school. Curious. Very, very curious. From the Denver Dispatch tapes transcript, we've got a possible suspect. Somebody once just left the library. A white male in a tie-dye t-shirt. Unknown what he's wanted for, but I got that from 5A Dispatch. Man in a multicolor shirt, possible suspect. Information from 490, any other description, 1309. Brianne Cook, document 6276, saw Perry in Clement Park Library on April 20th with several individuals, including Pauline Colby. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt and a black baseball cap. So how popular are tie-dye shirts? I mean, I don't know. And Perry was supposedly never at the school, let alone with a gun. So I don't know. Andrea Cook, 5189, talked to Robert Perry at Clement Park Library afternoon, April 20th. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt and no trench coat. Sunny Hop, 1936, saw Robert Perry walking from the direction of Columbine to the Clement Park Library on April 20th after the shooting. He wore a tie-dye shirt and a black baseball cap backwards. She'd known him for 6 years and was 100% sure that it was he. Let's look at that. 1936. Sunny Hop or Hope, Hopp. May 12th, investigators spoke to the subject. Sunny was in school at Columbine day of the incident. Within 2 hours after the incident began, Sunny was at the public library in Clement Park and saw Redacted walking from the vicinity of the lake behind the library toward the front of the library. Sunny stated she could not give an exact time because she had lost all concept of time that day. Based on the direction that Redacted was walking, Sunny assumed he had come from Columbine High School and thought that was unusual because he is not a student there anymore. So apparently she's talking about Perry here. Sunny described the clothing that Perry was wearing as black pants, a tie-dye shirt, and a black baseball cap turned backwards. When Sunny asked if she saw any logos on Redacted's hat, she stated that she did not recall seeing a logo that day. Although Redacted usually wears a black baseball cap with a white Jägermeister logo on it. Sunny did not speak to Redacted that day, but stated that she has known Redacted for about 6 years and is 100% sure that it was he. Sunny did not see Redacted in any other time on that date. What does everybody make of that? Let's look at Andrea Cook, document 5188, June 3rd, report date regarding, this lead sheet. Andrea Cook indicates in her letter that she was acquainted with Redacted and stated in the letter that he knew about the attack that was going to take place at Columbine High School before it occurred. Attached to the lead control sheet, also the original letter written by Andrea Cook to Mrs. Lucas. The 4th paragraph on this one-page handwritten letter reads the following: Even what happened at Columbine will not discourage me. I will always have fond memories there. It was the first place where I did not get teased as much. I guess I wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for the fire alarm. I was in my food class at the time. My friends told me a bomb exploded close to the room. I'm thankful I'm alive, but mad. I just found out Redacted helped get the guns. At least he turned himself in. I knew him. I went to a dance with him. He told me right after this happened at Columbine, he knew they were going to do it. I asked him why he did not tell. He said he wasn't sure. And so they forgot to black out Robert Perry, it looks like one point later in the document. So I'm assuming this is constantly they're talking about Robert Perry here. And so she just found out Robert Perry helped them get the guns. I mean, the plot thickens. And he turned himself in. So are all these rumors early on that he turned himself in, are they accurate? And did he have some kind of plea deal immunity? And is this why this is such a big mess? Because they felt like they couldn't get all the info they needed without giving him immunity, so they gave him immunity, and he really was a shooter. And then that's what caused all these issues. Or at the very least, he was there, even if not a shooter. Even if some people, or even there with a gun and not a shooter. I mean, who knows? There's a lot of combinations. I went out to a dance with him. Okay, so he said he wasn't sure why he didn't tell him them. On May 19th, investigative officer met with Andrea Christine Cook at her residence. In discussing the shooting deaths at Columbine High, she advised at 11:30 she was in food class. Fire alarm went off. She stated that her fellow classmates went to the exit. She exited the school with her, initially ending up by the tennis courts. She stated that during this time she did not know what was taking place until she had heard an explosion and 2 gunshots. So IO then showed Andrea Cook the handwritten letter addressed to Mrs. Lucas, signed by her, with her confirming that she did write the letter on May 12th, 1999. She further advised IO that she knew Redacted and that she had only one date with him. She stated that the 2 of them attended a dance at Columbine High December 98, with this dance being a formal occasion. She then showed IO a photograph taken of Robert Perry and her in formal attire at this dance. After this date, she stated that Redacted asked her if they could be more serious, with her stating she did not want to become more serious and just wanted to remain friends. She told him that she only went to this dance with him as a friend and nothing more, and apparently this did not greatly upset him, since they still talked in a friendly manner after this dance date. IO then analyzed the 4th paragraph in this handwritten letter by Andrea Cook, asked her at the time to explain the sentence, "I just found out Redacted helped get the guns." Andrea Cook advised IO that she heard that Redacted had obtained the guns for Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold from several female students in her accounting class while they were attending Chatfield High School. She stated that she could not recall the names of these students who mentioned this bits of information in front of her. She also stated that these 2 girls then talked about the fact that Redacted had turned himself in, but added that the girls did not state to what authorities did he turn himself into. Andrea Cook advised IO that the last time she talked to Redacted was on April 20th, 1999, and that this short conversation between the 2 of them took place at Clement Library while the shooting and bombing incidents were taking place at Columbine High. Andrea Cook stated that she saw Redacted outside the Clement Library shortly before noon on that date. She stated that he came up to her and said, "This has got to be Eric Harris's doings." Redacted further told her that Eric Harris had told him that he was planning on doing something like this. Andrea Cook stated that Redacted at this time was quite angry when he was telling her this information. She further stated that he told her that he wished he had killed Eric before he did something like this. Andrea Cook advised IO that she asked him at that time why he did not tell the police this same information on this day, April 20th, with him replying he wasn't sure that it was Eric Harris who was doing this at Columbine High. She stated that Redacted then went into the library to get his sister, which is the last time she either talked to him or saw him. She further added that Redacted was steamed when he was talking to her and that he was very angry at whoever was responsible for what was taking place at Columbine High School. She stated that on April 20th, when she was talking with Redacted at Clement Library, he was wearing a tie-dye shirt with the primary colors being hot pink and yellow. Again, curiously matching the description of one of the shooters by several students. She further stated that he did not have a trench coat on at that time or in his possession. Andrea Cook further advised IO that she had not even heard of the Trenchcoat Mafia prior to this incident taking place at Columbine High. She further stated that Redacted and Eric Harris were friends, and that was the extent of her acquaintanceship with Eric Harris. She further stated that she did not know Dylan Klebold on a personal basis, and in fact did not even like him based upon the little bit that she did know of him. Wow. Okay. Wow. What a statement. No follow-up, no nothing. So we have Robert Perry in a yellow-pink tie-dye shirt. Several individuals have reported seeing him in this attire, including in the cafeteria with a gun. Make of that what you will. And then, of course, Sunny Hope happened to saw Redacted walking from the direction of Columbine High School to the Clement Park Library with a tie-dye shirt as well. So, of course, we went over Kristen Long's account, Kristen Long Kruger. She actually wrote a book, and it's on Amazon, Healing the Invisible Wounds of Trauma. And, of course, she's one of the few witnesses who did not backtrack on her ID and the third gunman. So here's an excerpt from this book. The truth is, I looked back and saw a third shooter who I and many others identified to law enforcement. No matter how many times I and countless others detailed the name and descriptions of that third shooter, who wasn't even supposed to be at school that day, no one believed us. One of the most traumatic aftershocks of that day was the knowledge that law enforcement ignored the warnings, ignored the signs hanging in the windows, and that countless other students who survived know that at least one other person was out for our blood that day. And it's also, the language she uses is curious, at least one other person, so she's clearly aware that there were even others, even more spotted. He still roams free because the easy answer is that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were the only shooters. After all, they were dead and the weapons used were found by their bodies. Only those of us that were there that day, and those who knew what was happening and who participated in the shootings or helped to orchestrate the massacre, know and speak about this truth. The shooters were my friends. We were all the outcasts in that school, bullied because we didn't fit into the mold. I knew Eric and Dylan. I also knew the third shooter, which explains why I was able to clearly identify him to law enforcement. When it was all over, I realized that the person who I saw point a gun at us was not one of the two identified shooters. He wasn't even a student at Columbine anymore. He dropped out. He isn't even supposed to be here. Yet here he was, trying to kill us all. And this is Kristen Long Kruger's book, Healing the Wounds of Trauma. She refuses to backtrack, and she's clearly stating what she believes she saw. What's also curious is a lot of people reviewing this book don't even mention the third shooter. I mean, one or two do, and then they just regurgitate the coincidence theorist narrative that there's no evidence of a third shooter. Eyewitness testimony is evidence, especially eyewitness testimony from someone who knew all the individuals in question. So let's go back to Jennifer Small, Jen Small, whose account we went over. But I'll do a quick recap, so document 2182 onward. So her handwritten statement is not, there's no date here or time of the statement, so I suppose it could have been day of. I looked between the tables to see what was going on. I saw a senior standing outside our classroom door. I knew he was the shooter. Then I saw an adult, blonde, short, spiky hair, thought he was in his 30s. I thought he was a cop until he held up a sawed-off shotgun. Then he and the senior tried to break into the room where a shot teacher went. So she's the one who saw the older guy with spiked hair in his 30s. When they couldn't get in, they ran away, shooting down the hall once or twice. After that, they ran. I waited outside the door. I saw smoke like a smoke bomb had been lit. We stayed in the room until SWAT escorted us outside. And so, follow-up document here, interview with Jennifer Small. This is document 2185. Interview April 28th by Jill Rudler, Colorado State Patrol, approximately 3:15 at her residence. She had been interviewed a few days before by Pat Vanderkamp. I asked Small to go over the details of the day. She said she had seen Eric Harris at the Smoker's Pit between 11:05 and 11:10 on April 20th. She wasn't sure about what he was wearing, but thought he had on a trench coat. Miss Small said she made a remark about having a bad day to the students. At the pit, Eric said something like, "Not only are you having a bad day, it's Hitler's birthday." Small said she remembered the remark because Harris usually didn't speak with her. She said that she thought some of the other students at the smoker's pit might have been Taryn Fleming, Brooks Brown, and Rachel Scott. I mean, that's curiosity. That's a curiosity. April 20th. So all these individuals were at the smoker's pit just minutes before the shooting started? Let me read that again. Miss Small said that she had seen Eric Harris at the smoker's pit between 11:05 and 11:10 a.m. on April 20th. She wasn't sure about what he was wearing, but thought he had on a trench coat. Other students at the smoker's pit might have been Taryn Fleming, Brooks Brown, and Rachel Scott. Miss Small said that between 11:10 a.m. and 11:15 a.m. she saw a person who she thought was redacted, someone who hung out with Dylan, near the main doors, and it appeared that he had just come in. She later identified this person as redacted. She said he was wearing a black trench, black shirt, black and white camo pants. Black and white camo pants. He normally tucks his pants into his boots, but she doesn't remember if they were tucked in or not. And he was carrying a black colored duffel bag with 1 or 2 yellow stripes, or maybe just some yellow color on it. The bag appeared to be heavy by the way it was being carried upon his shoulder. Miss Small said that redacted is about 2 to 3 inches shorter than Dylan. Okay, so out of the Trenchcoat Mafia members, who's 2 to 3 inches shorter? Is that pretty much just Joe Stair? Unless he was short, stocky. I don't think that was Brian Sargent. Maybe Zach but Zach Heckler's 6'2", Nate Dykman's 6'2". Just a little shorter. So pretty much Joe Stair, who's about 6-ish, would probably be the only person that can match that out of the Trenchcoat Mafia associates, other than the ones we don't know the heights of. Miss Small said that she went to science class with Miss Peterson, and that at 11:25 she heard a loud boom, several shots, and then the fire alarm went off. Miss Small said that Mrs. Miller, a teacher, came in and told the students to lock the door. There were 2 adjoining classrooms, and the next room was Mr. Sanders. At some time, she looked into the hallway, saw the trail of blood into the adjoining classroom where Mr. Sanders went after he was shot. Miss Small said that the teachers, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Friesen, Mrs. Miller, and another teacher were in the classroom with Mr. Sanders, and that the students had gathered in the adjoining classroom. Miss Small said that sometime Mr. Johnson came in, told them to flip the tables to sort of barricade they could hide behind. She said she peeked out between the tables and also looked out the windows of the classroom doors. She said between 11:45 a.m. and noon, she looked into the hallway and saw Dylan in the hallway with another white male. She said that he looked past the other person, he would have seen her easily. Miss Small was asked to describe Dylan, and she said he was wearing a black t-shirt with writing on it. She didn't know what it said. And a black hat on backwards with writing on it, and that he had long curly hair. She said that the person with Dylan appeared to be older, had short blonde hair like a buzz cut, and was wearing a white t-shirt, tight fit with no pocket, was carrying a tan-colored sawed-off shotgun. She said they tried to break down the door where Mr. Sanders was, and when they couldn't break down the door, they threw a bomb and ran down the hall. Around 2:55 to 3 p.m., SWAT guy came in to get them out. Okay. I read Miss Small the photo lineup, admonition, showed her photo array, asked if she recognized anyone. She immediately identified photograph number 1 as Dylan, the person she saw outside of the science room between 11:45 and noon on April 20th, 99. I showed Miss Small another photo lineup and asked if she recognized anyone. She immediately identified the person in the photograph number 3 as Eric, the person she had seen in the smoker's pit between 11:05 and 11:10 a.m. on April 20th, 99. I showed Miss Small another photo lineup, asked her if she recognized anyone. She positively identified the person in photograph number 6 as an associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia. She did not know their name. The person in photograph number 6 is Chris Morris. I showed Miss Small another photo lineup, asked if she recognized anyone. Miss Small that she believed the person number 3 may be the person that carried in the duffel bag. Miss Small said she didn't know his name. The person in photograph number 3 is redacted. So is that Either Joe Stair or Robert Perry. During the interview, Miss Small marked on a map of the school the location of the science room that she had been in. She marked this room Peterson classroom. She drew a small line to depict where the tables had been set on their sides, X to mark the spot where the students hid behind the tables. In the hallway, she marked a D for where Dylan was standing when she looked out the window of the door, and an E for where the other person was standing with Dylan. This was at my direction, as Miss Small does not believe that the other person was Eric. Miss Small drew an arrow to indicate which way the suspects ran after they unsuccessfully tried to break down the adjoining classroom door and then threw the bomb. So, curious follow-up here on October 13th, 99, regarding the follow-up interview that occurred on October 12th. Okay, so Jennifer, her mother, met at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, South Substation, conducted the interview. Okay. My initial question was pertaining to Jennifer's observations, where she stated she saw redacted at the high school between 11:10 and 11:15 on 4/20, and that redacted was near the main doors and appeared to be carrying a large duffel bag. Jennifer initially identifies this person as redacted, then recants and identifies redacted. So these are two different individuals. Both redacted, neither Eric or Dylan. Jennifer explained that she does not know redacted and told me that the individual she saw that day looked similar to redacted, but she could not positively tell me who the subject was. I asked Jennifer if she was implicating redacted as being involved in this incident. She told me she has no knowledge of him being involved in this incident and did not see him doing anything which would lead her believe that he was involved in the incident. And again, how much of this is coached, how much of this was based on them not wanting her to make trouble, etc., etc. We don't know any of this information. I asked Jennifer about the statement that she made between 11:45 a.m. and noon. She observed two armed gunmen in the hallway just outside her science class. Jennifer identifies Dylan Klebold as being one of the armed gunmen, describes him as wearing a black t-shirt with writing on it, had a black hat on turned backwards with writing on it, and she saw his long curly hair extended below the baseball cap. Jennifer stated she was positive this individual was Dylan Klebold. In her statement, she then describes a second armed gunman who is unknown to her. She described the second gunman as being older, had short blonde hair like a buzz cut, was wearing a white t-shirt, tight fit, no pockets, carrying a tan-colored sawed-off shotgun. She said the description was accurate, at which time she provided me a composite drawing that she had done in reference to the suspect she saw at the high school, and provided a complete description of the suspect. Jennifer described the subject as having natural strawberry blonde hair, buzz cut, stating that the face was well-defined, high cheekbones chiseled. The party had a wide forehead and muscular neck. So that's not Eric Harris. He was 5'11 to 6 feet tall, oval face, small upper lip, narrow nose, small eyebrows. I took the two items as evidence, later placed them in the Jeffco office evidence vault for safekeeping. I asked Jennifer if she could provide the identification of that second armed gunman. She told me she did not recognize the individual and she did not believe the party was Eric Harris. I explained to Jennifer that throughout this investigation, we relied not only on forensic evidence that was recovered at the scene, but with the assistance of witness identification that the two gunmen that were in Columbine High School have been identified as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. I like how all these investigators just lie through their teeth and completely don't mention all the countless accounts we went over. Dozens and dozens of students who spotted other gunmen, identified either Chris Morris or Robert Perry as additional shooters. Possibly Brian Sargent, Joe Stair. They don't mention any of that, so they just try to gaslight everybody into thinking that everybody else identified Eric and Dylan, but obviously the students talk amongst each other and they know that that's not the case. I also told Jennifer that a videotape did exist which showed two armed gunmen down in the cafeteria at the school, and I asked her if I could show her still photos of that videotape and have her determine if these two individuals she saw at the high school on the incident date. Jennifer and her mom were shown photos 44, 47, 52, 53. The still photos clearly depict Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris as being the two armed gunmen in the school. One of the photos has the time of 11:46 a.m. This is 1 minute after Jennifer claims she saw them in the upper level of the school. Eric Harris is shown in the photo wearing a white-colored t-shirt. Also, is that timestamp accurate? Because again, I've gone over this on many other podcasts, true crime podcasts. People installing security systems just go on all these forums late 90s, early 2000s, roughly half of all CCTV security footage has the wrong timestamp on it. So, can we put blind faith in the timestamps? Eric Harris is shown in the photo wearing a white colored t-shirt. He has short haircut, dark pants, and is carrying a sawed-off shotgun. Jennifer looked at the photos again, and I asked her, are these the two individuals that she saw at the high school? Jennifer positively identified Dylan Klebold, but stated the other subject she saw was not Eric Harris. She told me the party she saw was 25 to 30 years old and had a thick, muscular neck and muscular build, and that Eric Harris was too scrawny to be the same party she observed. I again reiterated with Jennifer that the still photos are of Eric Harris, and it is the same description that she is giving us. How is it the same description? That's not even close to the same description. What the heck? They're trying to gaslight her hard. Man, let's see if she bends. Jennifer again told me she could not positively identify the second gunman as being Eric Harris, and believed that the second gunman she saw was somebody other than Eric Harris. Nancy asked me how the news media had gotten copies of the cafeteria video, which was released on national news on October 12th, 1999. I told Nancy I did not know how or why the video was released. Nancy said, "You have custody of the tapes and you don't know how they were released." I told her I did not have that information and I wasn't privy to it. Nancy told me that it was hard for her to sit here and believe what I was telling her about the case when she has concerns if the sheriff's office is giving her truthful information. It was apparent to this investigator that Nancy and Jennifer were questioning the credibility of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. And good on them. Credibility should be questioned. Nothing should be taken on blind faith. At the completion of this interview, Nancy and Jennifer then expressed their concerns, telling me that they believe their home telephone has been tapped and someone is monitoring their calls. I asked Nancy why she believes this. She told me there's a constant beeping when you're on the telephone talking, and she was told several years ago that the beeping is indicative that someone has tapped your phone line. I asked Nancy who she believes tapped her phone line. She told me her scenario is that associates who are sympathetic to Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold might be responsible because these parties know that their daughter has information on the identity of the two gunmen. Jennifer also explained that since the incident date, they have received several hang-up calls at their residence telling me that the caller ID identify the calls as being out of the area. I asked Nancy and Jennifer if any of the calls were threatening in nature or if they were coming at inconvenient hours of the day. They told me that they were nothing more than hang-up calls and they have received anywhere from as many as 3 per day. They were instructed that if they have a legitimate concern about the phone calls and somebody making harassing phone calls, they should contact the sheriff's office and speak with a uniformed deputy who could ultimately initiate some type of harassment report. I also explained to them that the phone service has means of trapping those annoying phone calls and that information can be provided to law enforcement if a criminal report has been generated. Okay. So, I mean, there's clearly some witness intimidation going on here. We'll be examining more of that later, but it's curious. She did not back down, and her mother basically supported her as well. And they have included a sketch of the second gunman. I mean, I gotta say, it kind of sort of looks like Eric Harris, but again, it's impossible to gauge the age of this individual. But if he's super muscular, this is only his facial features. I mean, I guess it could pass for Eric Harris, but if he's a lot older, I mean, it's kind of hard to mistake a 30-year-old for a 17 or 18-year-old. But on the forum, people are actually sharing screenshots from Facebook, Jennifer Small's Facebook. This is from 2019, but I don't know how much earlier these Facebook shots are. And they were asking about who she saw. She says, "I don't know. I thought he was an officer when I first saw him trying to calm Dylan down. I drew a picture, gave it to the police. They hide it or say it was Eric because of the haircut. The third gunman was a muscular adult, not a scrawny kid." And again, the coincidence theorists all pretend that these were simple misidentifications and everything was cleared up after the investigation. Clearly, that's not true. Clearly. Someone asked her, did they ever find evidence? She says, there is evidence to support up to 20 people helping them that day. My old friends Brooks was friends with Eric and told to ditch that day, so Brooks did a lot of research on it all. He was a bit obsessed about proving his own innocence because of how many people blamed him. I remember going out with him and his car got egged while we were inside a gas station. Wow, that sucks. And Brooks Brown, I gotta say, out of all these parties, Brooks Brown and Eric Veek really seem to be the most emotional and possibly are the most likely to not be connected with any of this or having any kind of prior knowledge or definitive prior knowledge. Whereas all these other individuals are just appeared to be incredibly shady. Again, doesn't mean they're involved, but yeah. Someone said, what a conversation. We who aren't in Denver never heard anything else about a third person. You're in my thoughts and prayers. Jen Small said it was covered up. That's why I was told never to write a book. They want it to stay that way. Jennifer Small stated, thank you for kind words and prayers. In May of 1999, I wrote down every little thing I remembered from that day, minute by minute almost. There is a chance I will still write my own book. If I tell enough people about the threats I got, maybe they won't come true when I do decide to write a book. I don't want to be a martyr, but I want to find the truth by sharing what I know. A few more posts by her. The police were very mean about telling me that I didn't see what I saw. And yet they told me flat out that I was one of their most credible witnesses that day. Is that because she identified Dylan Klebold like they wanted her to? They had so much evidence to back up what I say happened to us, and their evidence said my time frames were very close, maybe a minute or two off, but I didn't see a third gunman. When you're in a traumatizing situation later, it's hard to admit when you're wrong. A Jeffco officer trying to convince me that there was no third gunman. Yeah, right. I won't be bullied to hide what I know. Someone asked her, was it staged? Jen Small responded, I don't know the whole story. All I know is that the fear, pain, and deaths were all very real for those of us who lived through it. She has another interesting comment here. Someone responding, they really hid that well in the media because the only people I ever knew of were Dylan and Eric. You're amazingly strong, Jen Small, for sharing your painful experience. She responded, the media is often controlled and inaccurate about the actual facts. I mean, more apparent now in 2021 than ever before, of course. I can't tell you how many times I watched the news or read a paper that I ended up yelling at it because I knew firsthand it didn't happen like they said that it did. They also say Dylan and Eric died almost right away, around 12:15. I think the police try to say that. If that's so, who blew up the fire alarm system at 1:35 p.m.? And she actually apparently commented on YouTube as well as Jennifer Thompson. She's got some interesting comments here. This was 2 years ago, more than this video was Raw Cut, the Mysterious Third Shooter by the Keith Carnes YouTube channel. Posted September 27th, 2018, but this comment by Jennifer Thompson 2 years ago. A few comments here. Thank you for sharing some of my accounts from that day. This will forever bother me. In the years since I have spoken to a few men who claim to be former officers of Jeffco, they all said they quit because of the cover-up. They warned me not to write a book about my experience at Columbine that day. They said if I wrote a book about it, I could easily meet an unfortunate accident. That should tell you something is amiss right there. And of course, if you've listened to MINDSHOCK Columbine episode 1, the amount of people who had mysterious deaths after Columbine is just astronomical. Jennifer Thompson also made this comment just 5 months ago. Another survivor that saw him too wrote a book. Her name is Kristen Kruger. You could look up her book and read it. There are some random videos on YouTube and mentions of it in documentaries about why such things happen. My old friend Brooks Brown also wrote a book called No Easy Answers. I would just Google it, see what comes up. There are about 100 witnesses of the same guy, but the police talked most of them out of believing what they saw. They tried to do that with me. That's why in my part of the official report, you will see where a deputy wrote, at one point it seemed as if Jennifer and her mother questioned the credibility of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Because we did, and with good reason. So check out the official reports too, you'll see what I'm talking about. Another YouTube comment from Jennifer. And thank you for sharing my drawing. When they displayed all evidence for everyone to come see, they put my written description of the third gunman on top of my drawing on his face so that you couldn't see the face. Also, in my part of the report, you will see that when they told me I was one of the most credible witnesses of that day, they also tried very hard to convince me that I saw Eric with the sawed-off shotgun, and then they reported at one point it seemed as though Nancy and Jennifer questioned the credibility of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Damn straight we did. They wanted to believe everything else I saw that day, but who I saw doing what. You also left out how I saw a friend of theirs bring in a heavy duffel bag minutes before the shooting. The name is redacted, but it was Robert Perry. He had a lame alibi that the police bought too. Makes me mad. I know they are out there living as if they had no part in this massacre, and just so you know, I was calm for 90% of the time I spent trapped. Others with me that day can testify to that too. I was not scared and upset. I was excited thinking we were being saved. And then I saw the gun in his hand and said, uh-oh, I guess we aren't being saved after all. The guy was trying to calm D down and held up his hands to say, I don't know. And then I saw the sawed-off shotgun in his left hand. I was one of about 100 people who saw him too. They tried their damnedest to convince all of us that we didn't see the third guy. So regarding Courtney Hallman, she said there were 3 guys. The guy I remember most was the main guy. He was over 6 feet tall, had long, curly, dark-colored hair. He was wearing a trench coat. His name is Robert Perry. Hallman identified the second gunman as having a 50% chance of being Klebold. She described him as being 16 or 17 and shorter than Robert Perry, which of course is accurate, with a medium build. He was wearing a dark shirt, black trench coat. And this is document 841. The description fits Klebold very well. If Hallman actually saw Perry and Klebold simultaneously, it would make her a critical witness. Police discounted Hallman's report because she wasn't wearing her glasses. You'd still be able to tell whether how many guys there are and what heights there are, even if you can't make out exact facial features. And we did go over her account. Hallman stated while standing outside the southwest corner of the cafeteria, peeking around the corner, she observed gunman number 1 and 2 standing in close proximity of each other, and that the third gunman was standing above them on the stairs. She observed what she thought was 2 persons with weapons and a third person with them, possibly talking to them or yelling at them. She could not tell if the third party had a weapon. You know what else is kind of crazy? What if Robert Perry or Chris Morris, what if they were there and they were trying to stop them, but they couldn't, and then later pretended that it would just be easier to say they weren't there? Even though obviously a lot of people saw them, but if they did that in exchange for immunity, that's the only way it makes sense. Because they knew that a bunch of people saw them at the school. So many people saw Chris Morris, Robert Perry, Joe Stair. They were seen at the school, regardless of whether they were involved in the shooting or not. So many witnesses placed them in the school. So the only way they could go on TV and do interviews and do all of this, would probably be if they had immunity. That's the only thing that makes sense. There was a report, The Real Columbine, July 14th, 2000. Patricia Nielsen, the teacher, said the gunman who shot her seemed old, like a man, and did not look like Harris or Klebold. He was wearing a black beret. So is that Chris Morris, or is that yet another individual who's wearing a black beret? Christopher Walker said he saw 2 males in dusters walking toward the library. Walker stated that he recognized the dusters but did not notice that either person walking was Harris or Klebold. This is page 2229. Walker knew the duo well, so it's unlikely that he wouldn't have recognized them, not to mention Harris took his coat off outside. So apparently there's a CBS News report on April 19th, 2001. I can't find the actual report. A quote from the report is as followed. They, referring to the police, believed that they really had 6 to 8 armed individuals inside there. It would be nice to narrow that report down. All I have here is it's a CBSNews.com report, April 19th, 2001. Also at 11:35 a.m., Jeffco Lieutenant Manwaring advised Vincent DiMano, Jeffco Sheriff's Office, advised him there were as many as 7 gunmen inside the cafeteria and the commons area. See, what happened here? Were there more gunmen initially, and then the other Trenchcoat Mafia members basically abandoned the plan? They just left? Was there a suicide pact and they just didn't want to go through with it? They were present at the beginning of the thing. Maybe they thought it was all a big prank and that Eric and Dylan weren't really going to do it. Or Eric and Dylan were set up and there was something else afoot where they thought they were going to be part of a bigger plan. And maybe they still wanted to go through with it regardless. And when the others abandoned, they didn't care because they were already either in too deep, already shooting, or they just didn't care. They wanted to carry it out. But did they believe they would have more help at the beginning? And did they, at least in the first minutes? And then the others ran away. Adam Campbell, document 732, says fellow student Jessica Cave says she saw 10 shooters at the school. And there's apparently no interview for Jessica Cave. It's also curious how so many of these, some of the most damning reports or interviews, they're missing from all of the released documents. Why would that be? I wonder. Sarah Huey, sophomore, document 380, heard bombs in the cafeteria while the shooters were in the library. Josh Lapp, document 480, heard gunfire in other parts of the school while the shooters were inside the library. Brandy Wiseman, sophomore, document 4751, she was in one of the rooms near the kitchen, heard gunshots, bombs, and screaming from both the cafeteria and the library. So Dan Goines' interview, of course, missing, but Holly Pinkham, sophomore, document 1620, says friend Don Goyne had his shoe shot off in the middle of the hall during the time gunshots were going off in the cafeteria. Matt Katzenmeyer, 3424, heard shots and explosions inside the school at the same time there are 2 suspects outside. Alex Babienik, 1954, he thought explosions were coming from the level he was on and from downstairs at the same time. And how does this factor into a guy on the roof who may or may not have been lobbing grenades or pipe bombs or shooting? Because if that's the case, if that guy was throwing stuff and it was exploding, even if there were only 2 other shooters, that could explain the explosions at least. Josh Brinkley, 2528, heard shots downstairs and then other shots upstairs. 2 guns coming from upstairs, 1 gun shooting downstairs. This is document 2528. So here's his summation of the shots. He stated he jumped the balcony and the stairs, ran up the left side. People were falling as they tried to get up the stairs. Josh stated that he was at the top of the stairs. He ran left to the science hall, then out the door by the math hall. He stated that he could hear more shots coming from behind him while he was going up the stairs. Josh stated that when he got to the top of the stairs, the shots seemed closer. He stated that the shots at the top of the stairs were more of a rapid fire. He stated that he could tell by the sound that there were 2 different guns. Again, Josh thought that there may be a shooter at the top of the stairs because the shots seemed louder and different when he got to the top. He stated that he did not feel that the noises he was hearing were explosions. He stated he did not see any shooter at the top or in the hallway while exiting. So, again, not very damning. Again, in the confusion, possibly, I don't know, bullets bouncing. It's not damning. Definitely not damning, but this one's a little bit more damning. Drew Lagerborg, 1999 document. Is that a little bit of synchronicity there? So this is curious. So supposedly Eric and Dylan were together the whole time, according to the official narrative, or just about. So, okay. This is a report titled, the date here, August 4th, 99. Interview with Lagerborg. He was in chemistry class at the time. He heard an explosion, saw people running down the hall. Then man came into the class and said, "There's gunmen in the halls, get out now." There was panic in the halls. Lagerberg said he ran down the south hall, but a gunman was at the other end of the hall. And panicked people were running back at him, so he redirected his flight through a common room to the north hallway. He then heard a shooter down that hallway as well. He never actually saw that shooter, only heard them based on the sound of the gunshots. Next, he ran to a chemistry room office where he and 15 other kids hid. They locked the doors, turned off the lights, and waited 3.5 to 4 hours until the SWAT came and get them. Okay. While waiting in the office, someone tried the doorknobs at one point, then walked away. He has no idea who it was. And that must have been terrifying, too. I mean, that's just creepy. So, multiple shooters, opposite sides of the school, at basically simultaneously. Curious, definitely curious. J. Galantine staff, document 3086, sees gunman by the library, then runs downstairs where he hears more gunshots. All this time hearing shots all around me and above me. Curious. Lindsay Wyant, sophomore, 4799, also heard shots in the cafeteria and the library at the same time. Evan Todd, sophomore, 8826, heard bombs in other parts of the building while Harris and Klebold were in the library. Dewada Perez and Jessica Holliday, seniors, 9923, heard gunshots elsewhere while the shooters were in the library. That's 9923. So here's the damning part of the statement here. This is actually document 9924. Both Perez and Holliday said they saw both of the suspects' face and could positively identify them. Perez and Holliday said that while Klebold and Eric were in the library, they could hear more gunshots elsewhere in the school. That's curious. That's curious. So, because their testimony, it includes all of the dialogue, them talking to each other, them reloading. So she's stating while they're in the library, so presumably not shooting, they could hear gunfire elsewhere in the school. That's curious. That is very, very curious. I think we went over Archuleta. Crystal Archuleta said she saw one person throw a pipe bomb. She told me at the time she thought it was Robert Perry. Before the gaslighting and re-education. Seth Dubois. Seth told Catherine Carlston that Robert Perry was seen shooting a girl in the back while leaving the library. Wade Allen Frank Sr. Mr. Frank told me that he originally thought one of the individuals shooting was someone by the name of Robert. He stated that this person was tall, approximately 6'3", and kind of awkward and gangly. And then we went over a bunch of these. Okay. The Boulder PD SWAT timeline, document 8245, at 2130 hours, 2 suspects believed dead inside, 1 arrested, 1 to 2 other suspects' associates. Pam Wood's testimony is very curious, document 8902. Got call at work in Penny's at Southwest Plaza from students trapped in the school. 1 saw 6 trench coats and that all were shooting handguns. Amy Terry, sophomore, was told by friend Alicia Encinius, she was in the Commons, when trench coaters with masks on came in shooting. Running upstairs, she sees 4 people in trench coats coming in through the glass doors at the west end of the main hallway. A poster here. When Columbine happened, I remembered hearing on the news about the additional gunmen before the falsified official story was ever solidified, specifically about gunmen wearing face masks running through the hallways. That sticks out in my memory. I strongly hold the opinion that additional gunmen were captured all over the other surveillance camera footage, and that is why the videotapes were never released to the public. Also, the surveillance footage was sent to the FBI lab in Quantico before it was even seen by Jeffco and the public. They, quote, enhanced the footage. Now, someone actually captured an interesting moment, timestamped 11:36:26:11 a.m. 11:36:26-11, and you can see two guys running. One of them looks like he has some kind of shoulder holster, shoulder straps. Both of them look quite, especially the first guy closer to the camera, he looks a lot older. He looks like an older guy. I mean, who are these individuals? I don't know. Maybe people know and these are not shooters or anybody involved, but it's quite strange. If that first guy didn't have a shoulder holster harness similar to Eric Harris, it would be less curious. And then, of course, there's a lot of the video not even released, as well as the other possible cameras, all very, very suspicious, of course. There's also another crazy clip.
Just come out and tell me your name again.
David Smith.
David, you were locked up inside the science lab for hours with about 40 other students. Tell me what you guys did to pass the time. I mean, I know it was a scary time for everybody.
We just talked and told jokes and just messed around.
Were there teachers in there with you?
Not in our room, but right next door. They opened up the middle doors with 3 teachers and 1 shot laying on the ground in there.
Oh, that must be horrifying to see.
I didn't see it, though.
Tell me this. You saw one of the gunmen. Tell me what you saw and what he was doing at the time.
Well, first we just heard a bunch of kids running up the stairs because they let off a pipe bomb, and then a kid ran in front of our door, and we were all trying to get out the door because the fire alarm went off, and he shot a teacher right there, and the teacher went back in the room, and that guy went off and ran, and everybody locked their doors, and the teacher was laying there, and we just gave him our shirts to keep the blood from top, and
you were in there for how many hours?
3.5 hours. We were in the room.
You were in the science lab with 40 other kids. Did everybody get out? And describe to me how you got out.
We're all sitting on the ground, then they told us to lay down because the SWAT team was there. All of a sudden, the door swung open, and about a minute later, a SWAT guy came in and told us all to lay down. Then we all put our hands on our head and walked out. They escorted us out. Went in a cop car, went to the Clement, and then we all came here.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, are all your friends okay?
Yeah, that I know of, yeah.
Okay. Terrifying moments. Were you thinking anything special? Did you
like calling mom maybe?
I wasn't really thinking nothing until like whenever we first heard it and we all got down on the ground. And then once the bomb stopped, we just laughed and told jokes. We knew we were gonna be all right.
You did. Did you know where the gunman was at that time?
There's 4 of them just running around the school. We didn't know where they're at.
All right. Let's talk to Mom and Dad here. If you guys could come in close. And David, don't go anywhere. I know they're not gonna let go in here a long time. You have been here for hours waiting to be hooked up with your son. A terrifying thought for a parent to have to go through this.
Well, you know, the one benefit was there was nobody killed, so we knew by and large he was okay.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, well,
When we walked out, we saw 3 dead bodies.
Well, then he knows more than I do at this point. I've been here. I haven't been home watching the news, so now that I hear that it was a very trying time. You know, not knowing, not hearing, you know, not seeing all his friends come out. You know, kid after kid after kid, and then where's David? Nobody knows, and it was very scary. I mean,
list after list, no name on there. Our son's name wasn't there. It was just so trying. You know, all we could do was cry and pray. I think it's all we could do.
Yep.
How many kids go to Columbine High? Do you know, David?
I'm not exactly sure.
I think it's around 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
It's a big school.
Yeah,
Very big
it is
school.
a huge school. And I knew something was really bad. I work right up the street, and I seen the first action. I seen them block off the road. As soon as I seen them block off the road, I knew something was really bad. My first thought was a chemical spill. So I went down and tried to pass through the police lines. Of course, they wouldn't let anybody because they were still snipering. And so at that point, at like 11:35, my heart just went to my stomach, not knowing where my son was. All of his friends were okay. We seen them. No, David wasn't anywhere.
Did you know where the gunman was at that time?
There's 4 of them just running around the school. We didn't know where they're at.
All right.
There's 4 of them just running around the school. We didn't know where they're at.
All right.
There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school. There's 4 of them just running around the school.
So make of that what you will. Lot of testimonies, a lot of them don't make sense. I'm not going to hallucinate and pretend I know better than the people that were there and experienced this tragic event. I'm not going to pretend and hallucinate like a lot of these coincidence theorists do, that I knew all of these individuals in question, like Robert Perry, Dylan Klebold, all these other individuals, that I'm not going to pretend I knew and spoke to them almost on a daily basis and could easily identify them. I'm not going to do that. I don't pretend and hallucinate here. We don't fall for logical fallacies here on MindShock. But hope you guys found another edition of the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, as well as, of course, mind-shocking. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.